Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. In hindsight, Team Rocket did work for a worldwide crime organization, and while we had enjoyed a lovely month or so without them in our hair, they now had access to funding. Battles with them no longer hinged on just their Pokemon, and their odds of actually succeeding in one of their capture attempts increased by several %. But, to be fair, they aren't the ones who stuck us in the condemned building, nor did they do anything to affect the weather. All they did was cause us to get separated from friends and civilization in the middle of a huge gale, which could have happened to anybody. But blaming them is easier. We thought we were safe once we got inside that old, stone mansion, possibly once a castle from bygone years. It was the only structure around for miles, and between it and the tornado that was developing outside, we knew which one we were going to pick. If we'd known beforehand of its lack of structural integrity, we might have made a different choice. "I think we're supposed to head for a basement," Ash said dubiously, already noting that if this place had one, the entrance to it was well hidden. Not that Ash's survival skills are incredibly top-notch, but we decided to go with his second plan, and hide in the bathroom. "Pipes," he explained, wedging himself between the bathtub and the toilet and wrapping an arm around the porcelain. "They go deep underground, so it's harder for the tornado to SCK it into the sky." I must not have looked like I believed him, because he frowned and said, "Well, if you have any better ideas, let's have them." In the end, I jumped into his lap and tried to ignore the sounds of the howling winds. "We'll just wait here for the storm to pass," Ash said reassuringly, and I nodded into his chest, a little bit embarrassed to let him see how spooked I was. But, good friend that he is, he pretended not to notice my shaking, and just stroked my head in a comforting way. A few minutes later, we realized that getting picked up by wind was a secondary concern, and that the ceiling was caving in around us. "Move!" Ash shouted, and we were up on our feet and running back to the main room, looking frantically for something to save us. "Pika!" I turned to say, but was interrupted when I saw a giant chunk of wall flying towards us. I'd never seen a wall fly before, and was momentarily impressed by that fact before it blazed past me and took out the stairs. Now we had a full view of the swirling funnel outside, so much closer than before, and I saw Ash's face turn white. Under my fur, my skin was probably the same. "Maybe that corner?" Ash suggested, sounding far more hesitant than I had ever seen him before. But it seemed as good an idea as any. Stone walls on a couple sides to protect us from flying objects, and near what was left of the stairs so we had something to hang on to. We crouched down, Ash's arms looped around the stairwell and me, wind mercilessly whipping at us. We clutched each other tightly and watched the house coming down around us, stones shattering just inches away from us and windows bursting apart to send tiny shards of glass cutting at our skin. Somewhere in the ordeal, Ash had lost his hat, and his black hair flew wildly around like it was going to be uprooted from his head. "Are we really going to die?" I heard him whisper as he pulled me closer, and I realized how frightened he truly was, for he wore his mantle of trainer seriously and had never before admitted hopelessness in front of me. But I was thinking the same thing, so I dug my claws into his shirt and comforted myself with the thought that at least this time he wouldn't go without me. With all the suddenness of a wrecking ball, our doom exploded above our heads, and we were caught beneath the shower of brick, lumber and slabs of stone. Ash twisted his body, shielding me as he always did, and the only memory I have of that round of chaos is the two of us clinging to each other. The dust never settled, always caught and flung by the crying winds, but when the torrent of falling objects let up, we broke apart and started pushing through the rubble to find a safer place to hide. Ash did so much more slowly than I would have expected under the circumstances, and when I turned to look at him properly, I saw that he hadn't even risen to his feet. There was something off in his movements and in his eyes. He seemed dazed, but in a way that sent my senses panicking. I would even go as far to say that he smelled off. "I'm fine," he replied when I called out with worry, though his voice was slow and had a hint of a slur to it. "I just don't." His words were cut off with sudden fear. "Look out." He lunged for me, and all I knew was loud noises and the taste of dust. When my senses returned, I was trapped beneath walls of wood, brick and dust, a cavity formed by the human bridge above me. I've never been one for closed spaces or confinement, and the realization that I was trapped in such a tiny hole sent me into a panic, my cheeks sparking wildly. Pika. With barely enough room to move, and nothing but stale air to breathe, I began shocking everything wildly, lashing out in hopes that something would give way. Pikachu. Chew. Chew. It's okay, Pikachu, you're fine. Ash cried desperately between thundershocks, jerking and wincing with each blast. Just don't panic. That was like telling the wind to stop. Chew. I gulped, discharging more electricity along with frightened tears. I couldn't remember ever being so scared, frightened enough to not even care that I was frying Ash along with everything else. Pikachu. Please, I heard a breathy, pained whisper from above me, stop. Something about the tone got through to me, and with shaky, hiccuping breaths, I slowly managed to come back to earth. See, you're fine, Ash breathed in his soothing voice, though it was slightly off-putting due to the obvious fatigue and pain he was feeling. Just take deep breaths, you're all right. Whether or not his diagnosis was correct was beside the point, I did my best to believe in his calm words. Looking at him properly, I could see that if I'd thought his eyes were off before, they were seriously off now. The size of his pupils was nothing less than unnatural. Pikachu. From the way he grit his teeth, his labored breaths and the way his arms were shaking under the pressure of holding himself up I knew we were in trouble. Pikachu. And the blood, there was so much blood. It was matted in his hair, running down his face, tiny drops falling to trickle down his arms, even. But, I'm fine, was all he said in response, and I nuzzled his face and tried not to think about how breakable humans really were. Despite my electric attacks, I'd always felt that Ash was the stronger being due to his larger size, but seeing him bleed changed all my preconceptions. Checking into a Pokemon Center wouldn't cure this. Pikachu, I can't dash, he wheezed, body convulsing a bit, and I could see that his arms were about to give way. I shifted my position a bit so that he could lower himself without crushing me, hoping that the rest of the debris didn't fall down with him. However, it seems that I can't meant that he really couldn't, and he collapsed on top of me, lumber, dirt and stone shifting to pin us in some more. But I was safe, wedged in the arch between his knees, elbows and stomach, and I willed myself not to panic again. That was getting harder to do, with the blood pools continuing to grow and his once blue and white shirt turning suspiciously dark shades. I love you, he whispered, and I froze, having heard his say that with such finality before and fearing that I was about to lose him again. Terrified that if he lost consciousness, he'd be gone forever, I released a thundershock. Pikachu. Ash actually began to cry, and the guilt almost eclipsed my relief that he was still with me. Don't, please, he said in soft, nearly unintelligible tones, no more, okay? What could I do, but comply? And so, for what might have been minutes or hours, I just lay there, pressed up close and taking comfort in his soft, ragged breathing, trying to locate a heartbeat. I talked to him occasionally, hoping to keep him awake, but his responses were never more than slurred mms, and eventually, they ceased altogether. If not for the occasional, choked breath, it would have been easy to imagine I was trapped in my grave with a dead man. When Officer Jenny's rescue team miraculously discovered us, my voice had never been so full of joy and desperation. They took us to separate hospitals, reminding me once again that I was a Pokemon and Ash was not, a line that got so blurry when we were together, but suddenly as present and tangible as a wall. Luckily, a few hours with Nurse Joy and I was completely recovered, and Iris rushed with me back to the human hospital. I suspect that she had preferred to stay with me than in the human ER. When I arrived, I knew why. So much waiting, so much rushing, so little information. Sillin was a wreck, sitting in a chair with a cup of coffee clutched in his hands like letting go would unleash chaos on the universe. But he was relieved to see me. Maybe Ash can have a full recovery, too. Maybe. Though the waiting room was nerve-wracking, it was easier to imagine the possibilities of a miracle when we were there. Much easier than when they finally let us get a glimpse of Ash, all bandages and tubes, and I began to think that maybe miracles didn't exist in this world anymore. When Scylla began looking up Ash's emergency contacts in his Pokédex, I knew we were in trouble, that this was a problem beyond our capabilities. The biggest miracle the world had ever seen was slowly falling out of it. I began to wish that they hadn't given us an update, that they'd kept Ash secluded behind their ominous swinging doors, because the information pressing down on me was too much to bear. I didn't want to hear about complications, or about big words I couldn't understand. I didn't want to hear how many breaks and where, or that he couldn't breathe without a machine doing the job his lungs were supposed to be doing. All I really wanted to hear was that they could make him all right again, but nobody was saying that at all. It became apparent that Ash didn't keep his emergency information up to date, because Brock was still the first contact, and the second was Gary Oak. Third was, of course, his mother, the furthest line. It didn't really matter, though, we'd be calling them all eventually. Who are these people? Scylla muttered as he scrolled the numbers. Why isn't one of us in here, someone who's actually traveling with him? The very reason why Brock had shanghaied the Pokédex all those years ago, after Ash and I got lost briefly and Brock and Misty spent all day calling local poke centers. Of course, as the months went by, the two of them quit assuming the worst and didn't worry about us when we got separated, and eventually we progressed to the point where we all got lost together. Gary's number had been in the Pokédex since the day they left home, and Ash decided to just leave it there, rejecting other, more practical choices. I suspect that he's never really been able to let go of the Gary that used to run and play with him like a brother, and I also suspect that Gary spent all those years secretly hoping Ash would hang on tightly to what he himself threw away. Ash doesn't plan for emergencies, Iris scoffed, finding comfort in insulting Ash like everything was normal. He's such a child. Nobody knew where Gary was, so Nurse Joy promised to pass the information through the Pokemon Center's network until it found him, but Brock answered right away. What on earth, it's the middle of the night. Was it? Had we been here for that long? But when Brock heard what we had to say, he sobered up and promised to catch the next plane out there. He also volunteered to call Ash's mother for us, which made us grateful to him for the rest of our lives. None of us were looking forward to that conversation. I didn't want to sleep, but having Brock bring up the time made me realize how exhausted I actually was. You've had a rough day, Pikachu, Iris tried to reason, we'll wake you up the second there's news. A nice offer, but my trainer couldn't breathe without an iron lung, and so for me, there would be no such thing as a restful sleep. In the end, I stayed awake right up until they wheeled Ash in from recovery, and once they convinced me that he was stable, with enough beeping machines to keep him from running off to the spirit world, I allowed myself to collapse on his hospital bed and curl up beside him. It might have been against some sort of protocol, but no one stopped me, and I refused to interpret that as an ominous sign. Chapter 2, It's a Whole New World We Live In. The familiar smells of mountain dirt and flowery perfume woke me up, and even before I opened my eyes, I knew that Brock and Ash's mom had arrived. Glad to see you're all right, Pikachu. They did their best to sound cheerful, and I think they were genuinely glad, but it was hard to be positive with so many tubes hooked up to the boy we cared so much about. I liked Ash's face, hoping for a response, but received none. He looked so thin with all of his hair shaved off. Maybe now that you're up, Ash will be next. So, Ash hadn't woken yet? That worried me. People had tried to explain to Ash and I the difference between Pokemon fainting and human fainting, and all we'd managed to come away with was that fainting kind of SCKED for me, but it SCKED even more for humans, particularly if they went beyond fainting and stayed unconscious. As Brock put it once, the longer it takes you to wake up, the higher your chances are of not getting up at all. Not the words I wanted to remember at this time. Pikachu, I know you're probably tired. Brock's face was both sympathetic and tense, but we need you to tell us what happened. Scylla nodded. You guys just disappeared, right in the middle of the tornado warning. If Officer Jenny hadn't thought to track Ash's Pokédex signal, we might never have found you. I wasn't really in the mood to, but nodded and filled them in on the Team Rocket attack, and how we took refuge inside that old building, brushing lightly over the more sordid details inside that house of terror. No one was looking for more than simple confirmation, for most of the assembled party couldn't understand me well enough to get the little details, anyway. And I wasn't ready to acknowledge that this might not have happened if Ash wasn't always having to save me. That kid. Why is he so stupid? Brock groaned, and I blinked. If I was going to defend our actions, I had no leg to stand on, given the sorry state things were in, but it hadn't been just Ash's decision, so he wasn't the only stupid one here. Well, I guess they don't get many tornadoes in Pallet, but you'd think he'd know a rocket trap by now. As if Brock didn't fall for them just as frequently. Pika. I shot back, somehow taking offense at the idea that Ash was stupid and ignorant, even though I'd said so myself on many occasions that he didn't have much in the way of common sense or survival skills. Ash was the type who ran into disasters, not away from them. But as he'd been trying to save our lives, it seemed wrong to criticize any decision he made with my best interests at heart. Delia seemed to understand how I was feeling, enough to reach out and slide my fur until I calmed down. That pure, kind gesture reminded me of Ash, and I felt a tiny bit guilty. It occurred to me that someone needed to tell the other Pokemon. I pitied whoever had that job, and tried to feign exhaustion so that it wouldn't be me. But the guilt took over, and in the end, I went with Brock, Iris and Syllan to break the bad news. The second the Pokemon all saw Brock, they knew something was up, and the expression on his face didn't fool anyone into thinking it was a random encounter. He was a stranger to them, only known through old anecdotes and had no business being in Unova with his studies. Released from the Pokeballs with no Ash in sight made everyone nervous enough. A stranger with a face like the one Brock was wearing didn't soften the blow at all. We should have left him behind, but old habits died hard, and he was used to handling Ash's disasters. Scraggy cried, which ironically proved to be a relieving distraction, as we all rallied together to convince him that Ash was fine and the doctors were taking good care of him. After that, we unanimously resolved to leave him out of any discussions that weren't positive. I dreaded what would happen when we wound up having to tell the others in the lab. We sent Scraggy to play with Axu, who performed brilliantly as comforter, confidant and cheery voice of optimism, mostly because Iris had kept him sheltered from how bad things really were. All he knew was that Ash was sick and needed some time to get better, and we were fine with letting Axu reinforce this white lie. In the meantime, there were updates, and there were tests. Supposedly, the more information doctors had to work with, the more they'd be able to help, but I still became nervous whenever nurses walked in to add or reduce fluids in Ash's body. Especially when they came to take blood, the act made me sick to my stomach. "Calm down, they're not hurting him," Snivy muttered at me on one occasion, eyeing me and my raised fur disapprovingly. "These are the people making him better, remember? Don't go shocking anybody." I hadn't planned on it, but she was right, and I was tense as a live wire. I needed to do something, and since the Adeno had shot down my idea to thundershock Ash back from unconsciousness, I was running out of ways to be helpful. As stupid as it was, I wished we could take Ash to a Pokemon Center and cure him there. I was used to Pokemon Centers, and though I couldn't claim to do Nurse Joy's job, I usually knew what was happening. The atmosphere was familiar to me, and to Ash, and I was sure we'd be more relaxed there. Snivy kept saying that it wasn't actually that different, but it felt different, and I was out of my element. I missed Bulbasaur, voice of maturity, or Squirtle, king of diffusing tense situations. Mostly, I missed Ash, strong and in charge, except when he wasn't, but he'd pretend he was and we'd all pretend we believed it until he got himself together again. Now, I was de facto leader, the team captain. It probably wouldn't be good if I had a breakdown now, much as I felt I deserved one. It would help if the other Pokemon would quit directing their questions to me. How should I know? I finally snapped at Tepig, then regretted it when I saw his hurt little face. "Sorry, you just always seem like you're on top of things." "In what world?" "You've been traveling with Ash the longest, so I thought you'd know." I sighed aloud. "Well, hospitals aren't my specialty," I admitted reluctantly. We don't usually have a reason to visit one. Really? Snivy asked. I was surprised it took Ash this long to end up here. I was struck with a sudden, completely unreasonable urge to hit her. Well, if you have questions, ask Adino, that's what she's for, I grumbled back at Tepig, deciding I wanted to be alone for a bit, though I doubted I'd be granted it. Or Oshawott, he's supposed to be the expert. I had doubts, extreme doubts at how much Oshawott actually knew about hospital procedures, but as he said, I grew up in Pokemon centers and research labs. He claimed that he knew everything there was to know about biology and medicine, though I'd been in my fair share of centers and labs myself, and was still drowning in all the information being thrown at me. Human physiology was too deep to understand in a single day. Scylla didn't seem to be faring any better than I, which both comforted and worried me. It was nice to find someone else who felt overwhelmed, but I was used to looking up to Scylla when things went wrong. Like Tepig's view of me, I had an image of Scylla being a pillar of strength and a trove of knowledge. As it turned out, this wasn't true at all. He walked around the halls like a zombie, often repeating, "This shouldn't be happening, I don't understand, I just don't get it." "Well, pay attention, then." Iris would snap, and he'd shut up and try, but, like me, couldn't absorb all the information being thrown at him. I was a little surprised that Iris wasn't the one having some sort of culture shock, being the wild, natural girl she was, but she was taking the crisis with far less hysterics than I would have guessed. "Knowledge is power," she kept saying, and followed Adino and the nurses around to question every step of their duties. And so, Scylla and I looked to Iris for explanations, when the doctors grew weary of speaking to us like we had just hatched from an egg and didn't know up from down. Maybe it had something to do with her being our friend, but things did seem to make more sense when filtered through her voice. Sometime during the day, Bianca showed up, though I'm not sure when, and I'm a little surprised that I missed it. As focused as I was on Ash's condition, I didn't think it was possible to be oblivious to the storm of energy and near disaster that followed that girl around. But, once I became aware of her existence, I was surprised to find her sitting fairly calmly with Scylla in the waiting room, still more energetic than anyone had a right to be, but not bouncing off the walls or flying into hysterics over the situation. I guess we all have hidden sides. Periodically, the doctor came by to keep us informed. It was voted that Oshawott and Tepig should be exempt from these updates, and we tried to be discreet at first, but they eventually discovered what we were up to. Tepig understood, though not happy about it, and resolved to stay with Ash during these times and was very helpful in convincing Oshawott to do the same. Though Tepig was growing in maturity, bad news would be best broken to him by a third party, and Oshawott would fly into a panic if we let him in on some of the things the doctor was telling us. Snivy actually suggested that I stay out with the other two. "You're a mess, Pikachu," she said in her blunt way that was probably supposed to be kind, but usually came off as haughty. "If you don't get a grip on yourself, they're going to kick you out." I knew she was right. Several Adino had been watching me with wary eyes. But despite my aversion to acknowledging reality, I couldn't stay away, and told her as much. "Well, at least try not to look like you're going to fry us if we look at you funny." "Isn't that my normal state?" I tried to joke, and she just rolled her eyes. But she patted my shoulder with one of her vines, and I felt just a little bit encouraged by the camaraderie. And so, I forced myself to sit through all the updates and pay attention to every word. Ash's heartbeat was slow and irregular, and he still couldn't breathe by himself, and that's what we're most worried about at the moment, the doctor valiantly tried to explain, even though Brock was the only one who could understand ventricular fibrillation and neuropathy without dumbing it down to imbecilic components. "It's taking everything we have just to keep his heart and lungs going." If Ash woke, and we had to acknowledge that he might not, there seemed to be a high chance that he would have permanent, lasting effects, might not be the same Ash we knew. We were forced to realize that he might spend the rest of his life in a vegetative state, even though I couldn't picture an Ash that didn't run and play freely under the sky. "Ash is strong, he'll pull through," his mother said resolutely, more convincingly than I could have mustered at the moment, and Oak placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. It may have been a clue to my mental state, but I couldn't remember him arriving at all. Of course, the old man agreed, and for the first time, he really did look his age. He's been through worse spots than this. Yes, and the last time nearly destroyed the planet and he had to be rescued by a legendary, I thought bitterly to myself. Any time Mew or Victini wanted to show up would be fine with me. It was hard to resist the urge to let the doctor's endless stream of words wash over my head, and I wasn't the only one who felt that way. Tranquil surprised us all, flying off in the middle of a conversation. We didn't see her again for several hours, and when she returned, she informed us that she wanted to go to Professor Juniper's laboratory. I don't think I can stay here right now, she explained, sad and embarrassed. I'm sure some of the others would rather be next to him. Actually, I had been positive that she would be the one to insist on staying at his side, but I was quickly learning that I didn't know anything. Please stay, I found myself asking, not realizing how much I appreciated her until she threatened to leave. We need you here. Tranquil was cheerful, determined and gentle, while Oshawott was callous and oblivious. Tepig was young and inexperienced, Snivy was reasonable yet unapproachable, Scraggy was just a baby and I was a hopeless wreck. Without her, I was sure we would fall to pieces. In the end, Professor Juniper decided for us. It seemed she couldn't switch out Ash's Pokémon without his permission, excepting certain circumstances. If the current situation didn't qualify, it didn't take much imagination to figure out what would. Tranquil didn't argue, but she curled up on one of the tree branches outside and kept to herself, despite Oshawott's attempts to talk to her. I probably shouldn't have, as there were many other things I could have been doing besides bothering worried friends, but I chased Oshawott away and joined Tranquil on the branch. I don't think she wanted me there, but she didn't turn me away, either. We watched the sky in silence for some time, caught in our own tormented thoughts, before she spoke. If it happens, where will you go? My blood froze. No, I didn't want to think about it, didn't want to go down that path, not again. But the truth was the same as it had always been. Nowhere. Tranquil looked at me sideways, but gave a small nod. Me, too. Though I hadn't actually done much of note all day, it was surprising how exhausted I was, but having gotten my wish for a break, I decided to return to reality. Too late, it seems, as Ash's mother and Professor Oak were discussing something intensely with the doctor. Wondering what I had missed, I ran up to Snivy, only to stop as I realized that everyone was staring at me. Oak and Delia had even stopped talking long enough to sneak glances at me, then look away hurriedly. What's going on? We'll tell you later, Snivy muttered, trying to walk away, but I chased after her. Do you have somewhere better to be? Tell me. I insisted, and she gave a pained sigh. Can't you ever give it a rest? Not making any ground with her, I caught Scyllane's eye and started on him next. He was a little easier to crack, though he seemed to agree that he probably shouldn't be telling me whatever grand secret had been divulged. I didn't think there was any news worse than what I already knew. Well, they were just telling us about Ash's medical records, and some tests he had done in Hoenn. What? I didn't remember that. Like, normally Pokemon attacks don't do anything serious unless you get hit by a Zapdos, or something, but I guess something had gone wrong at the lab in Little Root Town and the professor there wanted Ash to get checked out. Little Root Town. A fresh start to a brand new journey, which somehow turned out exactly like our first one. As much as I like bonding with Ash, I prefer to not risk our lives while doing so. So, I guess they did some tests, and found that Ash had developed some sort of neurological disorder. It's an abnormality in his brain, he clarified when I tried to interrupt him. Ash's brain was abnormal. Misty had been saying that for years, but I didn't think she'd like to be proven right like this. The cells were damaged, so the brain isn't sending messages the way it's supposed to. Pika. I waved my arms wildly, wanting elaboration. I also wanted Scyllane to make eye contact, as he was deliberately not looking at me. I got both of my wishes, though the look in Scyllane's eyes made me wish he'd look away again. When Ash was in Little Root Town, they noted some problems with his reflexes, and when they followed up later in Slateport City Dash. Pie. Scylla looked at me with compassion. Yeah, Brock doesn't remember either. But he thinks it's possible that Ash could have slipped away for a few hours. Possible, yes, there was a contest hall in Slateport, so we might have been focused on May. And though it's rare for him to go anywhere without me, it's not like I make him give a full report of his coming and goings. But for something like this, I should have been informed, and entertained the thought of zapping my incompetent trainer once he awoke. But, in Slateport he reported some light tremors. The doctor there guessed that Ash had about 5 to 10 years before he wouldn't be able to continue his Pokemon journey. But obviously what's been happening here made it worse. I stared, temporarily stunned into silence. This could not be real. But Scylla was too depressed for this to be some sort of joke. I don't think there's anything we could have done if we knew. It sounds it was already too late when Ash first went in. Still, why on earth didn't he tell me? He told me everything. Scylla got up to leave, but I had one more question. What caused it? He almost refused to answer, which should have been a warning sign, but I managed to convince him that I'd have to find out sooner or later. They're thinking it happened over time, because he dot well. The look on Scylla's face told me I wasn't going to like this one bit. Because he's been training in electric type. Oh, no. And suddenly, all Ash's behavior made sense. I don't think this sort of thing happens normally, but you and Ash are, well. You're kind of unique. In that I'm a lot more powerful than my level says I have any right to be, or because we can't go 3 days without Ash getting caught in the crossfire of a full-blown attack. I'm sorry, Pikachu. Sorry. Hadn't I asked for it? In every sense of the phrase, hadn't I asked for this? Pikachu, are you all right? You don't look so good. Probably not, but when the world starts going up in flames, you can't be expected to look all that great. Scylla's worried face slowly dissolved into white lights as I was suddenly accosted with several years' worth of memories with me shocking Ash, and wondering which one was the one that made him break. My vision was completely white now, and I realized I was about to faint without even battling. A new strategy for the league conferences, guilt, it's super effective. Snivy's vines reached out before I passed out and hit my head, helping me lay down with gentle grace. I told you to give it a rest, she sighed. Yes, because ignorance would make all of this go away. Pikachu. A hand accompanied Professor Oak's voice and both were so authoritative that I was forced to pay attention. Listen to me. I've seen those reports, and most of your attacks don't even come close to the levels it would take to harm a human. Pi. My voice felt detached, like it was a balloon tied to my head with a string. Yes, your average output wouldn't give that boy tinnitus. Was that supposed to be good? And Ash knew that, too, because he asked me. I was starting to make out rough outlines of Oak and Scylla's faces, and the colors gradually bled back into my world. I didn't know why he was so curious, at the time, the professor admitted, but he wouldn't let me off the phone until I'd shared all my data. You are certainly capable of disastrously high power levels, but we both agreed that you'd never even think of releasing such an attack if you thought there was a chance of it hitting someone. If this was supposed to make me feel better, it wasn't. It took years of training before I had the kind of control he was talking about, and according to Scylla, it was the past I needed to be worried about. More importantly, my intentions don't have any bearing if I'm sick and delirious, possessed, brainwashed, or amnesiac, all of which have happened with unusual frequency to me since leaving Pallet. Not that anyone could have planned for those events. Ash knew, Professor Oak kept insisting, as we all know, that you would never hurt him. And yet, somehow, I did. Knowing that, I couldn't sit still, and once I got my full awareness back, I dashed to Ash's room and leaped onto his bed. Why didn't you tell me? You idiot! I yelled, though I knew full well that he couldn't answer. Even if he could, when faced with my temper, he knew it could be tactically advantageous to feign ignorance. You should have told me. I could have. What, exactly? Would it have even mattered? We could have tried. I said vainly, even though I wasn't sure what I was really talking about. He was always doing this to me. If the trainers are scared, then the Pokemon will be scared, too, he'd said on occasion, and Ash had always taken those words too seriously for my liking. Far too often, I'd seen him put on a brave face as he rushed off towards danger and certain death, somehow managing to get us all out of it at the last minute. Except when he couldn't, and that was the part one was learning to watch out for. Ash would never let us see doom approaching, but would stand up to whatever threat while ushering us all to safety, faking a calm smile or a fighting spirit. Somehow, his mask was so perfect that we never caught on to his plans for martyrdom until they were already set in motion. "Get inside your Pokeball, you'll be safe there," he'd say, as the temperatures dropped. He'd stand under the rain and shout defiantly at the sky he couldn't hope to beat in a lifetime. "After that, just trust me." And then he'd shove us to safety, close the lid of the capsule, bar the doors or recall the Pokemon. "Don't worry, you just stay right there." He'd take care of it, he had a plan, there was nothing for us to be afraid of. Until we realized that he didn't expect to ever see us again. He was always doing that, even if we'd willingly follow him to certain death if it meant a chance to protect him. And maybe that was why he did it. "You're so stupid," I whispered through tears. Or was I the stupid one, for falling for it so many times? "At least, tell me you were going to do something about it." Surely he was, this was his Pokemon journey we were talking about. He'd never compromise his future as a Pokemon master, or be a SLV to a ticking clock. Ash must have been asking about a solution, looking for a way to beat this. For all it mattered, now. "You could have the decency to wake up so I can lecture you properly." His face was still, yet surprisingly peaceful. I wondered if he was dreaming. His arms had scrapes and bruises, but not as many as I would have expected. If I overlooked the lack of hair, I could almost imagine he was resting after a long day of playing outside. I could still remember the spot on his right arm where I'd bitten him, even though that scar faded after only a few days. But until it was gone, it was like a tiny, vicious voice slipping into my mind. "You did this. This is your fault. This happened because of you. All that for a simple bite. How long were these scars going to last? You idiot. What would I do without you?" I nuzzled his cheek. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I don't think he told anyone, Pikachu." Snivy slipped into the room and joined me on the bed. Not even his mom. I decided not to point out that Ash told me plenty of things that he never told his mom. Instead, I lay down and curled up against Ash's side. His hand was just millimeters away, and if I held my head just right, I could imagine he was scratching me behind the ears. "They're all saying it's my fault, aren't they?" "No one's saying that. But it's probably true." Snivy was quiet for a moment, then came over and patted my shoulder. "If you want my opinion, I think that old building deserves most of the credit." She stayed by me while I pretended I wasn't sobbing into the bedspread, and eventually we both fell asleep. Gary arrived the next morning. With gale winds and an Aerodactyl the size of a small building, he made quite an entrance, but Gary always did have a flair for the dramatic. Brock said that it was a coping mechanism, or some sort of denial thing. I don't think about Gary's internal issues much, to my shame, because most of them end up affecting Ash. But I've had internal issues of my own, after all, and by the time I'd overcome them enough to even consider helping Ash and Gary patch things up, they'd done it by themselves. It was far too early for Ash to be up, even by normal circumstances, but the younger Oak went straight to Ash's room and refused all deterrence. We tried to warn him beforehand, but Gary always did have to see things for himself. Even with reality staring him in his all-too-pale face, he had to see all the facts, and follow them to the very end. Upon entering the hospital room, I thought briefly that we may have finally invented a scenario that Gary couldn't turn around by the sheer force of his attitude. "This isn't happening," he declared upon arrival. "This can't happen, not to Ash." Gary Oak, forever defying and defining the universe on his own terms. "Well, it did," Brock sighed, trying to gently lead him out of Ash's room and away from that tired, almost defeated face. "No, you don't get it," Gary protested, wrenching his arm free and ignoring Bianca's ironic advice that he had to calm down. "Because nothing happened to me. You can't have Ash hurt and Gary fine, because we're always together," he all but cried, a slightly crazed look taking place behind his eyes, "and I won't let it." Brock blinked for a grand total of 3 seconds before exploding. "Since when?" he shouted, and Bianca gave up her frantic shushing. Ash didn't look like he had any inclination to wake, anyway. "For 3 years, you never said a civil word to him, and for the next few years, we barely saw you. If you're always together, then where in Hoa's blazes were you?" Gary froze, and stopped responding to questions after that. Brock looked guilty over his outburst, but it was nothing compared to how secretly happy I was that, for a second, we could blame someone other than myself. We had to call a nurse, who brought Gary a blanket and a hot drink, and helped us get him safely seated in a chair, but he never quite rose from his state of shock. His Umbreon was beside itself. "I've never seen him like this," it kept repeating, "not ever." I'd always thought that Gary would be the type to stand strong when all around him had fallen, braving storms right until the end of the world. But Ash and I had faced the end of the world together, and I was only now discovering that without him, I couldn't face another day. Should I really have been so surprised if Gary proved to be the same? Luckily for my sanity, we got the miracle we were all praying for around noon. Ash's heart actually made an attempt at having some semblance of rhythm, and with every hour Ash moved just a little further from the grasp of the spirit world. In the early evening, his eyes fluttered open, and our tears of relief were shed freely. When we realized he could breathe without assistance, we thought everything was going to be fine. But we celebrated too soon, because while he was awake and somewhat cognizant, Ash had not been as responsive to questions and stimuli as the doctors had hoped. I would have called that exhaustion, and thought that Ash was entitled to it, but there seemed to be some genuine concern over this. But they let us in to see him anyway, and graciously waited to descend upon my trainer with all the new tests they'd cooked up for him now that he was finally awake. The visiting times were staggered, not wanting to overwhelm Ash too much upon returning to the waking world, and we all deferred to Ash's mother for first place, even though I truly wanted to be the one Ash saw first. But my turn would come, and I watched her run to Ash's side, stroking his hair and clutching his hand with relief and joy. Ash smiled back at her, though he seemed distant and didn't make any attempts at speech. Again, I refused to worry, as the boy had only just started breathing earlier that day. If he didn't move or speak much, wasn't that normal? But I couldn't help but notice that he did seem different, not that I had a host of experience with a hospitalized Ash to compare to. I'm not sure what I expected when I was finally granted entrance. Maybe for one or both of us to cry, maybe I secretly hoped he'd spring out of bed and start shouting wildly, fanciful as that was. But if he'd just smile at me in that happy way that always seemed to open up his soul, I felt like that would be enough. But when I sprang up on the bed with a cry of delight, I didn't see anything remotely similar in Ash's eyes. In fact, his body had gone stiff, and he looked terrified. "Pikachu." I moved a little closer, which only served to make him more agitated. In the background, the heart monitor was beeping faster and louder. "Pika." He closed his eyes and turned away from me, like a frightened child, and it felt like a slap in the face. His body began jerking awkwardly, as if he was trying to move himself far away but couldn't quite do it. "Pikachu?" I asked, trying to get him to talk to me and tell me what was wrong, but he just kept inching away, making a high-pitched keening noise that sounded like screaming. With the spasmodic movements and the shrill, dangerous beeping of the heart monitor, I began to worry that he might hurt himself, but even so, I still had to be forcibly moved from the room by Tuadino. By this point, Ash had begun wailing, with loud, full shouts that echoed down the halls and only stopped with the addition of medicine to his bag and my complete removal from his sight. If Ash's awareness had been minimal before, it was non-existent now, and the best anyone could do was calm him down until the drags kicked in and he fell asleep. "What on earth?" Brock muttered, while Bianca stroked my fur with more gentleness than I would have expected of her. I thought he'd be thrilled to see Pikachu. I had thought the same way. Never once had I any reason to consider otherwise. We were best friends, and yet, he had been repulsed by me to the point of having to be sedated. Well, he's been through a lot, Iris pointed out reasonably, and Ash is kind of an idiot. Who knows what was going through his head? What, like a nightmare, or something? Daymare? Are those real? Bianca wondered aloud, and I wanted to believe that explanation so badly. Brock shrugged his shoulders. We'll know more once he talks to us. It might not have anything to do with Pikachu at all. Brock was wrong, though. A few hours later, I dared to creep into the room of a slightly loopy but awake version of my trainer, but I didn't fare any better than before. This time, he just closed his eyes and sobbed, and I left before he got too worked up. Whatever it was, it had everything to do with me. I heard some familiar voices as I exited the room, making my fur stand on end. Look, we don't want any trouble, Dash. Trouble? Prepare, Dash. Now's not the time for dat, you knuckleheads. No, they couldn't be here, not now. I sped around the corner and my anger doubled to see that I was right. Hi, Pikachu. Team Rocket turned in perfect sync, knowing my voice as well as I knew theirs. Pikachu. We heard, James said, in a voice so broken that I almost felt sympathetic. Almost. Get out, I hissed at them. They didn't get to be here, they didn't deserve to be here. Meowth took a tentative step forward, holding his hands up in a gesture of surrender. Look, we're not gonna steal anything, he insisted, flinching when my cheeks sparked. We just wanna see the twerp, that's all. We swear, James interjected, but I wasn't at all swayed. I stood my ground, blocking the hall. I don't care what you came for. I yelled at them. I want you gone. You hear me? Out of the building, out of my life, out of existence, all of that would be fine. Please. Meowth tried again, bravely taking another step forward. We didn't mean, well, we wanna apologize. Like hell I'm letting you in there. I screamed. Iris ran forward, worried and nervous. Pikachu, calm down. I didn't care what they wanted to do, or how innocent their intentions were today. They'd been making my life miserable since Viridian, causing trouble everywhere they went, breaking absolutely everything they touched. And I still had a score to settle with Meowth for duping us on our way to Nimbasa City, and this time, there was no Ash to talk me out of it. They were a big part of why there was no Ash to talk me out of it. I said, get out. Brock stepped up, face tense and stern. Pikachu, stop it, he commanded. If you don't get a grip, they're going to make you leave. Please, Pikachu. Jessie spoke for the first time, taking her eyes off the floor. I hope you die. I cringed up, prepared to release a thunderbolt and send them blasting off, but the Audino put a quick stop to that. Stupid disable. No. Don't you see? They're criminals. They dash. I was cut off when Syllan scooped me up in a crushing embrace. I know, Pikachu, I know, he told me as his tears fell on my fur. We get it, we do, but this isn't helping. I struggled for a bit, but was eventually forced to give up and see reason. But I got my victory in the end. In the commotion, Officer Jenny was called, and since Team Rocket was still wanted for various crimes, they split without ever getting near Ash. Throughout all of this, Gary displayed all the movement and pallor of a stone. Chapter 4, Our Courage Will Pull Us Through. When Ash woke, he was much more cooperative than the night before, though the sight of me sent him into another hysteric fit. Once he calmed down from that, however, and couldn't see any sight of me, he was willing to submit to being poked, prodded, and asked all sorts of questions. And that was where we ran into trouble. Aphasia, they called it. I called it nonsense. I swear, they're making most of this stuff up, I muttered, and Snivy shushed me with her evil eye. I was on the receiving end of that a lot lately. This is a fake disease. Strictly speaking, it's not a disease. The therapist, who had sculpted a rough model of the human brain out of differently colored chunks of plasticine, was trying to explain to Ash what was happening to him, and the rest of us were trying to follow because the explanation we'd already heard was simply unbelievable. The red part controls your comprehension of words, and this blue part controls your ability to speak them. Ash nodded periodically, enough to suggest that he was understanding her, but retained a pained scowl that he refused to part with. The red part is mostly fine, so you can understand us when we speak. But since the blue part was hurt, your brain is having trouble remembering how to talk. And read and write, among other things. Do you understand so far? Ash nodded, but his face revealed that he thought the whole thing was absolutely ridiculous. I would have laughed if it wasn't somehow true. But, at least, we were finally able to establish some communication between reality and whatever hell Ash was currently living in. NNNNNNNNN. Words failing him, Ash picked up the pieces of the putty brain, moving them around and seeming to be asking a question, but no one was quite sure what. Frustrated tears came to his eyes and he eventually had to give up, letting the therapist try to play a game of 20 questions to get at his meaning. Ash couldn't remember how to talk. He could hear us just fine, understand us with only minimal difficulty, but couldn't remember how to talk. He could still follow one of the professor's lectures, but couldn't string together a 3-word sentence. Ash couldn't remember how to talk. Seriously, this can't be real. Apparently, reality had no part to play when it came to human physiology. Oshawott wrinkled his nose. How can they stand being so complicated? He must have a million things wrong with him. Well, it's not like he chose it for himself. And then, everyone looked at me. My fur bristled. What? They looked away, these interchanges were becoming far too routine. I took a deep breath and tried to remember that we had Ash back with us, sort of, and that was a miracle. And there were steps we could take, everyone kept saying, training for his mind that would help Ash regain some of his language abilities. We had to keep hoping, keep working towards the brighter future. Ash was patting his head, trying to ask for his hat through pantomime, and in that instance, realized that all his hair had been shaved off. At his face, my hope deflated like a balloon. I'm going to go play with Scraggy, I muttered to the rest of the company, who nodded with varying levels of distraction. I hopped off the windowsill that I'd been spying on my trainer from and trotted across the grass to where Tranquil was rolling a ball around for Scraggy to headbutt. I wasn't allowed to let Ash see me. Supposedly, it was a temporary thing, just until we could figure out why he'd been afraid of his own Pokémon, but I suspected the nurses didn't want me anywhere near him after the report from Hoenn arrived. Dr. Proctor was a little kinder and didn't give me the evil eye whenever he saw me, but it didn't change anything. Ash went into hysterics at the sight of me, so I had to keep my distance until his heart got a bit stronger. Scraggy tried to headbutt me as a greeting, and I stepped out of the way. How's everything out here? I'm trying to help him perfect his attacks, Tranquil replied as Scraggy turned around and came charging the other way. We dodged in unison. But I don't think he's actually listening to my advice. I'm not that surprised. But at least he was keeping busy. And how are you doing? We hadn't properly talked in a while, not since Ash was unconscious and our world was finding new ways to destroy itself. She smoothed out her feathers as Scraggy rushed by a third time. I'm much better now that Ash is awake. I nodded. Aren't we all? I kicked the ball and sent Scraggy chasing after it, wishing I had half of his energy. Little guy's pretty wound up, huh? Well, it's been an intense few days, and we can only hide so much from him. True, sooner or later, Scraggy would realize that this wasn't a routine hospital visit, and I only hoped that Ash could show some improvement before we were forced to come clean about the real reason we were here. I heard, by the way. Oshawott told me. I didn't need to ask what she was talking about. I know that you never meant to dash. It doesn't really matter, I sighed. What I'd meant to do, what I'd wanted, all of it was meaningless, because it had happened. Compared to half a building falling on him, that's just icing on the cake. A terrible metaphor. No wonder he can't stand me. We don't know that's the case. I'm his best friend, and he doesn't want me near him. What other explanations have you got? She was quiet after that, and the two of us silently took turns knocking the ball across the lawn so Scraggy could headbutt it back at us. Ash hadn't freaked out over any of the other Pokémon. Granted, he hadn't gotten more than a glimpse or two of them, as everyone had been preoccupied with the discovery of his lack of language ability. But he hadn't cried or yelled when he saw them, and actually seemed to like the Audino. I didn't like him at all, when we first met. Even after deciding to give him a chance, it was several weeks before Ash truly won me over, before I realized how much I cared. It had been instantaneous for him, but for me, we were halfway across Kanto before I realized that I would break if he ever abandoned me. As it was, we weren't that far from that situation, now. To be honest, that first day, I said quietly, if he'd been hit by Gary's car and died, I probably wouldn't even have cared. I don't believe that. Very kind of tranquil, to believe in my better nature, but she hadn't known me for that long. It had been a long journey, and I'm not the Pokemon I was at the start of it. But the conversation was interrupted by Oshawott running towards us at breakneck speed, nearly tripping on the way. You're not going to believe this. It's terrible. He shouted, and we shushed him quickly. Scraggy might hear you, idiot. A quick look over our shoulder told us that we were safe, for the moment. Keep your voice down. You've got to come right away, Oshawott continued with no regard for the preservation of Scraggy's innocence. Come on, you guys, it's really bad this time. What happened? Now, I was the one who didn't care who heard me. A heart attack, seizure. Did he stop breathing? Tranquil's eyes were wide, like a Stantler in headlights. Tell me. I was already running towards the door, leaving behind a stunned Tranquil and Scraggy, who was just starting to catch on to the conversation. Oshawott toddled behind me, not able to keep up as I raced through doors and around corners, flying into Ash's room and only remembering at the last second that I needed to hide under the table. I caught my breath. He was alive, seemingly fine. It was everyone else who looked like they had died. What's going on? I asked a nearby Audino. You're not supposed to be in here, she sighed. But I heard Dash. I was interrupted when I heard Ash's mother speaking, and thought I had better pay attention. What's wrong, Ash? She kept asking, and I craned my neck to get a good look at them. Ash didn't seem to be in any more pain than usual. If anything, he just seemed confused. These are your friends, aren't they? You're acting like you don't even recognize them. Oh, no. Oshawott skidded into the room beside me. This is what you were talking about? He nodded, blubbering ferociously. He wouldn't smile at me. Not even when I made funny faces. Maybe he's just not in the mood to deal with your idiocy after all he's been through today, Snivy snapped, joining us under the table. I know I'm sick of it. But she looked concerned, hurt, even. Sillin approached the bed, hesitant. Ash, it's me, he said earnestly, Sillin. We're traveling together, remember? I don't think Ash's reaction really surprised anybody, but we were all hoping our instincts would be wrong. The shaking of his head was a pronouncement of doom. No way. He's just tired. Iris proclaimed, stepping forward with a confidence that everyone knew was false. And you've got so many bags under your eyes, Sillin, nobody would recognize you. She leaned towards Ash, grinning expectantly. Of course you remember me, right? But Ash shook his head again, innocent and nervous, and that changed Iris' whole demeanor. Why you, she stuttered, staring at her friend in horror. Ash, you run off, sleep for days, and then forget all about me? You're such a child. With that, she fled the room, almost knocking over Brock on her way out. He turned towards the doctor, as shocked as anyone else. It couldn't be amnesia, could it? The doctor frowned to himself. It's possible. No. Gary stood up so quickly that his chair fell over with a clatter, thus proving that he wasn't furniture for the first time that day. No way, Ashy boy, you can't forget your friends. He was by Ash's bedside in 2 strides, shaking with emotion. You forget about Brock, too? Your Pokemon. Dawn. Misty. As far as I could tell from my awkward angle, Ash looked lost and confused. And me? Did you forget about me, too? No. Miraculously, Ash did seem to know him, for all the comfort it brought Gary. But not them. They're by your side every single day, and you forgot them? What else did you forget, huh? Gary. Professor Oak began, but Gary was beyond listening. Possibly beyond reality, if the look in his eyes was any indication. What about Jay, remember her? Brock and Professor both grabbed one of Gary's shoulders to stop him from throwing himself at the bed. We faced her together. Or that time you got possessed by a legendary, you've got to remember that. Ash's face remained blank, and Gary's eyes actually teared up, something I never thought I'd see. I think we'd better step out for a minute, Professor Oak was saying, and he attempted to guide his grandson towards the door, but Gary was having none of it and struggled against his captors. And the Silver Conference, he all but shrieked, yet all he got for his effort was some confused blinking from Ash. You can't forget the Silver Conference, you hear me? We battled, you beat me, we spent the whole night talking. Everyone who wasn't occupied with trying to hold Gary down was looking away and wiping tears. As for Gary himself, he was bawling openly, angry tears cascading down his face. I felt like we were back facing that tornado. You won, don't you remember? You finally beat me, doesn't that matter to you? He kicked the edge of the bed, and now all the medical staff were on red alert. Come on, catch him. That's enough for now, Gary. And with Brock's help, Oak forced his grandson out into the waiting room while Ash simply stared. He looked sorrowful, if nothing else. My mental state wasn't much better than Gary's. Ash had lost his memory. Years of his life, accomplishments, failures, friends, rivals, gone. Already, Dr. Proctor was discussing with Ash's mother all the things they could try in order to figure out just how much of Ash's life had vanished, but it almost didn't matter, at this point. He forgot us. He forgot all of his friends, excepting whatever he remembered about Gary, and me, whom he couldn't stand. He forgot us. I can't believe it, I breathed. How could he promised he'd never forget. He doesn't even know us. Oshawott continued to sob, and I caught sight of Tepig across the room, sniffling in Bianca's arms. Maybe he'll remember later, she was saying hopefully, even though I didn't think even she could be such an airhead. I forget things all the time, right? But if it made Tepig feel better for a few seconds, then it was a nice lie. Well, this explains a lot about last night. Ash just doesn't remember you, Snivy said to me, trying to find the silver lining, but I wasn't buying it. Giant chunks of Ash's memory had winked out of existence, memories I had a place in, and there was no silver lining in that. It doesn't explain anything. I tried not to shriek. Ash Ketchum loves Pokemon. He loves all Pokemon. He loved me the second he saw me. He loved me before he even met me. I was approaching hysterics. And everyone had taken a step back and was eyeing me warily. Ash has always loved me, and if he forgot, he'd just start all over again from the beginning. He can't hate me, and he can't forget, it's impossible. Someone had called an Adino over, who started chanting something that made me a little bit drowsy. I resisted that at first, but the sleepiness forced me to let go of my frustrations and eventually, I calmed down. He can't forget, he just can't. Impossible. He promised he would never forget me. Never forget me, never forsake me, never abandon me, never stop being my friend. He'd promised that to a lot of people, and now, he couldn't even remember. It was Scyllin who picked my groggy self up off the floor, with tentative, shaky arms. He carried me out into the waiting room, and I had to comply, since it would take a good 10 minutes before I'd be able to shake that darn sleep attack. Gary and his grandfather were several feet away, still causing a ruckus. "Now, calm down, Gary. He hasn't forgotten you, that's more than many of the others can say. But he forgot everything that matters." Gary insisted, far gone enough that he didn't care who saw him weep. "Those cheerleaders of his would have fainted, if they were here. Everything that makes me me. Who am I, now?" Professor Oak sighed and put a hand on Gary's shoulder. "I know that it hurts, but Ash hasn't stopped being your friend Dash. You don't know." Gary cut in. "You have no idea. You don't know what it's like to look at him now, to be his friend when he doesn't know anything about you. You can't imagine what it's like to look into his eyes and see that he doesn't know you anymore." "Actually," Professor Oak said in a terse voice that made Gary pause, "I can imagine it pretty well." The two generations of Oaks gazed at each other for a moment, before the professor pulled his grandson into an embrace. "Oh, Gary, Gary." Gary just sobbed. For my part, I stopped resisting my growing weariness, wanting to sleep my way out of this bad dream. Scyllan's arms, though still shaking, were warm and familiar, and if I closed my eyes, I could almost pretend things were normal. "It'll be all right, Pikachu," Scyllan said, somehow. "We'll get through this." With those words echoing in my mind, I curled up closer to him and willed myself to dream of a healthy, hale Ash who laughed aloud and hugged me in his arms. Chapter 5, Golden Smile and Silver Tears. It was confirmed very quickly that in addition to lacking the ability to speak words, Ash also couldn't write them, read or identify them out of context. Numbers also eluded him, as well as being able to figure out the date, though the latter didn't surprise anybody. When shown pictures of his family and the Oaks, he seemed to recognize them, but not Iris, Scyllan, or any of his Pokémon. With some questioning, it appeared that Ash's memories were fairly solid up until his 9th birthday, but everything after that was shaky at best. He couldn't remember leaving on his Pokémon journey, and even a picture of Misty didn't seem to spark any recognition, but for some reason, he did react to a picture of Max, and, oddly, was able to pick out Agatha from a picture of the Elite Four. I didn't think being forgotten was so bad by comparison, because when they showed him a picture of me, he started crying. I hadn't thought it possible that anything could distract me from his physical ailments, but that was the world we lived in now. The only speck of light available was that physically, he was improving, after a fashion. If not for the involuntary shaking, ranging from almost imperceptible to glaringly violent, Ash would likely be back to normal very shortly, healing much faster than the average patient. That was Ash in a nutshell, abnormally normal, and still worlds away from the plane the rest of us operated in. But, when the doctors decided they were finally done with finding bad news, we managed to rouse Gary from his stupor enough to drag him into Ash's room for a proper reunion. Whether Ash remembered all of us or not, we'd been craving his presence for too long to pass it up. I hung back near the doorway, ready to bolt in case the sight of me caused any trouble. "Good morning," Bianca shouted cheerily as we entered, though it was afternoon, and she knew full well that nothing about the morning had been good. She walked straight up to Ash's bed and waved wildly, favoring the direct approach. "I missed you," she added when Ash stared at her blankly. Ash pulled away, shyly, though it might have had something to do with his current inability to use his right shoulder for anything as strenuous as waving. When Bianca realized this, she immediately switched to her left, causing Ash to laugh and be won over, though it seemed moving the left side of his body wasn't any easier for him. It didn't look like he was in much pain, but there was little to no control, and there was less waving than there was spasm. "I'm glad you're back." He returned her smile, but still seemed depressed about something, which was his right, he had a lot of topics to choose from. Scyllan, however, proved insightful enough to figure it out. "This is weird, huh? We know you, but you don't know us." Ash nodded, looking away with unease. I wanted to rub cheeks with him, let him know that it was fine, that we were just happy he was still alive. Let him know that he wasn't alone. But I was afraid that I would scare him again, so I stayed hidden. Scylla pretended to be untroubled. Well, if we all introduce ourselves, then we won't be strangers anymore, right? Ash seemed to like that idea, and gratefully smiled in return. Scylla proceeded to give his name and a long, embellished version of his many achievements, and Bianca enthusiastically told Ash more than he probably wanted to know about her. All the excitement seemed to be tiring him out, so Iris wisely kept her introduction short. Gary hung back, which didn't surprise anybody, even though Ash kept trying to get his attention, and Brock was quiet. If Scylla hadn't made introductions for him, he might not have called attention to himself at all. "This is Brock, you guys used to travel together," Scylla said, constantly searching for recognition in Ash's eyes. I think if he could find some, he'd finally lose the haunted look in his own. "Brock's a cook, too, like me. When you're better, we'll have a cook-off, and you can judge who's better." Ash looked eager, his love for food had survived. "Yeah, you look like you're sick of this hospital slop." All things considered, the atmosphere was positive. Ash was a bit shy with his human friends, which wasn't surprising, as Sam and Richie were the only two people I'd ever seen Ash bond quickly to. On the surface, Ash was amicable and trusting, but it took time before he opened up completely to people. Pokemon, however, Ash would trust them implicitly. He'd never consciously admit to it, but it wasn't hard to see if enough time was spent with him, and it wasn't that hard to pick up a few hints as to why Ash was wired that way. But I knew the things that Ash whispered in the dark, lonely nights, and the things he didn't dare give a voice to. I knew his secrets and his quirks, his fears and his vulnerabilities, and I knew that for a boy so eager to trust everyone he met, it could still be daunting to place a heart in the care of someone else. While Ash was friendly to all, they had to earn their place in his heart over time, and no one was shocked to find that this would likely be the case now. But he seemed to genuinely like all of them, and he was enamored with the Pokemon, again, not surprising in the least. But we should have been on our guard, as things were going a little too well. Within a few hours, Ash had forgotten everyone for the second time. "This certainly leaves a bad taste," Scylla said nervously, looking from Ash to the therapist, who was standing up marvelously to the news that her patient had trouble remembering all they'd done earlier that morning. "If Ash can't remember new things, how's he supposed to recover?" "Exactly, it's not fair to take his old memories and his new ones," Bianca declared. "They should just pick one or the other." Everyone sighed. "Now I know why your dad didn't want you to go traveling," Iris muttered. Regardless of what was fair, in addition to losing a great portion of his memory, Ash also had a great deal of trouble retaining new information. But the therapist was quick to assure us that progress was not impossible, Ash was just going to have to work a little harder. Iris was quick to latch on to that hope, and did her best to pull everyone else along with her. Like the people in the Dragon Village used to say, a cracked bowl can still hold water. But Ash didn't share Iris' optimism. With every forgotten skill or memory realized, he withdrew more, and asking a question was like pulling teeth. As much as his short-term memory was impaired, he was growing aware of his own deficiencies, and how much he had lost was starting to sink in. "You can't get discouraged," his mother lectured him, gently. "It's hard now, but you can beat this. It's only impossible if you give up." Ash just stared at the ceiling, and his thoughts were probably the same as mine. Delia was wrong, this was as impossible as it got. Then again, Delia had stood up to an NTI, played therapist to a desperate 5-year-old with an army of reality-bending Pokemon at her command and flown straight into the apocalypse to look for her son. If anyone could do the impossible, it was her, and everyone said Ash was just like his crazy mother. Around us, there was talk of surgery, though I was never sure to what end. More and more, I was being left out of such discussions, which may have been by my own subconscious choice. Certainly, I was withdrawing from the group, preferring to curl under a table by the door and watch Ash in secrecy than sit in a room with them and pretend things weren't completely hopeless. Deep in my heart, I had stopped believing things could ever get better. And so, I watched Ash watch the scenery pass by, wincing if he twitched and ready to run for a nurse if it turned into a seizure. But most of the time, Ash just sat there, lost in whatever thoughts he still had available to him. Until he showed up. "Sir, if you can't keep your voice down, I'm going to have to ask you to leave." Out in the hall, a tall, grayish-silver-haired man was making quite the commotion. "Come on, Procty, you need more excitement in your life. I just performed 2 back-to-back surgeries, I do not need more excitement." Dr. Proctor muttered to himself. "Sir Dash. Name Silver." "Silver, sir," the doctor grit his teeth. "Visiting hours are over. And you have to keep your voice down, there are patients trying to recover." All right, the man called Silver conceded with a sigh, the chikorita on his shoulder following suit. Even so, he brushed past the doctor into Ash's room, and I scuttled further under the table. "But you'll let me in, right? After I came all this way?" He looked around briefly. "Hey, where's Delia?" He addressed the question to the room at large, though only Sillin was nearby to answer. "She left with Professor Oak to get something to eat." And that simple act had taken hours of persuasion. We'd been trying to get Delia out of the hospital and into the fresh air for days. Silver just shrugged when he heard. "That woman," he said with more fondness than irritation, "always running off somewhere." Turning back to Ash, Silver waved heartily. "How's it going, there, half-pint?" Sillin, though interested, stepped into the hall to give the man his privacy. Since the man walked into the room, Ash's eyes were singularly focused on him and him alone. It was the first time since the accident that I'd seen him with his eyes so wide and interested. While Ash didn't make any sounds or movements, this man had his complete attention, and I wasn't quite sure if it was warranted or not. I'd never met the guy, and there weren't many of Ash's friends that I didn't know. Even if there were, apparently Ash had forgotten them all, anyway. "Met a friend of yours a while back. Richie. That guy could have been your long-lost twin or something. I hear news from him now and again, he's a good kid." Silver parked himself in a chair by the bed, and the chikorita jumped off his shoulder and started inspecting Ash. To my contradicting relief and dismay, Ash seemed interested in the chikorita, proving that it really was me and me alone that he had a problem with. Silver leaned back a little, continuing to chat. "Made a bit of a name for yourself, not bad for a kid your age. Keep seeing you in tourney matches on the TV." I was reminded briefly of Max, though this stranger seemed to have a bit more respect for Ash's accomplishments. "Nice job in Sinnoh, it's not easy when a guy comes at you with a legendary. Makes me miss my youth, though." The man's demeanor seemed casual and relaxed, but I could see that he was really watching Ash like a poised Fiero, as were we all. Ash simply pet the chikorita with halting movements. "All these strong trainers, new ones every year. I keep thinking I'd like to get back into tournaments," Silver carried on, "maybe I'd face you in the arena. The timing's never right, though. Yeah, the tournaments are every year, but nature can change in an instant. Still, with people like you around, I start thinking that the right match could be just as rare and valuable as chasing a legendary." He grinned at Ash, who still kept his blank face, devoid of any clue he was following the conversation. It sobered Silver up rather quickly. "You're just like your mother. Every time I catch a glimpse of a TV, one of you is always on, you pair of crazies. But I never thought. Well, after that thing in Greenfield, I should have known better than to think that life would wait around while I wasted time." Ash turned his head slightly, as Chikorita sighed and stretched, looking up at its trainer with slight sympathy. "Kept thinking I'd like to meet up with you, battle that famous Pikachu you're training, but I always went chasing after something else. Took something like this to get me to track you down." Chikorita noticed me under the table, and having enough of being pampered, hopped off the bed and trotted over to me. Ash visibly became uncomfortable as Chikorita slipped into shadow. Silver raised an eyebrow. "Something wrong?" He followed Ash's gaze, peering into the darkness where I was hiding. "He doesn't like me," I muttered to the Chikorita for an explanation. "I make him anxious." Chikorita nodded, calling back to its trainer, who relaxed, but raised an eyebrow. The great Ash Ketchum, scared of a Pokemon, he drawled. Never would a thought. He leaned forward towards Ash, adopting a kind tone that I would not have thought possible of the rough and brusque man. It's not going to hurt you, you know. Ash turned and looked at him, and my heart stopped because Ash didn't just turn, he nodded. .sca.ry. He spoke. He reacted to a sentence, and spoke. He was back. Pikachu. My gleeful shrieking sent Ash into a shock, and I dove out into the hall while that silver man put an arm around Ash to bring him back. Even strangers got to touch him, while I couldn't even look at him, and the injustice of that kept me from running too far away. But, I was too excited by the new turn of events to dwell on that for long. We had hope again. Easy there, half pint, Silver reassured, and Ash calmed down enough that I dared to peek around the door. His attention was focused on Silver, now, who had beckoned his Chikorita over since it seemed to help distract Ash from the monster that might be outside the door. What are you so scared of? To hear everyone else talk, you're too reckless to be scared of anything, let alone your best friend. Silver's eyes were calculating, at odds with his flippant voice. You're Ash Ketchum, the kid who started his journey with some authority-resistant Pikachu Sammy Oak found chewing on his power cables, and then used it to take on a rock gym. You're the only trainer in decades to have the badge from Cinnabar Gym, and one of the few to have defeated Sabrina or Surge. Your mom told me you made it all the way to Viridian City in only a day, without a town map and that crabby Pikachu in tow. The man winked at me, smoothing over any offenses. MNNN. Ash distractedly replied, looking over in my general direction, but thankfully, he couldn't see me. Ever hear of the GS ball? Ash looked up, and so did I. We had dragged that stupid thing over 2 continents, only to never hear from it again. With our luck, it was probably a worthless piece of junk collecting dust at Kurt's house. Silver laughed to himself. It's a mysterious pokeball, painted gold and silver, but no one knows what's inside. Scientists have been trying to figure it out for years, but because no one can open it, I think most of them have given up. It's frustrating, and since they can't understand it, they decide that it's worthless. Yeah, that was a pretty accurate summary. But I would agree with the scientists, pokeballs were meant to be used, and if no one could figure out how to use one, then by definition, it was worthless. But Silver had a different opinion. You're that GS ball, kid. You always have been. But you'll open up when the time is right for you, not for anyone else. The strange man was speaking very earnestly, now. No matter what anyone else thinks, there's something special inside you, and when you're ready, you'll show the world. Maybe it was just the emotional roller coaster I'd been on all week, but my eyes were tearing up at the metaphor. I hadn't thought about it that way, but it was true, had always been true, and maybe it still could be. It could have been stupid to put so much faith in a stranger's words, but Silver had nailed Ash completely, and I thought that someone who could grasp his essence so easily must know what he was talking about. Somewhere over the course of the conversation, Ash's gaze became completely riveted on Silver, hopefully taking in every word. As for Silver, he was rising to his feet, ready to head out again. I have to be going, for now, but I'll stop by and visit you again, kid? I'll bring Richie, too. Ash's eyes continued to follow all his movements, and Silver leaned over to ruffle the boy's hair, stopping the familiar gesture abruptly when faced with Ash's bald and bandaged head. He patted Ash's shoulder instead. Take it easy. Even Pokemon have to rest at the Pokemon Center now and again. He waved as he left the room, but was stopped slightly when Ash waved back. Bye, Ash said, continuing to attempt communication, and a few feet behind me, Sillin was striking gleeful poses and going off on how he was a conversation sommelier and, it speaking Taiyam. For once, Iris didn't grumble. Silver smiled appreciatively. That's the spirit. He waved again, Ash mimicking him until they were out of each other's sight. The man stopped as he passed me, a change coming over his face, and he reached down to pat my head. Don't give up on him, okay? He charged, scratching me behind the ears. Whatever things might look like, he definitely hasn't given up on you. What had he based that on? I didn't know how he could say that so confidently, but this man had known how to bring Ash back to us, and so, I felt I should try to trust him. Pika. As if I had to promise. Whatever happened, I wasn't going anywhere. Silver smiled again, a tiny trace of sadness in his eyes. I know it's hard, but don't give up. With that last bit of advice, he left us behind, and I realized I still didn't know who he was. Say hi to Sammy Oak for me. We heard his voice echoing even after he had passed out through the doors, as well as the fleet of orderlies who were no doubt trying to usher him out. Professor Oak and Delia were shocked when Scylla relayed the greeting. Silver was here. Ash's mother stamped her foot with as much humor as frustration. That man, she declared, dashing off in the direction Scylla had pointed. Always running off somewhere. I laughed to myself, my spirits lighter than they had been in a long time. For all of the things weighing us down, I couldn't deny the truth of the strange man's words. Like the GS ball, Ash was the one mystery no one could ever crack, the greatest undiscovered and unsung treasure of the world, and worth every second of waiting. Chapter 6, Give Me Just One Chance. Ash was back and attacked his new their pie regime with gusto, pushing himself as fast as he could in order to regain his ability to speak. The progress felt slow, but since he seemed to have more or less kicked his depression for the time being, progress was being made. Ash's physical condition was also improving immensely, to the point where he could stand to sit upright, and Dr. Proctor was willing to risk letting him be wheeled outside and spend time playing with his Pokémon. Now, he's still recovering, so be gentle, okay? I told Scraggy again, hoping it would sink in this time. Try not to be too loud, and no jumping on him, okay? And no headbutts, Snivy added, to which I was quick to reinforce. Yes, absolutely no headbutting him. Scraggy nodded over and over, but the first thing he did upon seeing Ash was try to headbutt his wheelchair. But after he got that out of his system, the rest of the afternoon was spent peacefully between Ash and the 5 Pokémon. It's not as if I wanted that to go badly, but it hurt when Ash's reactions to all of them were overwhelmingly positive. Ash, whether 9, 10, 15 or 20, would always love Pokémon, and the fact that he couldn't remember their past together was only a minor point of distress for him, at least on the surface. Not so much for the rest of our group, but the pain was easily soothed by all the warmth and affection Ash was so eager to shower them all with. Faced with their trainer's unconditional love for them, it was easy to accept that he might not remember small things like how they all met. I had to go walk around by myself for a bit, because being near that display made me ill, especially once it seemed that being surrounded by his Pokémon was actually helping Ash recover. Not that I begrudged him, or was even surprised by this, but I couldn't understand what made my case unique. I went from being a best friend to being the only Pokémon that Ash Ketchum would turn away. But I wasn't the only one having problems, even though it felt like it. After so many of us had endured the task of reintroducing themselves to our best friend, we walked in later that evening to find that he had forgotten over half of us. Again. By morning, he'd yet again forgotten everybody. How many times do we have to do this? Bianca sighed, her cheery, oblivious attitude starting to wane. As many times as it takes. Iris, who had been so strong before, was starting to lose her courage. We could all see it, and half of what she said was meant to convince herself that she was okay. Her despondency grew every time she had to reintroduce herself to Ash, especially since he remembered Scylla more often than not. He's not really remembering anything we said or did, he just remembers that he knows me, Scylla tried to reassure her. It doesn't mean he thinks one of us is more important, or anything. I, as well as Iris, did not find that comforting in the slightest. Neither did May, when she arrived, pale-faced and on the verge of tears. But May was a paradox in cases like this, and she bravely sat by Ash's bedside and introduced herself as many times as she had to, smiling through the endless streams of tears. He might not have remembered her from visit to visit, but Ash clearly enjoyed her company, and that, at least, was something. "He believed in me when I couldn't believe in myself," she said at one point. "I have to pay that back." Misty wasn't able to leave the gym, or that was the reason she gave all of us. I didn't fault her, and neither did Brock. "The worst is over," he said with a sigh, "and Ash will be back in Pallet Town soon, where she'll be able to visit all she wants. Let her have the chance to brace herself." There were a million practical and personal reasons to keep Misty from flying all the way to Unova, but I still wished that she'd come anyway. But she called, and Ash was absolutely delighted with her phone calls, one-sided as they tended to be. He watched the webcam with rapt attention, hanging on every word, and always seemed disappointed when she had to hang up. We didn't have any indication that he remembered who Misty was prior to each phone call. In fact, we suspected the opposite, but one day he surprised all of us by waving his left arm wildly while the nurse was checking the blood pressure with his right. "Everything okay? Are you in pain?" she asked, but Ash shook his head and pointed to the computer. She complied and gave it to him, and Ash proceeded to access the videophone software and call Cerulean without any assistance whatsoever. Everyone in the hospital was floored, and on the other end of the line, Misty was in tears. I had mixed feelings. On the one hand, Ash was retaining some information instead of perpetually losing it, and that was a miracle. But, still, it hurt. He couldn't remember enough about me to know that he didn't despise my entire existence, but he could remember the phone number for Cerulean Gym. It was never quite clear, just what Ash was thinking when he saw me, if he remembered meeting me before, or if each encounter was just a replay of that first time they let me into his hospital room. Some of his reactions were more violent than others, but all involved terror and avoidance, and I desperately wanted to know what was going on in his head. And with desperation backing me up, I went to see him. It was late evening, and for a rare moment, he was alone. I crept inside, hugging the walls until I got close to his bedside. In the back of my mind, I knew this was completely reckless. What if I triggered a breakdown? But, at the same time, I wanted to believe that we could work this out. I still believed that. Just being together could make a miracle happen, like it had so many times before. Finally, I gathered my courage and jumped onto the foot of the bed. "Pikachu." He jerked, pushing himself as far back as possible, his wide eyes focused on me. "Aya, yuh." His usual incomprehensible sounds accompanied his retreat, pressing himself as far back against the bed as possible, but he didn't scream or press the call button for the nurse. I wondered if he remembered he could do that, but if not, I wasn't going to enlighten him. "It's okay, I'm not going to hurt you," I said in my most soothing voice, but it wasn't having much effect. "Don't be afraid." Ash didn't listen in the slightest, gritting his teeth and covering his face in his hands. It wasn't right that Ash should cower before anything, least of all me. "The Pikachu I know faces his fears," I said, hoping to appeal to his pride, if nothing else. And maybe that was the right move, for Ash did raise his head again, fearful and tear-stained as it was. "You. MMRPH," he uttered, an attempt to say something, and I wondered if this was how he used to feel when we were first starting out, back when he couldn't understand me and before he learned to read me like a book. "I won't hurt you," I promised, and though he looked like he was still waiting for the coming blow, he didn't flinch when I took a step closer. Inch by painstakingly slow inch, I moved closer to his side, until we were face to face. Less than a foot separating us, I could lean in and rub cheeks if I didn't suspect he might go into cardiac arrest. "Do you remember anything about me? Something bad?" Ash just continued to stare, so I tried another question. "Are you mad at me? Did I do something to make you upset?" As soon as the words were out of my mouth, I felt kind of stupid. I've got a long career out of doing things that make Ash upset, most recently, frying him while he was trying to save us from a collapsing building. I may very well be responsible for most of his current condition, and who wouldn't be upset by that? It was then that a thought occurred to me. "Pikachu, do thundershocks hurt?" A small, almost imperceptible nod, not that I was surprised. "But to what degree?" A lot. Humans process pain differently than Pokemon. I'd learned that a long time ago, but I didn't really understand it. Still, humans bled, as Ash had demonstrated in a rather spectacular manner, and even little scratches hurt and stayed on his skin for weeks. I couldn't remember the last time I saw a Pokemon bleed, or any time where an electric attack did more than cause it to faint. Ash didn't answer that question, but I forged ahead. Is that why I scare you? Still, no response, and I found myself getting frustrated. I was doing everything I could, but he wasn't even trying. I can't do anything if you won't talk to me. I snapped, and I regretted that when he recoiled. Some progress I was making. Sorry. I just want to make this right. What are you doing? We both turned out heads as Oshawott clambered up onto the bed, jumping between me and Ash, protectively. You're not supposed to be here. Says who? I challenged, not liking the attitude Oshawott was taking, or the way Ash seemed relieved by his presence. Says me. You scare him, he pointed with some proud posturing that was more annoying than it usually was. Everyone knows you just make him worse. The part that stung was that deep down, I agreed with him. The rest of me was focused on how unfair this whole situation was. Tell me, I all but growled, just how much are you enjoying this? Oshawott looked hurt, like he didn't shove me off Ash's shoulder at every possible opportunity. Look, Pikachu, he said, changing tones completely, I would never want to break you guys apart. Oh, please. But you do make him weird, and he needs to get better. He looked at me with stupid naivete. Don't you want that? Was there any question? You want me to disappear for the next few weeks? Months? Years? Oshawott fidgeted. Well, no, but... Then what do you want from me? I cried, and the question was directed to Ash as much as Oshawott. Ash's heart rate sped up and he started making frightened noises again, which caused Oshawott to jump to his defense. You could try thinking about someone other than yourself for a second, he shouted at me, scallop at the ready. It's your fault he's like this, after all. Why you little dash, we started circling each other, stepping gingerly around Ash's knees while waiting for the other to make the first move. Battle was inevitable, I had trouble tolerating Oshawott on a good day, and under the current circumstances, I was ready for war. Quit being so high and mighty. You think this is easy for me? You're not thinking about Ash. You're just jealous. Jealous. Of what? I scoffed. You being here hurts him, but you don't even care, Oshawott shook his scallop angrily, because you can't stand it if his whole world doesn't revolve around you. And that pushed me over the edge. That's it, you little squeeze toy, you're dead. And I pounced, sparks clashing against Scallop's shell as we tumbled off the bed. It wasn't one of our better battles, for neither of us were going full out. Even as angry as we were, we didn't hate each other, not really. But if I could just make him hurt a little. Somehow, I thought it would make life fair again. Finally, Oshawott misstepped and I got my chance. Pikachu. Not even quarter power, not nearly enough to hurt him as much as I was inside, but enough to prove my point. Whatever that point was, I'd kind of forgotten in my rage. But it didn't matter, because a sharp pain in my cheek stopped everything. I turned, thinking Oshawott had pulled some sort of trick, but I stopped short when I saw Ash was on the ground with us, clumsily knocking Oshawott's scallop out of the fray and reaching out towards the stunned Pokemon. Had Ash just slapped me? No, he kept saying in a distressed manner, and the two of us were sufficiently humbled enough to stop fighting. I'm sorry, Oshawott mumbled, like a young child caught doing something naughty. I didn't feel much more mature myself, but I went and collected Oshawott's scallop and brought it back to him with an apology of my own. But when I approached the other two, the look Ash gave me sent chills down my spine. I didn't think it was possible for someone to be so terrified, let alone someone like Ash. By now, the machines were sending out the frenzied signals to the nurses, and I was sure that I would be banned from this room again. And maybe that was for the best, right now. Pikachu, I tried to say, but Ash just scrambled backwards, and I realized that it was a pretty impressive feat of coordination, that he had managed to get out of bed and defend Oshawott without hurting himself too badly. That said, his arm was twitching madly, nearly convulsing, and the rest of him was shaking. Ash was in pain, couldn't move properly and could barely call for help, yet he had jumped in to defend a friend he didn't truly know from his own greatest fear. That was the Ash I knew and loved. I had forgotten just how good Dawn was at deluding herself. This is fun. Fun. She was so much like Bianca, it was scary, accepting that deep in her heart, Dawn knew full well that nothing about this situation could ever be classified as fun. It's like a game, she cried out cheerily, sifting through flashcards and grinning at Ash. Come on, try to guess another one. Ash groaned and rolled his eyes, having little patience for word games on a good day, let alone a day when all of his memories had been fried and bashed out of his head. But he complied, in time, looking over at Dawn's flashcard and sighing. Whyy. Can you tell me what this is? An apple. Aya. He shook his head. Abu. It was painful to watch, and only Dawn, with her constant, no need to worry, mantra could handle these exercises for any significant length of time. Luckily, Ash had no shortage of visitors, so the job was divided considerably. Stefan actually managed to make a joke out of it when he stopped by. Now you actually have an excuse for getting my name wrong. His reaction was considerably more positive than many of the others who stopped by. Burgundy was the worst. I warned him, she told Cylon, an odd look in her eye that might have been grief or SDSM. She looked straight at me with those eyes and a blank face. I told him he should have replaced you. Cylon made sure that she left immediately and never came back. Georgia stopped by briefly as well. She didn't stay long, but she also didn't trade barbs with Iris, and that was the most thoughtful thing she could have done, really. Trip took one look at Ash, snapped a photo, and then left promptly. Iris yelled after him, wondering how on earth he could take a photo of his rival looking so incapacitated, but he didn't turn around. I was content to accept that Ash had a knack for attracting rivals with personality issues, and left it at that. Not to be outdone by the others, Paul actually called the hospital, news of the accident having spread to whatever corner of the world he was currently spreading cynicalism to. Not that he had much to say beyond general inquiries. Figures the idiot would do something like that, was his parting shot, and he hung up with all the abruptness we had come to expect from him. Cheery, Gary drawled, after the fact. Where'd you guys pick him up? Brock sighed. One of Ash's rivals. Trust me, we never went looking for him, he kept finding us. That wasn't entirely true, as Ash had a disturbing masochistic slant to his behavior when it came to his rivals, and whenever he saw Paul, he tended to trail after him like a Puchiena starved for attention. Rival, huh? Gary said, with a touch of a smirk back on his face. Ever as good as me? Brock's voice had never contained so much venom and ice, not even when he had Damien by the collar. You're probably about even when it comes to battling, but no, Gary, nobody's ever been able to beat you at making Ash feel so completely worthless. His voice had risen a few decibels, and it distracted Ash and Dawn from their conversation. The color drained out of Gary's face, which was alarming, as he'd never quite gotten it back since first arriving at the hospital. What's your problem, Brock? That's, he paused for a second, maybe having to choose his words with more care than usual. That's in the past. The past? Brock scoffed. Every time I see you, you insult him. And if you haven't noticed, all Ash has got is the past. You might as well have shown up with those stupid cheerleaders. Dawn got up from her seat and made her way over nervously. Don't you think you're being rude? She pointed out with hesitation. Gary is Ash's friend, just like you are Dash. You don't know him, Dawn, you've only met him twice. Dawn mumbled that it was more than that, but Brock ignored her. You didn't have to spend years watching this kid dismantle Ash's self-esteem. You didn't see Ash breaking over and over, and put himself together only to get bashed down again. If I remember correctly, Gary snarled, you didn't do much to stop me. Agreed with most of my insults, in fact. True, and it hit a nerve with Brock. Not that it was helping the older boy's mood. You came in, tore everything apart, and then left. I'm the one who traveled with him and supported him after you crushed his dreams. No, you're the one who ditched him every time you saw a pretty girl. And just like that, we'd unleashed a whole volcano of emotions. I'm sure your support meant so much coming from a guy who'd abandon him if ever a girl would say yes. You only traveled with Ash for so long because you're pathetic and no one else would put up with you. I thought Brock was going to punch him. He might have, if Dawn hadn't held him back. This is ridiculous, she cried. You're friends, Ash's friends. You shouldn't be fighting. Friends? Brock scoffed. Trust me, Dawn, this guy doesn't qualify. What? Gary was seething. I've known Ash longer than you have. You're saying that means nothing. The first time I met you, you were publicly humiliating Ash in front of his own mother, so, no, I don't think you're winning any best friend prizes today. You dash. You're a spoiled little brat who has to have everything. You want all the toys, and everybody worshipping you, like a fussy toddler. But you couldn't have Ash, Brock accused, so you broke him until nobody could have him, until you were the only person he looked up to. And it might have worked, if he didn't go off and get a new best friend. That struck a chord with Gary, but Brock continued before he could form a counter. Interesting, huh, how he replaced you so easily. You've never been half as important to him as Pikachu. And after all your speeches and your insults, Ash has dozens of friends who will cross regions for him, and you don't have any friends at all. Stop. The voice came from Ash, and from the look on his face, he was threatening to get out of his bed. Not. Stop. NNNN. BB broth. TTT. Whatever he said, it was enough to guilt Brock into leaving the room. Gary continued to stare at the floor, lost in his own thoughts again. Ing. Gary looked up, slowly, unusually hesitant to meet Ash's eyes. So. Wrong. What do you know about it, Ashy boy? And he left as well. Gary. But he didn't turn around, and Ash's shoulders slumped in defeat. Dawn looked torn, and eventually made her way back to Ash and picked up her flashcards again. Let's get back to this, she said kindly. They'll calm down in a minute, and then you can talk some sense into them. I opted to go out and find our two comrades, recognizing that something had been stewing for some time now, and they wouldn't simply calm down. Brock was in a corner of the waiting room, sitting in a chair with his head in his hands. He looked up when I came over. Guess you're pretty disappointed in me, huh? Pika. I was, though I could hardly blame anyone for emotional outbursts, particularly if Gary was involved. He had a knack for causing those. Pikachu. Brock groaned and shook his head. I don't want to talk about it, it's stupid. I would have pushed the issue, but a nurse came over and called to us. A call for me on the video phone? Actually, it's not for you, she said awkwardly, I think it's for the Pikachu. Odd, but when I got to the phone and hopped up on the seat, I saw that it was Bulbasaur, calling from Oak's laboratory. Oh, good, I was wondering if I was ever going to get through to her. I hefted up the receiver and placed it to my ear, then realized I didn't need to go through such unnecessary effort and found the speakerphone. What's up? You're asking me? True, what could possibly be happening at home to eclipse this? No one's updated me in days, what's going on? I did my best to fill Bulbasaur in. He can talk now, sort of. A few words, here and there, but some of them don't make a lot of sense. It's hard to tell, sometimes, he's not as chatty as he used to be. Ash wasn't a lot of things that he used to be. But he's improving a lot. I think his memory's getting a bit better, too, but it's hard to tell, since he can't really tell us stuff. I swallowed, trying not to drown in cynical thoughts. Will he be able to leave the hospital soon? Ah, that. We'll be coming back to Pallet in about a week or two, I announced, and Bulbasaur looked pleased. He's supposed to go for some sort of procedure in Viridian, but I think they want him to recuperate a bit first, and he really wants to go home. Ash had no idea where he was, that Unova even existed. He didn't belong out here. By the time we get back, he'll probably be walking. I'll roll out the red carpet for you, Bulbasaur promised with a laugh, and I smiled a bit, until a thought sobered me up. Have you told the others? Bulbasaur's grimace told me before his words did. Everyone at the lab found out along with me, but I haven't called Squirtle, or, his voice trailed off as his grimace grew more pronounced. We've all been debating on who gets to call Charizard. Not me, I said quickly, then explained, he'll kill me. Probably. I looked down at my feet, kicking at the useless receiver. How much have you? I took a deep breath. Have they told you this was all my fault? Bulbasaur was quiet for a moment before answering. Well, to be honest, we suspected it had something to do with you and a Team Rocket scheme gone wrong. If not you, one of the other Pokémon. Ash has a problem with that whole savior-martyr thing he's got going on. Bulbasaur always had the most cynical view of Ash, or at least, down to earth. Part of that attitude was likely just carryover from his experience with the Pokémon at the Hidden Village, and he saw Ash in a very human light. Even so, I knew he'd gone beyond the days when he thought Ash would abandon us or leave us behind in danger, and that Bulbasaur loved his savior-martyr and as critical as he was, never wanted Ash to change. I wanted Ash to be just a little more selfish and self-preserving with every fiber of my being, but Bulbasaur, oddly, did not. Ash would cease to be Ash if he were not so consummately devoted to his role, and therefore, unworthy of Bulbasaur's trust in him. Unfortunately, that led to situations like this. Tracy told me the details, and about the tests in Hoenn, but I haven't passed that on yet. I won't, unless you want me to. I don't. They'd probably find out on their own, eventually. If Ash wants them to know, he can bring it up. Does he even know? A valid point. He goes into convulsions at least once a day, so I think he knows something's up, I said dryly. But he probably had trouble remembering exactly why, given that hanging on to new information was proving so difficult. Even so, it didn't feel like our story to tell. Ash had kept this to himself for so long, and I wanted to believe he had done so for a purpose, that when the time was right, he would share this secret. I think it can wait. Right, Bulbasaur agreed, and we fell quiet. Talking with Bulbasaur, I felt like we had things under control, like we could plan and organize our way through this mess. I wished he was still traveling with us. You want to talk about it? I wasn't sure. I felt I hadn't done anything all week but talk about this, and yet, there was so much I had left unsaid. By rights, they should all hate me. I think I did this to him. Right, Bulbasaur sighed with the usual lilt he had when he thought I was being stupid. Because a collapsing building had nothing to do with it, everything is always you. I thunder-shocked him, okay? I snapped back, and Bulbasaur was quiet, though not from surprise. Like, a real one, the kind that usually knocks him out or makes him glow blue. Bulbasaur bit back a laugh, but he hadn't been there on the day we got attacked by aliens. I had been so scared when Deoxys grabbed Ash, not knowing what had been done to all the other humans that were taken, and had let loose all the vestiges of my power to break the foreign Pokémon's hold. I probably should have worried a little more than I did at the time, but it was somewhat humorous after the danger had passed, even though I didn't think humans were supposed to be glowing like that. Trying to escape. It wouldn't have been the first time, but, no. We were trapped, and... I panicked, I finally admitted, giving a voice to the thoughts I had been keeping buried. I don't even really know why, just, it was small and cramped, and I could barely breathe. That's not like you, Bulbasaur agreed. Or maybe it is. You do hate Pokeballs, don't you? It's not quite the same. I don't like closed spaces, but it's a bit particular. Some places are safe, and some are not. Ash's arms are safe. Cages aren't. Tunnels were usually okay, but a broken-down pile of rubble. I don't like feeling trapped, I said. I always worry that if I go in a pokeball, I'll never come out. Maybe it felt the same. My mother used to say that the Earth was the ultimate pokeball that catches all living things someday. Belonging to the great trainer in the sky. I thought about that for a minute. She really said that? She was a trove of offbeat metaphors. Comparing death to a pokeball didn't help my mental state much. Well, maybe I'm just a coward. Bulbasaur snorted at me, and I was mildly offended at first. You're not a coward, Pikachu. You used to be, but not anymore. For some reason, I didn't find this all that reassuring. If you were a coward, you wouldn't still be here, now. Possibly not, but... I want to run away, I confessed, not knowing that of myself until that moment. I want to run away from here so badly. Run, as far as I could, without looking back to see the carnage behind me. But you don't, and that's what makes you brave. You're becoming just like him. And I stopped, because that was the biggest compliment anyone had ever given me. Thank you. You'll be okay, Pikachu. And Ash will be okay. We're going to get through this. Right. In the corner of the screen, I saw Tracy trying to get Bulbasaur's attention, likely needing to make a phone call. I'll see you in a couple of weeks. Try to get it through Bayleaf's head that she can't tackle Ash when he arrives. Oh, good grief, I nearly laughed at Bulbasaur's expression of realization. I'll tell her. I'll tell them all, most of these nutcases need to hear that speech. All we needed was an overenthusiastic greeting to tear open all of Ash's stitches. I'll call Squirtle, too, and all the others. I might hold off on Charizard until Ash is actually back home, though. I don't want him arriving and setting his temper loose on everyone. Good idea. Hanging up, I felt a feeling of dread when I thought of facing Charizard. Everyone was being extremely considerate towards me, considering how much I was involved in the whole mess, but Charizard would be sure to look for someone to blame, and there was no better candidate than me. Our friendship might not survive the fact that I had permanently damaged our trainer, actively, if not intentionally. I wandered back into the waiting room to find that Gary had returned, along with that spacey, not quite with us look he'd been sporting a little too frequently of late. I made my way over to Brock, to either comfort him or scold him for making Gary weird again, just when he was starting to act functional. It wasn't like Brock to take out his frustration on other people, but then again, this accident was bringing out the worst in all of us. If Ash could have seen us in his right mind, he'd be shocked at the way we were behaving. May had found Brock, and was a good listening ear for him, able to listen impartially while he ranted about some boy she'd only heard about through old stories. It's not fair, you know. Everyone thinks Gary Oak is so great, but we've been traveling with Ash for years. We're his real friends. It's not a competition, May said diplomatically, rubbing her sneakers on the tile floor until they squeaked. She might be a good listening ear, but I could tell that our recent bout of infighting was making her uncomfortable. Ash is still everyone's friend Dash. He doesn't remember us, May. Brock cried. He doesn't remember me. I've spent every day with him for the past 3 or 4 years, and he's forgotten everything about me, but he still remembers the little brat who picked on him, and it's not fair. He looked like one of his baby siblings, throwing a tantrum. Why? Why Gary? Wasn't I just as important? Pikachu, I assured as I joined the fray, and was startled to see that Brock looked a little misty-eyed. I didn't often see him cry. May continued squeaking her shoes against the tiles. You said some pretty awful things to Gary. Well, they're all true, Brock snapped, and I grimaced, biting back the thought that if Brock was going to say such things, he should have been saying them years ago, when Ash needed someone to stand up for him. We'd all let Gary tear him to pieces without a second thought, so none of us had the right to be dredging up criticisms after the two of them had buried the hatchet. That doesn't make it right. Brock would have agreed with her on a good day, but none of us had been having a good day for a while. It should be me, Ash remembered, Brock kept muttering to himself. It should have been me. I'm the one who should be his best friend, Gary doesn't deserve it. I think, May said, an edge forming around her constantly insecure phrasing, that you're not the one who gets to decide who does and does not deserve to be loved by Ash. And with that, she got up to go join Dawn with the word exercises, leaving Brock to mope. I stayed with him for a while, understanding his sentiments a little more than I would have liked to admit, but could only take about 10 minutes of Brock stewing before I felt my own mood falling prey to darkness and depression. I went to go check on Gary, feeling that someone probably needed to. He was staring out the window, watching the rain dashing itself against the glass. He didn't look away from the mesmerizing sight when I tugged on his jeans, but he did speak, which was probably a good sign of mental health. When we were kids, I always wondered where rain came from. Gramps used to say that it rained because the Pokemon who controlled the weather were crying. He laughed to himself. And Ash used to say that we should go find them and cheer them all up. I joked that he was so small that if he got hit by a raindrop, he'd drown. I could easily picture the two of them as small children, bickering and playing with toys, running and teasing with big smiles on their faces. I didn't like to admit it, but Gary knew a side of Ash that I could never know, an Ash that existed before the Pokemon journey. That was just the way life worked, I supposed, but sometimes I did feel little twinges of envy when I thought that there was a part of Ash's life I had no place in. I understood why Ash hadn't chosen to use me in the Silver Conference when he faced Gary, and actually admired him quite a bit for making that decision, but it still hurt to be left out of something so important. Gary continued staring at whatever it was he thought he was seeing. There's actually an old Kanto legend where it rained for so long that the earth flooded, and all the people died. But the Pokemon cried, and their tears stopped the flood and brought the people back to life. I felt like I'd heard this before, but I couldn't remember where. But there are no Pokemon tears today, just waters which no one can survive. The rain cascaded against the windowpane like someone was crying waterfalls. I don't think it's ever going to stop raining. I sighed, watching the bewitching and disheartening rain with Gary for a time, until Professor Oak came up behind us. He coaxed a cup of hot chocolate into Gary's hands, then led him back to one of the chairs, awkwardly trying to start some sort of conversation. But Gary's silence and vacant stares to the floor made it clear that he had no wishes to acknowledge reality on any terms that weren't his own. "It's going to be all right, Gary," Professor Oak promised kindly. "You can trust your grandpa on that." He put an arm around Gary's shoulders and the boy leaned into him, and I found myself wishing fervently that Ash could come and put his warm arms around me. Professor Oak would have to do, and I accepted the offer to jump into his lap and have my fur stroked by gentle, loving hands. "Do you remember when we first met, Pikachu?" he asked, just as I was closing my eyes. That had been so long ago. "Hi," I murmured, letting myself relax. Outside, the storm was still brewing on all fronts, but in this corner of the waiting room it was quiet and loving. "I certainly remember you, chewing on my power cables. Right in the middle of the Boccier Championship game, too." He laughed a little and I joined in. The old man had been so furious. "You were so young. I don't think anyone's ever hated me as much as you did right then." It wasn't anything personal, I hated everyone, back then, particularly people with pokeballs telling me what to do. I didn't know what to do with you. I laughed to myself, thinking on how the world spun around crazy until things fell into place. I could still remember Oak's face, grimy from crawling and slithering under his deck to find me munching on the live wires. The last thing I wanted was to be trapped in a pokeball by a doddering, old geezer, or get stuck with some little brat as their starter Pokemon, and yet, that chance encounter with Oak was ultimately the best thing that ever happened to me. Could the world work itself all out a second time? "The older you get, the more you start to worry about the future," Oak continued. "Your life becomes harder and the world becomes more of a mess. You start to wonder if a bright future can even exist. Especially now. When I was young, I glimpsed the future, but, as time passed, it felt more and more like a half-forgotten dream. When I saw you, you reminded me of myself. You looked like someone who'd lost faith in the future. Professor Oak patted me, and I felt his smile through my closed eyes. Lost faith was a mild way of putting it. I had gone so far over the edge that I was actively raging against the future. If I hadn't been placed in Ash's care, I'd likely have done something stupid and reckless before too long, which was ironic, as those were things I generally accused Ash of having a penchant for. But his stupidity did not, thankfully, include self-destructive behavior. Professor Oak sighed aloud. I didn't really believe it was him, not at first. I didn't even suspect it for several years, but when I did, I wouldn't believe it. But over time, my half-forgotten dream became stronger in my memory. I lost faith in him a few times along the way, but he always reminded me that the past was the past, and that the future would be just fine. To Ash, I'll never be more than a foolish old man, but when I'm with him, I feel like little Sam again. Sam, of course. Why on earth hadn't we realized it sooner? Why now, when Ash couldn't remember him well enough to appreciate it? That's why I captured you. I thought you needed someone who could bring back your future. The future, and the past. Linked in ways I couldn't understand, all converging on the one boy who knew how to connect them. Ash could build a bridge between past Gary and future Gary and let the water flow underneath, could take Damien's Cramander and turn it into Charizard and then, Ash's Charizard, the two of them laughing over their tumultuous past with perfect acknowledgement but none of the pain. Ash saw where I was coming from, and saw a future I could never see for myself, and then, moving mountains, worlds and my own stubborn heart, he got me to that future. When I was with Ash, I knew that the sun would rise every morning, and we were ready to face what it held for us. Before him, I didn't care if the sun rose the next morning, and didn't much care if I was even around for it. I didn't care about much of anything. Would I go back to that place, now? Having come so far, looking back on that part of my life, it seemed so dark and meaningless. Do you remember when you and Mrs. Ketchum used to take us to the movies? Gary spoke up, changing topics completely. I think the question was directed at his grandfather, but he possibly could have meant it for the floor, as he was staring at it so intently. Yes, I remember. Ash always liked those stupid comedies. He'd roll all over in his seat and embarrass himself, and then I'd tell him to shut up and stop acting like a moron. He shook his head, a bit of a smile on his face but pain in his eyes. I never told him, but I kind of liked those movies, too. Professor Oak smiled to himself, and patted Gary's shoulder. He wouldn't have kept inviting you if he thought you didn't want to come. Insight. It always surprised me that Ash had it, but he did, and Oak was right, Ash could just as happily have gone to the movies by himself. I liked documentaries best, Gary continued. Sometimes a drama or action, but I liked more realistic movies. I was always telling Ash that those zany slapstick comedies and hero fantasies were nothing like reality. Ash was nothing like reality, when you got down to it. And one day, he told me that he liked movies because they weren't reality, that he saw enough of real life every day, and he didn't want to see any more. Interesting. And now his real life was stranger than anything people could dream up for a movie. I never figured out what it was he didn't want to see. Yes, you did. Both Gary and I were surprised by his answer. You forced him to sit through all those war dramas with you, and then you made up secret endings for him where everything turned out happily. Gary fidgeted, gripping the cup of chocolate long since gone cold. You should stop blaming yourself for this. So that was it. If the great Gary Oak had been here, this might not have happened. In Gary's mind, he should have arrived in that shiny, red car, thrown that stupid cape dramatically over his shoulder and somehow thwarted the mafia and forces of nature. Like I wished I had been able to do. Who's going to make up a happy ending for him, now? My heart broke for him. I can't do it anymore. I've forgotten how to see the world like he does. Well, maybe it's Ash's turn to change the story for you. He makes his own happy endings now. Would that I could have such faith, that I could believe this story could ever have a happy ending. The heroes only achieve their goal after going through the darkest hours imaginable, after all. Gary's lips twisted, and his thoughts were the same as mine. We didn't want Ash going through dark hours, but constantly living out his zany, comedic life where the only danger was boredom. But that was something out of our control. I left the two oaks and wandered back into Ash's room, taking my customary spot under the shadowy table by the door. Ash seemed in decent spirits, though maybe a little frustrated by Dawn and May's insistence on drilling his vocabulary. I felt for him. Ash hated these sorts of games, but with all the progress he was making, I wouldn't be the one to stop the girls. Use your words, Ash. Ash responded with a moderately rude hand gesture, but refocused himself and grimaced at the picture of a Pokemon Center. Joy. Yes. 1 point. May cheered, and Ash looked rather pleased with himself. What else can you find at a Pokemon Center? Chubliss. Ash struggled here, but May and Dawn hung on with encouraging looks. Pi.nn.k. We'll give you a point if you can explain that one, Dawn said uncertainly, and Ash shot an exasperated look at her. Well, I'm sorry. What are you trying to get at with pink? For an explanation, Ash pointed to his arm and started making gestures that made no sense to anybody. Words, Ash. Bah. Ash grumbled, but tugged a little at his bandages and spoke again. Pink. Beboer. Pookie. May and Dawn shot each other worried glances. Off.ter. Dawn pursed her lips. Well, after is a word, she said to May, but May disagreed. We don't know what you mean, Ash. Try something else. She thought for a minute while Ash looked furiously helpless. Is this thing alive, or inanimate? Inanimate means it's not alive, Dawn supplied helpfully, which caused Ash to roll his eyes at her. Sorry. Carry on. DDDD. DDEA.DDD.add. Ash said, then paused and shook his head. NNNNN. Nunu. Alive, or inanimate, Ash, just pick one. May sighed. Just repeat what we said. Ash stared at her for a minute, wide-eyed with surprise. Did. The girls stared back. No, you definitely didn't, Dawn replied, and Ash shook his head and insisted that he had. Can't you just say it like we said it? Did. Ash repeated again, a little bit heated this time. But, under their unyielding gazes, he finally conceded and held up 2 fingers. TTWOO. TI. Me. 2 time. Like, the second one. Dawn interpreted, and Ash nodded, grateful to be back on track. So, an object, how do you use this thing? Ah. BBR, CCcan.ant, brokeken. Ash kept holding out his bandaged arm for emphasis, Hur. Fifix.hu RTPPOC.mnn. Dawn suddenly stood up, triumphant. Fix hurt Pokemon, that's a sentence. Ash looked up, almost as surprised as me and the girls, and a slow grin broke out across his face. Triple points, Ketchum, way to go. It was, of course, kind of a bad sentence, but a few days ago, we weren't sure Ash recognized his own name. A tear fell from my eyes, and I was surprised to find myself crying, but for a change, with joy. Maybe Professor Oak was right, maybe Ash could still see the future none of us could see, and write his own special ending to this tragic tale. Or, maybe, I thought, watching May and Dawn laughing with their old friend as if this were a typical game on a typical day, maybe we were finally being given the chance to bridge the gap between his past and future, writing the happy ending he wanted to see. In my jubilation, I forgot how important it was for me to stay in the shadows, and I somehow managed to catch Ash's attention. Our eyes locked for a moment, and in those seconds, I saw our happy ending rewriting itself into something darker. he breathed, and May and Dawn were both on their feet in a second. He's not going to hurt you, Ash, they began, but Ash wasn't paying attention to them anymore, wide eyes focused only on me. HHH.III. I had no idea what he was saying, and he looked just as terrified as ever, but this did feel like progress. At least he was trying to say something to me. LLL.L53.GG. I don't understand, I said softly, as non-threateningly as I could. SSS.SCA.RR, he whispered back in a choked voice. So Scared. I know. And I'd do anything to make that go away, but he had to tell me how. May and Dawn were still poised at the ready, but they hung back a bit while Ash tried to form words to his thoughts. SA. Dawn T. He gulped, blinking back tears that were forming, and never once breaking eye contact. Add. Jigo any Scared. You're fine, Ash, May said gently, there's nothing to be scared of, anymore. Save. Me. Oh, I wished I could. Pika. How, though, that was the question. And from what? Go. That was clear, and in order. Go. Jigo AAA.awa, YY.ug. Go. Scared. SST took. Stop. I'd had enough of torturing him for one day, so I slipped out of the room and slunk back into the waiting room. Just when things seemed to be going well, they took another turn for the worse. Gary was alone again, and had gone back to staring out the window. I joined him in this pursuit, and tried to ignore the new jealous feelings towards this boy that I seemed to share with Brock. Hating Gary was an easy way to take the focus off of myself, but it wasn't his fault that Ash could remember good things about him. What's that? Gary muttered, squinting his eyes and actually looking cognizant as he peered out of the window. I wondered if he might have dropped off the earth enough to be hallucinating, but when I followed his gaze, I also saw a shadow out in the rain. It looks sort of familiar. To me, at least, there was something about it that I was sure I'd seen before, and though it seemed like such a crazy idea, I nonetheless jumped off the windowsill and ran for the door, Gary on my heels. We dashed out into the rain, following all the senses we had available to us to track down this phantom. Elusive shadows caught in the corner of our eyes, sounds that might be raindrops, or breathing, or something else entirely. A smell that was both familiar and not, and of course, a sense, pure and strong, that it was here, despite all reasons why that should not be so. Pikachu. I fired a weak thunderbolt, not hitting anything but feeling the impression that I had not been so far off. Something had been there, and my gut instinct told me it was still nearby. Pikachu. Still nothing. Chew. This was getting frustrating. Show yourself. Gary cried, hair plastered to his neck. Maybe that wasn't such a good idea. If my suspicions were correct, this would terrify the kid. On the other hand, Gary supposedly raised an Aerodactyl from a fossil and had been there when Ash, Dawn, and Brock had all gotten possessed by legendary Pokemon. Nothing should surprise him anymore. Quit playing games and get out here. I shouted into the rain. I know it's you. Games were never my design, I heard the familiar voice speaking into my mind. So, I was right. My apologies. I looked to the dark shadows in a group of nearby trees, and watched it step into the light, pulling back its hood. A one-of-a-kind Pokemon, with strong, athletic legs, a pair of spindly arms, a permanent scowl and the eyes of someone who could destroy the world with a thought. No way. Beside me, Gary was going pale. I took a step forward, prepared for whatever new craziness that was about to be brought into our lives. Mewtwo. The scowl became more of a smirk. We meet again. Chapter 8, It's not about win or lose, it's the path you choose. Even when he's in a good mood, Mewtwo freaks me out, and standing next to him can be awkward. Standing in front of him, possibly blocking him from his goal, is like staring down death. I'm not sure why I feel so uneasy around him, since we last parted as good friends. We've actually only met once in my memory, and as cranky as he'd been at the time, he was on our side. I'm pretty sure that it's the time we met outside of my memory that's the source of worry. Ash wouldn't have a problem with Mewtwo showing up unannounced, I was pretty sure of it, and his smile wouldn't be laced with uncertainty like mine was, even with the mysterious Pokemon's penchant for scowling, displays of power and lurking in shadows. Ash knows full well that Mewtwo is capable of killing him before he can even comprehend the situation, but has a trust in the strange Pokemon that cannot be shaken by Mewtwo's demeanor, or the fact that Mewtwo may or may not have tried to kill him once before. Or that he may or may not have succeeded in that venture, details are still sketchy on that point. But Ash wants to trust everything and everyone, be it Team Rocket, ludicrously powerful Pokemon or perfect strangers, and he doesn't much seem to care that it's unwise. In his view, all are innocent until proven guilty. I usually call it naivete, but when Meowth was traveling with us to Nimbasa, Ash told me that he wanted to trust that thieving cat even though he knew who it was and all the years of trouble it had brought to us, and I'm not sure it's being naive if Ash knows he's doing it. Whatever I call it, I'm not quite there, and now, I had no Ash to balance me out. Mewtwo's sudden arrival sent up warning flags in my head that were hard to smother. So, I tried to speak without sounding nervous or accusatory. Why are you here? Mewtwo didn't respond right away, instead looking over towards Gary. No way, the boy kept saying over and over. No way, I can't believe it. Believe it, human, I am very real. I wondered if this was a common reaction. Gary's face was growing paler by the second, and since his pallor had been steadily sinking all day, it was beginning to worry me. Pikachu. Gary gulped and nodded, though he still couldn't tear his eyes away from the rare Pokemon in front of him. Why are you here? He repeated my question. I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Mewtwo seemed confused. Have we met? If Gary's face was any indication, they'd not only met, but managed to traumatize one of them in the process. I'm afraid the memory escapes me. Usually it's the other way around, huh? I cracked, then flinched when Mewtwo turned sharply. Maybe we weren't quite good enough friends to be joking like that. But I didn't receive an energy ball to the face, and Mewtwo actually seemed to smile. Well, smirk in a kindly fashion, as I'm not sure Mewtwo actually knows how to smile like a properly adjusted being. Indeed. Oh, good grief, how many people has he mind-wiped? You don't look familiar, he addressed Gary again, who stood up a little straighter. I battled you for the Earth badge. I lost, he added, with a small touch of regret. Of course you did. I suppose if you're capable of destroying the planet on a whim, you don't have much need for humility. Nidoking? Gary nodded, and that seemed to satisfy Mewtwo, even if Gary looked like he was having cardiac arrest. For the third time, I broke in, trying to word things so they sounded authoritative while still non-threatening and friendly. I felt like the Earth had become a massive sheet of eggshells, and my mental state was just as fragile. I could accidentally offend a comrade who could be deeply and irrevocably hurt by my callousness, or Mewtwo could have shown up with the intention to kill us all. It really could go either way. Why did you come here? I believe it's customary when a good friend is ill to pay them a visit, he replied smoothly. Was he laughing at me? Or does that ritual not extend to me? Yes, he was definitely enjoying my discomfort. Even so, the question he was asking was genuine, and a corner of his eyes betrayed his own uncertainties. Wait, you know Ash. Nobody answered Gary, but that didn't seem to matter. Figures. I let out a breath, deciding I could trust Mewtwo at last. Thanks for coming, I said, voice now full of nothing but gratitude. I should warn you, he might not be able to remember you. My brain suddenly short-circuited, and my words dropped off while my mind ran off on a completely new tangent. Memory. Explain yourself, Mewtwo demanded, eventually giving up on me and asking Gary to bring him up to speed on Ash's medical condition. Amazingly, the boy was able to summarize the situation fairly accurately, despite having floated in and out of lucidity all week. And is this permanent? It's hard to say, Gary replied uneasily, eyes continuously darting toward me, even though I was busy with my own line of thinking. These next few weeks are supposed to be the best chance he has at recovering, but he's not improving nearly as fast as they were hoping he would. Still, he's come a long way in a short time. Gary's words sounded dead in his throat, and I'm sure Mewtwo picked up on that. Gary didn't do optimism, he did reality, and the reality was that Ash's chances of becoming normal went down with every day, and the strides he was making were nothing close to what we were all praying for. We needed a miracle. Luckily, we had one. You can fix this, can't you? Mewtwo turned back to me, surprise on his face. That's why you're really here. I don't know what you're talking about. Gary interrupted us with a sneeze. Can we not know what he's talking about out of the rain? His petition was heard, and we reconvened under the awning by the door. It was a shadowy place, especially with the weather as it was, and I doubted we'd be disturbed for a while. The only people crazy to run out in this gale were already out in it. I shook some water out of my fur, then continued. You're psychic, right? You know how to manipulate memories. Mewtwo looked both confused and uneasy. I am not sure what you mean. As if. I mean, you can bring his memory back. I insisted, now sure that I was correct, and we did have hope again. You can fix whatever's wrong in his head. Isn't that why you came? Mewtwo looked from me to Gary, the latter only half following the conversation, and shook his head. I merely came to ascertain the situation. And now that you've done that, you can save him. Save Ash from his own mind, his own traitorous brain. Can't you? I'm not sure I dash. You wiped our memories all those years ago. I persisted with a small touch of acid. I think you owe it to us to give some back. Gary seemed to get the gist of my words, and his eyebrows shot up with childish hope. Can you really do that? He asked, as if he was 5 years old and asking Mewtwo if there was a Santa Claus. I had met Santa, along with a whole host of beings that shouldn't exist, as well as seen a lot of abilities that shouldn't have been possible. If I could take down a Rhydon with a thunderbolt, then restoring a few memories should be a piece of cake for a psychic of Mewtwo's level. I don't believe I can, the cat-like Pokemon began, but under Gary's innocent eyes and my glaring ones, he finally relented. But I can try. We only had to wait about an hour for the visiting hours to end, after which there was much less chance of being discovered in Ash's waiting room. Mewtwo was reluctant to reveal himself more than necessary, and I was just as reluctant to explain to the uninitiated how we'd first met this friend, as I honestly wasn't quite sure, and Mewtwo was content to keep it that way. While we waited, I was able to ask about something that had been bothering me for a while. So, what's with the cape? Mewtwo tossed his head in a haughty sort of way. It's a cloak. I don't like to draw attention to myself. A cape doesn't draw attention to yourself. Gary was following the conversation well enough to comment, I don't think it's so bad. You wouldn't, I sighed. But watching Mewtwo's eyes narrowing dangerously, I decided to let that topic of conversation go. Unfortunately, doing so moved us to another subject full of hidden minefields. How extensive are the physical injuries? Mewtwo actually sounded a bit hesitant, not unlike I'd been feeling on a regular basis. Not life-threatening, I assume. He may have wanted to sound aloof, but he'd never hide the flavor of soul-piercing terror that all his worst fear were realized. I knew that tone all too well. Not anymore. Thanking all deities. Not sure how permanent, though, there's still treatments and therapy. Mewtwo looked at me from the corner of his eye, not turning his head. But you have not given up hope. Not yet. There's still a chance. Now, more than ever. Just a few moments ago, things had been looking up, but the hopes I harbored now eclipsed all that joy. Ash's slow recovery was wonderful, but nothing compared to the new miracle we now had. We could beat the physical maladies, I was sure we could, if only he could remember. Friends, family and well-wishers slowly drifted out of Ash's room and off to the Pokemon Center, or whatever hotels they were staying at. Some of our closer friends were camped out on the back lawn of the hospital, not wanting to be separated at this time. Ash's mom remained inside, often dozing off in chairs unless Professor Oak could convince her to take better care of herself. 2 nurses wheeled another boy into Ash's room, taking up the unused side of the room. He was covered in bandages from head to toe, and I didn't want to postulate what those were hiding. He looked young, about half Ash's size. I wondered if he had a best friend crying somewhere. But luckily for us, he didn't have any visitors late at night, and appeared to be fast asleep, so when Delia finally stepped out of the room, we took our chance and snuck in. Ignoring the room's new occupant, I focused my attention on Ash, reluctant to wake him up and have to hide again. Soon, I told myself, soon, it'll all be back to normal. Mewtwo will fix everything, and you'll have your best friend back. I clung to that belief, not daring to consider the possibility of this not working. I climbed into a wastepaper basket and we woke Ash up, ignoring his groggy protests. He'd thank us when this was all over. Gary picked up my basket and set me on a table near the bed, high enough that Ash couldn't peer over and see what was inside. He then sat down in a chair and crossed his arms, despite Mewtwo's slightly pointed looks. I think Mewtwo might have preferred Gary's absence, but letting Mewtwo near Ash was not going to happen if Gary wasn't present, he'd made that very clear. I don't know what sort of history those two had, but Gary seemed to remember it very vividly, and he may have been justified in his concern. Meanwhile, Mewtwo cautiously approached Ash's bed. Hello. Hello. Ash's curious eyes met Mewtwo's impassive ones, though if I were to guess, I'd say Mewtwo was not as emotionless and controlled as he tried to appear. Do you know who I am? A shake of the head, not surprising. Well, then there we are. He trailed off and the two stared at each other for some time, before I finally broke in. Let's get started, before someone comes in. In reality, I couldn't have cared less about Mewtwo being discovered. I was impatient to get Ash's memories back, to have him look at me with love and recognition. I wanted to hear him speak, properly and unhindered, and I'd been deprived of it for far too long. Come on. Ash's eyes widened, he'd heard my voice, and was nervously scanning the room for me. As you wish. Mewtwo raised one of his toothpick arms and closed his eyes, a blue glow miting from his palm. I watched with rapt attention, waiting for my miracle to take place. Oh, hello. Are you a friend of Ash's, too? All of us turned in wide-eyed unison towards Ash's mother, who was just walking back into the room with the jovial smile we could usually expect from her. Mewtwo threw his hood up over his head frantically, I ducked lower into the wastepaper basket, and Gary shrugged his shoulders and just looked up to the sky. I am pleased to meet you. Mewtwo thought aloud, actually stammering for a brief second. Oh, you're a ventriloquist. Delia clapped her hands with childlike enthusiasm, and I sighed to myself. I've often suspected there was some sort of steady gas leak at the Ketchum house. Of course, it worked in our favor that Delia didn't suspect anything odd about this new psychic visitor, since I couldn't remember ever hearing Mewtwo speak with an actual voice. Did he even have vocal cords? Apparently, he did, for he cleared his throat and began speaking without telepathy. No, never mind. Mewtwo turned back to Ash, keeping his head turned away from Delia. I was hoping I could speak with your son. Alone. Delia nodded amicably, settling into a chair. Oh, that's perfectly fine, don't mind me. Gary started snickering. Gary, where have you been all evening? Your grandfather has been worried sick. The boy had a moment to look chagrined before the man himself walked through the door. Oh, there you are, he said with relief. Kids. I found him, he's all right. All right? Gary muttered, apparently not aware that he'd spent the week acting like a cub one when it first finds its skull. I'm perfectly fine. Sure he was, perfectly fine. The two nurses from before arrived, pushing past the professor and taking the blood pressure of the boy on the other side of the room. Well, if you disappear like that, what are we supposed to think? May replied smartly, entering the room with Brock and Scylla on her heels. I expected Iris to follow, but she ended up swinging in through the open window. I don't think we're going to be having any privacy, I muttered to Mewtwo, who was in the middle of nodding his agreement when May noticed the new arrival. Oh, no, it's back. The Mirage Pokémon. All eyes were on her, even from the two nurses and that other boy, who must have woken up in all the commotion. Right there, in the cape. Mewtwo. Professor Oak seemed torn between apprehension and pure, scientific joy. I can't believe it. Brock tried to reassure May as best he could. Calm down, it's not a mirage, this one's a friend of ours. A real one. How did you meet a living Mewtwo? Yeah, Gary called, plunking himself down into a chair and deciding to just sit back and enjoy the show. You'll have to tell me that story sometime. Well, I would, if I actually had a clue, Brock muttered to himself, while Delia took it upon herself to shake hands with the mysterious Pokémon and introduce herself properly. Iris followed, circling Mewtwo as if she intended to hug him in the invasive way she greeted all new Pokémon, and was held back by Scylla. This meeting has a very unusual flavor, he commented, both bewildered and amused. I lifted a hand up and waved at Mewtwo, figuring Ash was distracted enough to not notice me. Hey, I whispered forcefully, I don't think we're gonna get rid of them, so why don't you do what we came here for before the prof starts interviewing you for his radio show? Indeed, it looked like the old man was about to do just that. Right, Mewtwo nodded, ignoring the clamorous voices and stretching his arm out toward Ash, with a blue light growing at the base of his palm. Now dash. Whatever he was going to say, it was interrupted when Ash threw up his own hands in a defensive gesture. A glowing ball of blue aura shot from his palms and knocked Mewtwo back a few steps, stunning him and all the room into shocked silence. For a moment, anyway. You have got to be kidding me. That was Gary, and I heard Iris whispering something about dragons to Scylla. In the meantime, Mewtwo straightened up and tried to find a voice for his thoughts. Impossible. Blatant surprise was another look that Mewtwo didn't wear particularly well. Has he always been able to do this? No, was Gary's flat reply, and all but Brock turned to me. I sighed. I have no idea. One day he's normal, and the next thing I know, he's making blue light come out of his palms and speaking telepathically with the local Rilu. I don't know how it happened. It wasn't entirely true, I didn't know how, but I had a rough outline of when and why, though Ash rarely talked about the issue and had never explained the whole thing. Normally, gaining superpowers was the sort of thing I would have demanded an explanation for, but since Brock, Max, May, Kid, Team Rocket, Lucario and himself had all died that day, I was willing to be understanding if he didn't feel like talking. Even now, Ash tended to clam up if we spent too long talking about anything related to Cameron Palace. Ash has aura powers, Gary laughed to himself. Of course he does, why am I surprised? Brock shrugged. Why does anything about Ash surprise us anymore? Mewtwo got over his initial shock, and Ash, seeing that no one was attacking him, lowered his defenses, though he kept looking in my general direction with suspicion. I clenched my mouth shut, but waved my arms up at Mewtwo to signal that he should get on with it. Once again, Mewtwo dramatically reached out towards Ash, and this time, thankfully, Ash didn't react aggressively. Under the blue glow of psychic abilities, his shoulders slumped forward, and his eyes became vacant and lifeless. Okay, what did you do to him? Gary demanded, and I had to admit, he looked terrible. Is this some sort of new treatment? Even Delia sounded suspicious. He is in a hypnotic state, Mewtwo replied, never breaking eye contact. It will be easier to look at his memories this way. And you'll be able to fix them? The answer was far more hesitant than I was willing to accept. We shall see. I peeked up over the top of my wastepaper basket to watch the process, though it was mostly Mewtwo staring at Ash and Ash staring at nothing. Even so, I was riveted by the sight. Every second brought us closer to victory. Everything would be exactly the way it used to be. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two beings caught in the psychic bond, even the two nurses and their patient, just waiting to see what would happen. Ash would get healthy again, and smile when he saw me, and we'd go traveling just as we always had. I could already picture it in my head. Ash would shake his head and blink a few times, adjusting to the new situation, and then he'd call my name. I'd run to him, and with tears of joy, he'd scoop me up in his arms. "I'm sorry you had to go through that, buddy," he'd whisper, and we'd rub cheeks and I'd know that he didn't mean it. "I didn't mean to forget you. I love you so much. And we'll always be together." And I'd be able to tell him. I'd tell him all the things I should have said long ago. "I love you, I need you, I'm nothing without you. And, of course, I'm sorry. But most of all, I'm glad you're back." Finally, Mewtwo broke the trance, but he looked neither pleased nor triumphant. In fact, I don't think I'd ever seen him look so devastated. "There is nothing," he began, but whatever he was going to say trailed off in his thoughts. He removed himself to a far corner of the room, seeming restless, and the rest of the party murmured among themselves. Gary looked crushed. "You mean, you can't do anything for him?" "I'm afraid I cannot." "Don't you think I would do so if I were able?" Rudeness, Mewtwo's default personality, had returned to his tone. I was not willing to accept that as an answer. "Well, you can try harder." Ash whipped his head around, looking straight at my wastepaper basket with that look that I hated so much. "You're not trying hard enough." Brock saw the fight brewing and walked towards us. "Now, Pikachu dash." "Excuse me." Mewtwo's eyes narrowed, forcing Brock to back off. In fact, the entire room had returned to silence. I should have been scared into SBMSN by that, but my foul mood was greater than Mewtwo's at the moment. "You can do better than this. You wiped our memories once, so the least you could do is give some memories back for a change." Mewtwo took a step toward me that might have been threatening if I wasn't so worked up. "He has no way of receiving it. Even if I had the capabilities to do what you ask, it would be like pouring water into a cup with no base. So, fix it." I shrieked, and Ash was inching away from the bedside table that housed me. "You're a psychic, aren't you? You're all about the mind, so bring him back to me." Somehow, with that, Mewtwo seemed to lose his threatening demeanor. "He is not gone." "Oh, please," I muttered, then pushed over the wastepaper basket, tumbling out and allowing Ash to see me properly. As expected, he immediately bit back a scream and would have scrambled out of bed if Gary hadn't held him down. "I've already lost him once, I know what it feels like." Mewtwo looked startled, as anyone should have been by such information, and I relished that. "I've watched him in pain, I've watched him fall, I've had to stand by and watch while he slowly froze to death. Do you know what that's like?" Mewtwo's eyes were impassive once again. "I can't just stand here while you give up, not when I have a chance to get him back. As I said, he is not gone. I've watched him die." I spat back. Ash might be here in body, but he was certainly not here in spirit, and that was the part one cared about. I saw his eyes, I felt him slipping through my fingers, I had to listen to him. "I'll miss you, buddy, I love you," all because of some med misunderstanding with a tree. For some reason, Mewtwo seemed both scandalized and slightly relieved by my speech. "This feels exactly the same." But Mewtwo disagreed. "Life and death are by no means the same. He might as well be dead, for all I matter to him." "Pikachu," Gary called over in that simultaneously rude and pleading tone that only he could pull off. "Calm down, okay? You're freaking him out." Ash was having a small panic attack, and I felt ashamed, but also justified. "You see," I said in a calmer tone, the anger boiling underneath the surface. "How can you watch this and give up so easily? Reality is what it is, Mewtwo said easily, far too easily for my tastes. He is injured, and where there was once health and memory, there is only void. I am no Arceus, creating something out of nothing. I wanted to protest, but could not find the words for it, and Professor Oak courageously backed Mewtwo up. I'm afraid he's right, Pikachu, he said as if he was giving one of his lectures. It was a good thing to try. I'm afraid there's no such thing as a quick fix to a situation like this. I grit my teeth, knowing it to be true, but not wanting to let go of my fantasy. After allowing myself to hope for so much, it felt like a surrender to back down, even to go back to the joy and accomplishment of this afternoon. Ash was so much more, and even if he was able to recover somewhat, he'd never be what he once was. He'd never be what he was to me. How many more letdowns would there be? Mewtwo seemed to take compassion on me. I cannot create things from nothing. But, this human. He is a being who finds voids and fills them. He brings light into darkness and joy from despair. He died for you, and then he lived for you. Mewtwo walked cautiously back over to Ash's bed. I suggest you put your faith in him. I looked towards the bed and nodded, but my heart wasn't entirely in it. My faith in Ash was once unshakable, but that was before he'd broken his promise to me. Unwillingly as it had been, my trust had been broken, and it hurt to acknowledge it. He promised that we'd be friends forever. And you still are. The strange boy in the other bed leaped to his stubby feet, tears cascading from his eyes like water guns. Just, Kaus at this, you can't give up on, I'm. In perfect sync, his nurses rose to their feet, covering their own misty eyes. I agree. That's the way the friendship, works. Even the best of friends will fight sometimes. Who are you? May asked, and we all looked at the three strangers suspiciously. Brock tapped his chin thoughtfully. I don't remember seeing you around earlier, and I know the faces of all the pretty girls here. The nurses shared frantic looks with each other. Well, we're new, they stammered. Private health care, hired by the family. Just here to do our job, the red-headed nurse trilled, and we sighed a little. Sorry to butt into the private moment. Oh, don't worry, Professor Oak sighed with a wave of his hand. You didn't cause any trouble, Dash. Trouble? The two looked like the ice cubes had been poured down their backs. That word. Keep it together, the boy threatened under his breath, but our suspicions were raised again. Don't these guys look familiar? Iris began, and that was enough to start the train wreck. Don't these guys look familiar, you say? We're familiar and providing you Medicaid. I snarled, Brock and May rolled their eyes, Scylla and Iris braced themselves, Gary looked amused, Ash looked bored while Oak and Delia just looked shocked. I have no idea what Mewtwo thought of this. Prepare for trouble. James conjured up a rose from behind an 4-bag. Yes, and make it double. Nurse outfits flew into the air, revealing the black and white costumes of the team we both loathed and mocked. The bedridden boy proved to be Meowth, doffing his bandages in an impressive flurry. To protect the world from harsh diseases. To unite all doctors in treating sneezes. To find out what makes you ache and to extend the coverage of your HMO. Excuse me, but are they well? Mewtwo asked aloud. No one answered him. Jesse. We probably should have stopped the motto, but it was one of those things that was just as tedious to interrupt as it was to sit through, so we let them continue, even as they started building a giant R out of the bedsheets. James. Team Rocket. Checking vitals at the speed of light. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. For your life. Meowth, that's right. They struck their dramatic poses and held them for a few seconds while the impact sank in. Finally, Delia started clapping. Ash nodded with a wry smirk, and I had a horrified thought that he might actually remember Team Rocket in a more favorable light than myself, but it turned out that he just recognized the letter R. Mewtwo looked both puzzled and exasperated. Are you quite done? I answered for them. They were just leaving. The look in my eyes demanded obedience and they slunk out of the room, but not before running up and grasping Ash's hands. We're glad you're feeling better, twerp. And we're sorry. Yes, horribly. Anything you need, ever, just name it. And we won't try to steal Pikachu until you're better. We won't even help with the Unova missions. Get better soon. I ushered them out of the room as quickly as I could without setting off a thunderbolt and getting myself in trouble. Once they were gone, the conversation had a bit of a lull. That was certainly interesting. Delia mused to herself, and the rest of us just looked at each other awkwardly until Mewtwo broke in. May I have a word with the human? He asked in a voice that wasn't anything like asking at all. In private, he specified when nobody made a move to leave the room. Sure, we just want to know what you're gonna say, May replied innocently, and if Mewtwo had such a gesture in his repertoire, he'd have facepalmed. Finally, he gave up and seated himself across from Ash, facing that familiar yet slightly empty face. I, too, have lost the memories of those important to me, Mewtwo began. I cannot even be sure of what I have lost, just that something is missing, something I once was. Needless to say, this was a revelation for everybody. The memories of people so dear to me are lost forever, and I am only aware of the fact that they are gone. Ash nodded, eyes full of understanding, sympathy, and buried pain. I've spent the rest of my life trying to find meaning and purpose, hoping to discover who I am and my place in the world. Along the way, I've taken revenge on those who did this to me, forced my pain and anger onto others, and hid from the rest of the world. None of that made any difference. I am still me, whoever that is, and my memories are still gone. From my new vantage point, the usual table beside the door, I could see that Ash had a glimmer in his eyes, a few tears forming and threatening to fall. But I have learned one thing of comfort, Mewtwo continued, telepathic voice even. Miracles happen just as often as disasters, and they do not decrease in value just because no one remembers that they happened. Your memories may be gone, but they are not lost. The psychic Pokemon looked to the crowd of people and pointed to Gary. He remembers. And they remember. He widened his gestures to include the shadow under the table where I was hiding. And I remember. I will remember you always. Ash was touched, but Mewtwo was not yet finished. Even if we all forget, the sky and earth still remember you, and all the places you walked. The earth lives because of you, and that is enough. Your forgotten past is only a small part of you, it is what you do with the gift of life that makes you who you are. If Ash had a hat right now, he'd have surely pulled it down over his eyes. Instead, he rubbed at his face, vainly attempting to hide sniffles and tears. G got it. For my part, I wasn't exactly holding it together, either. But when Mewtwo spoke to me just before teleporting far away from our crazy lives, I tried to act tougher. I don't want him to let this go, I want him to come back. Mewtwo maintained an impassive face and tone. As I said, he is not gone. He looked over my trainer, who was pretending he wasn't still wiping at his eyes. You need to have more faith in him. Faith. I wanted to, but he's not going to recover completely. It hurt to finally say that definitively. We all know it, and it's pointless to pretend otherwise. I couldn't believe the words were coming out of my mouth, but it was true. No matter how many breakthroughs we made in Ash's therapy, he'd never be the Ash I remembered, or the Ash he remembered, and he'd never even know what we were all missing. If he does not recover completely, does that make him less valuable to you? Mewtwo posed, and I was startled. If he did not recover at all? No, of course not. I cried, wincing when Ash heard my voice and whipped his head around. Never. Less valuable, it's just that this made my life hard, painful and possibly meaningless. Mewtwo tossed his head haughtily. I know what you must think of me, but I have lived my life the best way I know how, despite having everything taken from me. I imagine, he looked over at Ash, a heart like his will do infinitely better. If his old life is taken from him, he will create a new one for himself, one that you can both be proud of. I liked his old life, I found myself muttering. I was in that old life. But Mewtwo had no care for my self-pity. You are entirely too greedy. It reminds me of myself. And with that disturbing comparison, he teleported away. I did not want to be compared to Mewtwo, though I was forced to admit that I wasn't even sure why that was. I was friends with a person I couldn't remember the most important things about, and though that made Mewtwo hard to deal with sometimes, we were still friends. I still cared about him, and he risked his life for me, when I had no idea who he was. It shouldn't have been so hard to do the same for Ash. Ash had done the same for Mewtwo, without knowing the Pokémon at all. It didn't matter to Ash if he knew us, or if we knew him, or even liked him. And yet, I wasn't sure that I was ready to let our past stay in the past. My thoughts on Mewtwo's words, I finally curled up and went to sleep, alone. In my dreams that night, I poured so much lightning into the sky that the resulting storm nearly wiped out the planet, and it was only after Ash had run into the center of it that I realized I needed to be saved much more than he ever did. And then Team Rocket showed up. Misty was incredulous. I'm surprised Mewtwo didn't obliterate them on the spot. You remember what those guys did to him and his friends? Yeah, but Jesse and James were on our side that time, Brock pointed out, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. And I don't know about Mewtwo, but I have a hard time associating those three with the real Team Rocket organization, they're a bit too independent. A kind word choice, I would have gone with incompetent. Misty laughed prettily. True, true. Although, some of the news I've been hearing from Unova is worrying me a little. I left Brock and Misty to their phone call, not really wanting to go over the events of last night, though everyone around me was of the opposite opinion. May was seated at another phone booth, calling her brother and gloating about how she saw the legendary Pokémon, the real one, not a mirage, and Iris and Syllan were trying to describe it all to a skeptical Dawn and Bianca. The former was a little more inclined to believe it, having first-hand experience with Ash's apparent homing device for all rare Pokémon and bizarre occurrences, but still thought they were making half of it up. So did Ash, when Gary tried to talk about it with him that morning, though some of the tale did seem to resonate with him. For me, I didn't know how they could be so happy, or talk so cavalierly about it. They hadn't put as much emotional investment into Mewtwo's visit as I had, not even Gary, but even so, it was a hope that had been thoroughly shattered, and now that I had said it, I couldn't stop thinking about how Ash would never be normal again. As long as I never voiced that thought, I could delude myself, but having acknowledged it, there was no going back. It had been such a whirlwind of emotions, this whole ordeal, ups and downs interchanging quickly and suddenly, and I was ready to stop. I was slipping into some sort of lethargic state, lacking the energy to care about Ash's successes and breakthroughs, and knowing that to care a little would pull me back into the cyclone of overloaded feelings again. I couldn't go through this with him. Hadn't I said I would brave anything to be by his side? Hadn't I said that we would always be together, no matter what? That I would love him, no matter what happened. I still loved him, and I still wanted to be with him, but I was not physically or emotionally capable of standing by his side through this ordeal. I couldn't stand up to this trial. Could Ash do it, if our positions were reversed? I honestly didn't know, but I did know that he'd been put in these situations before. I'd lost my memory and my mind more times than I cared to count, and somehow, he'd found the inner strength to stay by me and pull me back. But the durations were shorter, and that was the killer. Could Ash sustain his unwavering devotion for week upon endless week, month after month, year after year with no end in sight? I didn't know, but his track record suggested that he would have held up better than I was doing. If nothing else, Charizard, Gary and I had trained him to handle betrayal extremely well. Ash was off in another section of the hospital, doing some physical therapy exercises. He was standing now, and with a lot of assistance, able to walk short distances. There was some worry that once he found his feet, Ash would immediately attempt to start running around like he always had, but we were all relieved and dismayed to find that wasn't the case. Though Ash pushed himself hard enough during therapy sessions, he didn't seem to have any desire to rush himself for anything else. His energy was a fraction of what it once was, and he no longer cared to run off at breakneck speed towards things of interest, literally or figuratively. I hoped it was temporary, but this accident seemed to have taken yet another piece of my friend away. Ironic, as I'd been the one always telling him to relax, calm down, take things slowly. Now that he was content to do so, it felt so wrong, and I hoped that his inclination towards action would return as he grew more capable of acting on it. My trainer being absent, I walked into his room and hopped up on his bed. It still carried his scent. On his bedside table were drawings and doodles, shaky sketches that attempted to reveal Ash's inner thoughts. I felt embarrassed for my trainer to look at them. He was no Picasso, but he could draw a dugong and have it look like a dugong. Now, his hands weren't steady enough to show his real talent. Even so, it wasn't hard to interpret the subjects of his drawings. Iris was a mess of hair, Brock was the one with no eyes, Gary's head was a mess of spikes and, to the boy's chagrin, always sticking his tongue out. The Pokémon, whenever their physical forms were illegible, were always recognizable by their types, and Ash often found it easier to draw vines or flames than Snivy and Tepig. He never drew me. I heard the sounds of Ash and his mother returning to the room, Dawn bouncing happily on their heels, and I reluctantly jumped off the side of the bed to hide behind the potted plant. You're doing really well today, Ash. NNNN. He really was able to walk from his wheelchair to the bed on his own, but it was getting harder to view simply walking as an accomplishment. You're going to be able to go home soon, isn't that fantastic? NNNN. Ash looked exhausted, and almost collapsed back into the bed. He looked a bit cross when Delia and Dawn adjusted it into a sitting position, but didn't do much more than mumble about it. NNNN. You're supposed to be using your words, Ash. Okay. He might have said okay, but his tone said otherwise. I had a bad feeling about this day. Professor Juniper said she would come by after lunch today, Delia said gently, rubbing Ash's shoulder. Would you like to see her? Okay, Ash sighed, glumly reaching for his pen and papers. I couldn't see what he was scribbling down, but I could see that he was getting frustrated with the results, even after only a few seconds. His right arm had started shaking, and he eventually set his pen down with enough force to suggest that he wanted to throw it. Are you hurting, Ash? Do you want us to call the dash? Okay. Ash snapped back, more than a little irritated, and both of the women backed off. All right, Ash, they said, trying not to be hurt. It wasn't an easy thing to hide, day after day. We'll just let you rest for now. Ash mumbled something noncommittal and leaned his head back. After Dawn and Delia had left, I dared to peek around a potted plant and look at his face. After seeing his, I hid mine. I didn't often see Ash cry, and it made me uncomfortable, particularly since I couldn't comfort him. While we sat in our own private hells, a small rapping was heard on the door. Ash's eyes snapped open and he hastily wiped away his tears as the petite doctor stepped into the room. A shrink, because Ash needed yet another therapist to fix everything I'd done to him. Good morning, Ash. Good morning. Ash parroted automatically, having spent hours drilling that response with his speech therapist. He finished rubbing at his face as the doctor sat down. And how are you feeling, today? Okay. I was starting to hate that word. The doctor just smiled kindly. How are you really feeling? Ash started in surprise, but it didn't take a shrink to see that he was far from okay. He looked at his hands for a few moments, trying to come up with the proper words. Hard, he finally said. Hard. The doctor nodded and jotted something down on her notepad. It's all right to feel that way, she informed him, and Ash lifted his head again. I imagine you have a lot of hard days. Ash nodded, and she gave him an encouraging smile. Don't feel that you have to hide what you're really feeling. And not. Ash was struggling to say something, but there was nothing to do but wait patiently until the words came to him, assuming they ever did. Mom. No. He shut his mouth and wouldn't say any more, but the doctor was insightful enough to take a guess at his meaning. Do you try and hide things from your mom? Ash nodded, looking a little embarrassed. Well, that was nothing new. If Delia knew half of the things we got up to on this journey, she'd never let him leave home again. Though after something like this, it almost didn't matter, whether or not we told her about the time we all were nearly wiped out of existence, it would take some effort to convince her to let Ash back on the road after this. Assuming that was even a possibility. Are you worried she might be angry? Ash shook his head quickly, or that she'd be sad. He thought about that one for a few seconds, before nodding slowly. You don't want your mom to worry about you. Cry. Ash cried, Delia cried, everybody cried these days. I didn't know what he was referring to, but it didn't seem to matter. I'm sure your mother wants to know when you're not feeling okay, the doctor said in a kind voice, and Ash smiled a little. Job. Right, that's a mother's job. With Ash in a much better mood than he was prior, the doctor got down to business. Ash, do you remember what I asked you to do on my last visit? He'd forgotten, unsurprisingly. That's fine. I wanted you to think about Pikachu. I saw Ash freeze, and I did the same, not moving a muscle. It was a touchy subject, but I found myself curious, all the same. I probably shouldn't have been spying on my trainer's private therapy sessions, but if Ash said anything about what he thought of me, I wanted to know about it. The doctor pushed some photos across the bed towards Ash. There are a few different Pikachu, here, she explained. Ash refused to touch any of the photos. Which one is your Pikachu? Ash just frowned, then shook his head. NNN.NO. Of course, he didn't really remember much about being a Pokemon trainer. The doctor tried again. Do you recognize any of these Pikachu? That, he could do. Ash pointed to he one on the far left, presumably, me. The doctor took that picture away, and I saw a lot of tension leave Ash's shoulders. How do you feel about these other Pikachu? Ash just shrugged. Do they bother you? He stuttered for a minute but finally replied, no. Are you scared of them? Ash hesitated, but after a long pause, he said, no, again. The doctor took those two pictures back and replaced them with mine. The problem was with me, and me alone. Do you remember anything about Pikachu? Ash looked somewhat pained, but drew zigzags in the air and mimed explosions. Attacks? A nod. Pokemon battles. Ash paused for a minute, then shook his head, but he cupped his hands as if holding a sphere. A pokeball. More nodding, then a shake of the head. Not a pokeball. Then more. RRUU.UM, yeah. Ash was growing exasperated, unable to communicate whatever memory he had conjured up, and began making that strained cry again. It's okay, Ash, don't worry about it, the doctor said soothingly, waiting until Ash calmed down. Tell me something else. Is this Pokemon your friend? The question I had wanted to ask most of all. Surely, whatever else he had forgotten, if he could remember me at all, he must remember some of our friendship. But Ash just looked back at the doctor with such a lost face, so empty and innocent that I felt my heart breaking. Silent tears began to run down his face, and I wasn't far behind. A little prodding confirmed my worst fear, Didino. How do you feel, Ash? The doctor steered the conversation along. Do you like Pikachu? Ash was still and silent, refusing to answer. The doctor jotted something down before going through some more questions, none of which Ash was able to come up with an answer for. Is Pikachu funny? Is it kind? Do you remember where you met? He couldn't even answer whether or not I was his Pokemon, how long he had known me, or anything we had done together. The only positive reaction Ash gave was when he was asked, is Pikachu powerful, to which Ash emphatically nodded his head. Why yes. Does Pikachu scare you, Ash? We moved on to the part one was most concerned about. Yes, I scared him, no hesitation in that answer. What part of him is scary? Apparently, there were several things, but the only thing I could interpret was .shock.sss.s storm. Are you scared of thunderstorms? Surprisingly, Ash's response was no, but he continued to insist that electricity frightened him, so we were forced to accept that oxymoron. If I told you that Pikachu loves you very much, would that make it any less scary? No. If Pikachu couldn't use electricity, would that make it less scary? Oh, if that was all it would take, they could amputate my electric sacs with a rusty spoon, but the answer was still no. In fact, Ash began making biting and scratching gestures, then went into trying to describe something far too elaborate to communicate with his current abilities. I tried not to be hurt or offended, because it wasn't Ash's fault that he'd been hit on the head and electrocuted out of his mind, but it was hard not to give into anger. After all the promises we'd made, all the things we'd gone through together, this was all that was left. Ash, why do you think Pikachu scares you? Hadn't we already established that? I could power a small building with my electricity, and I had a bad habit of turning it on my trainer. Who wouldn't be frightened by that? But Ash took the question seriously, humming and stammering for several minutes before grabbing a pen and paper. He scratched out a single dot in the center of a blank page. Me, he said in explanation, looking at the doctor earnestly. Hurt. Hurt. He growled a little, shutting his eyes as if by clenching his teeth and concentrating he could just force the right words out. Hhq. Hurt paindark stop save meno thing. Nothing. He opened his eyes again and pointed to his paper again. Me. Nothing. I couldn't understand what he meant, but the doctor just wrote more notes down and adjusted her glasses. Is this how Pikachu makes you feel? Ash struggled with that. I remember, he mumbled, jabbing his drawing. Brr. A memory? Of Pikachu? With an earnest nod, Ash picked up steam again. Hurt paindark stop save meno thing, he repeated, repetitiously poking at the dot in the center. Hand soft pulis nothing. Run pink blue fight stop blast pain scared nothing. On the positive side, Ash was offering more spontaneous words in the past half hour than he had the entire week, but the downside was that I had no idea what he was talking about. Save a misola veo goodbye nothing. He was getting far too worked up, and the doctor put a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. It's okay Ash, we can talk about something else for a minute, but Ash jerked away, putting his hands over his ears and screwing his eyes shut. HHH. Bird YTU, PPYBDYTU, he took off, speeding through that song that he'd been forced to sing ad nauseum as part of his therapy. PPY birthday dear Gary happy birthday Toyoyu, Toyou, Doyaspiro Dodoikno who I am I mash from the Tonov Palatime gonna capture and defeat you all bright Balno Shokliston love you Kamianjim, nothing. With that, Ash was finished, and after a few deep breaths, he looked up at the doctor's face, searching for comprehension. He didn't find any, but he seemed pleased with himself, nonetheless. As for myself, I was floored, but it wasn't by the sheer volume of words Ash had managed to spew out in under 5 minutes. It was because I had every word of that speech memorized. Nothing, Ash continued saying, staring at the single dot on his piece of paper, nothing, 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 nothing. Is this what you remember when you think of Pikachu? Ash nodded, not taking his eyes off his paper. He reached out and touched the little dot in the center while the doctor wrote some more things down. Ash, how do you feel about discussing this with Pikachu? No. I was a little surprised that she'd waste her breath asking. Wouldn't you like to not be scared anymore? Ash didn't say anything, but I could see him thinking about it. You've been drawing, haven't you? Maybe you could draw some pictures of Pikachu. No, no. Ash was quick to protest, but the doctor insisted on it. It might help you remember what happened, she reasoned, which was enough of an enticement to get Ash to consider the idea. Maybe you'll discover some good memories, too. No, Ash muttered, but promised to give it a try over the next few days. He flopped back against the bed as the doctor went to speak with Ash's mother, who had been standing just outside the open door. I waited until both of them were gone before sneaking out of the room, not wanting to run into Delia after that conversation. I knew she was always present for Ash's therapy sessions, and if she'd heard that, I was worried she'd want to talk to me about it. I managed to get to the waiting room unseen, where May discovered me moping in a corner. She picked me up in her soft, tiny, little arms. "Don't be sad, Pikachu," she said with as much cheeriness as she could pump into her voice. It may have even been genuine. May has a kind of naivety that even Ash can't match sometimes. "You had amnesia once too, remember?" It's all very fuzzy, but yes, I did remember joining Team Rocket and trying to shock Ash into oblivion. You forgot everything about Ash, but it all turned out okay. Except, the two instances were nothing alike. I had a bump on the head, got disoriented for a few hours, and had a migraine the rest of the day. Ash had real amnesia, and there wasn't some magic switch that was going to send everything rushing back. Things were never going to be the way they were. Over the next few days, Ash kept to his promise of trying to draw pictures of me, though I suspect that his mother had to remind him of that promise. Most of his efforts were abandoned and discarded before they could take proper form, but he finally finished a legible drawing he could discuss with the doctor. I never got to see what it was, since he kept it under his pillow most of the time. After such an explosion of vocabulary, we had hoped that Ash would start speaking in complete sentences, but he instantly reverted back to single words. His speech therapist was optimistic, however, and took the episode as a good sign. Even his physical energy seemed to have returned, and Ash was getting up and walking a few steps of his own accord, without having to be told to by a physician. But, as with all good things, they invariably come to an end. Something had been stewing for a while now, and it was only a matter of time before it boiled over. "Stupid," Ash said for the 100th time that day, repeating it like a mantra. "Stupid, stupid. Ash, you shouldn't say that," his mother chided. "It's not very nice." How ironic, 1 minute we were begging him to talk, and the next, we were telling him to stop. "Tell us what the problem is." Ash crossed his arms and turned his head away. "Stupid," he growled, swatting Delia's hand away when she tried to touch him. "All right, Ash," she sighed, crossing her own arms. What a pair they made. "Just what do you think is so stupid?" Her son just rolled his eyes and carried on as before. "Stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid." Delia had enough. "I don't like that word, Ash. Choose a better one." And with that, everything broke. Fire in his eyes, Ash turned back to glare at his mother. Handicapped. No one was quite sure how to respond to that, least of all, Delia. "Ash," she said hesitantly, "please don't think Dash." Ash purposefully pushed a vase of flowers off his bedside table, and Delia jumped out of her seat when it smashed on the floor. "Ash." "Wrong," he hissed, "wrong. Shut up." Sidestepping the broken pottery, Delia sat on the bed and gripped Ash's shoulders. "I'm right here, Ash, I'm listening. Calm down and tell me what's wrong." Ash pushed her violently. "No. Job. Hate, 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 hata hate, die," he was screaming, and the nurses and Adino quickly mobilized. "Go. Go, 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 go." Everyone was ushered out of the room save Delia, Adino and Dr. Proctor, and that psychology doctor was called in. About 10 minutes after her arrival, the door opened, and she walked out to where we were all waiting. Everyone's faces were pale, demeanor shaken. Though Ash had a temper, he'd never been so violent before, and this side of him scared us. "Pikachu," the doctor said seriously, "Ash would like to talk to you." My thoughts raced at 100 miles an hour, and I followed her into the room. What could Ash have to say to me? Did he remember something else? Was he mad? Was he going to tell me to leave? I suddenly realized that Ash had never been mad at me before, ever. Only when possessed by that ancient king had he ever expressed anger towards me, and while that hurt, I'd known all along it wasn't him. I realized that the idea of Ash yelling at me was terrifying, and I almost stopped and turned around. But Ash wanted to talk to me, and it had been so long. I slunk in timidly after the doctor, looking up towards Ash. He was on his feet, glowering while Adino cleaned up the broken vase. Stupid, broken. Ash. He turned at the sound of his name, and when he saw me, all his anger faded into fear. Pikachu's here. What did you want to ask him? Ash fumbled for words. Not that stupid, he finally shouted, stomping his feet. He wouldn't make eye contact with me. Can't, no. Not that underwear, underground. No. Stupid. Ash, you are not stupid. Delia admonished, but Ash screamed and threw a pillow across the room. No, not, he gulped, and Delia caught him before he could kick the bed with his bare feet, not understand. Can't. Yes, you can, the doctor said firmly. You're not stupid, and Pikachu will understand, if you calm down and try to tell him. Ash made a pathetic whine, but looked back over at me. I hated that haunted look in his eyes. Pikachu. What? The reply was brisk, sharp, challenging. I wasn't sure what to say next. Pikachu. Ash rubbed his temples. Okay, not okay, no, he groaned and shut his eyes, mouthing something that I couldn't quite make out. I waited while he struggled, hoping that if I was patient, he would find his voice. At length, he did. Ha, hey wary Ash, I'm fine. Ash's eyes were still screwed shut, gazed towards the floor. I could see his mind churning, could watch his mind sorting through the practiced, memorized conversations for the words he needed. What I couldn't see was if he was going to find them. WH. Wario I'm Ash from Pallet Town Anthis Ismi Buddy Pikachu. Why? He opened his eyes, properly making eye contact and looking like he expected an answer. Why? What? What sort of answer was he looking for in his self-introduction? It's who you are, I finally said, wondering if he even understood me. Pallet Town is where you're from. And I'm your friend. Why? I felt like I was dealing with a freshly hatched Pikachu. Because I am. Did I need a reason? Because I love you. Not that I showed it all that well. Ash frowned. Wrong. No. I felt stung. Wrong. Didn't he believe me? The doctor spoke up for me. Why do you say that, Ash? No, Ash groaned, looking me over with wary eyes. Why? What was he asking for? Scared, why? Stupid, why? Why? It can't answer until you ask the question properly, Ash's doctor implored. Slow down, try again. Why? Ash barked, but the adults weren't willing to accept that. Why what? Why scared? Ash took a deep breath, trying to calm down. Why no, it was like he was thinking aloud, saying all the words in his head until he heard ones that sounded like the ones he needed. Save. Was. Wrong, no, he sighed again, then lifted his head, seeming more confident. Why are you? Scared. Why are you scared? A sentence. Ash had just spoken in a complete, coherent sentence. It was the biggest breakthrough we'd seen, and yet, it wasn't enough to shake my deepest fears, my growing pessimism. I also wasn't sure how to answer. I guess I'm scared I'm going to lose you forever. Ash didn't respond, and I didn't know if he'd understood my words or not. Pikachu. Hurt, why? He was quickly reminded, full sentences, and I would have laughed at his eye roll if the situation wasn't so serious. Why? Ash faltered for a moment, clear blanks surfacing in his mind. Remember. Hate. Pidgey. Ferns. His frustration was building again, and Delia was quick to intervene. Take your time, she soothed, it's okay. Ash nodded, absently, mind lost in some word labyrinth. Th. Ha. I thought I had an idea what he meant. Pikachu. I didn't let loose an electric attack, just let my cheek spark a little, but it was enough for Ash to get the concept, and I saw that my guess had been right. However, it had been a bad move on my part, because he was now close to hysterics. Why? Why? He kept screaming as he backed away from me, clinging to his mother desperately. Why? I'm sorry, was all I could think of to say, hoping that I wasn't about to get kicked out. I'm sorry, I don't know what's wrong, but I'm sorry. Ash was still terrified, but his screaming had come down to some miserable humming. I never meant to hurt you. Wrong. The tone of voice felt accusatory, whether or not it was intended that way. I stared into Ash's eyes, hurt and confused, before I finally admitted to him something I'd already admitted to myself a long time ago. Yeah, I whispered. Wrong. Even so, I love you. Had I ever told him that, or had I always assumed that he knew? And I'm sorry, for all the times I might have hurt you. Can you forgive me? Ash's stare was hard and cold. Who her? Hurt Paindark stop save Menothing, why, he demanded. I didn't answer right away, and Ash snapped. Stupid. Hurt Paindark stop save Menothing, why? Why are you, he trailed off, out of words, through with words. It was written on Ash's face that he had reached his limit, and nothing else was getting through tonight. Stupid, why? He shut his mouth and waited for my answer, as if I could have possibly said anything worthwhile. Even if I knew what he was asking, I didn't think I had the answers he was looking for. I don't want to hurt you, I don't want you to hate me, I don't want you to leave me. I don't want you to be scared anymore. So, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Whatever. Whatever you need, I'll do it. You, Ash sighed, sinking to the floor. He looked exhausted. You. Wrong. Delia knelt down on the floor beside her son, and Ash leaned into her, shutting his eyes to me. Go. But. I took a few steps forward and touched his leg, deciding to press my luck. He winced and jerked it away from me. Please, he whimpered, go. Please, thank you, go. And I did go, because we were clearly done for the night. We were done, PRD. Chapter 10, From the earth, the land, the sea and sky, they can never win, but they sure can try. A long time ago, I was presented with a choice. I had the opportunity to return to the wild, back to my own kind, or stay with a human trainer I'd been forced into a relationship with. Not knowing anything about the trainer in question, would have always chosen to go, without fail. The trainer, however, made all the difference. I lay on my back, staring up at the clouds drifting by. I'd been outside contemplating my feelings for days, growing unusually existential as I tried to make sense of them. But for all my thoughts, I wasn't reaching any conclusions. I had another choice to make. I'd considered, all those years ago, what it would be like if I could leave Ash. I fantasized about what sort of circumstances would lead to us parting, what I'd do afterwards, and how I'd feel about it. Every day since leaving Pallet Town, the thought would enter my mind. It wasn't that I wanted to leave, necessarily, just that I wondered. As our journey wore on, it became more of a curiosity than anything, but I'd still think about it. What I didn't know until that night, that instance that I saw Ash running away, was that Pikachu were no longer my own kind. I loved nature, was wild at heart, still considered myself a Pokemon, but somehow, I'd become something else over time. That's what training did to you, it turned you into something new. And that night, I learned that I was more like Ash than I was like the other Pikachu, and the place where I belonged, the place where I could be with my own kind was right by his side. Several years later, Ash and I were more alike than ever, but now, my place by his side was threatened. That feeling of partnership in a Pokemon battle is something you can't really understand until it happens to you, and part of why I fought Ash for so long. You can try to explain it, but there's so much that can't be told in words, some magical and incomprehensible unity that you have to feel for yourself. Ash and I are friends and equals, but there's a level to our relationship that exists outside of the friendship. I know that Ash gets it, understands what Pokemon training is supposed to be, and the more I grow to understand it, the stronger our friendship gets. Or, got, as our relationship was now moving into the past tense. If I left Ash, and I forced myself to remember that this was still a hypothetical situation, I had nowhere to go. I couldn't return to the wild, find a group of Pikachu and live out life as I had previously done. My life had changed, I had bigger dreams, higher expectations, and I needed people. I needed humans. I might have special attacks in battle, but to me, Ash has always been stronger. His arms can pick me up off the ground and carry me away from anything, shield me from everything, warm me from the cold and heal my broken heart. Because a true Pokemon master does more than just capture Pokemon, and Ash has always known that. I had been given a choice, but Ash never had one. All of us under Ash's care were free, because he, even at 10 years old, understood what his role of master was supposed to be. He knew, better than the strong, experienced trainers, just what he was supposed to be mastering. He was our trainer, teacher, coach, and friend, sometimes a parent and occasionally, a psychiatrist. Protector, defender, and avenger, charged with a responsibility to us that went higher than our friendship, much as I often denied it. As our trainer, he could never give us anything less than everything, and our best interests always had to come before his own. I could choose to come back and prove him wrong, but he could never ask me to stay just because he wanted me to. Or, maybe, Pokemon mastery had nothing to do with it. Maybe Ash had never broken the mentality that I would want to leave. Maybe he always feared that he wasn't good enough. I told him as much, then promptly retracted it, but I wasn't the last one to do so. Who could deny Butterfree flying across the sea to be with his mate? And yet, it was a huge blow to Ash, just the same, to know that there were things he couldn't do, things he couldn't be. Butterfree loved Ash purely and completely, but without true love, that life just wasn't good enough. Squirtle found a higher calling, and suddenly, training with Ash wasn't enough. Charizard left a nice flaming hole when he left, one that took years to fill up, and we lost Pidgeotto, Lapras, Larvitar, Ambipom and so many others. Ash was so much to us, but he couldn't be everything. Maybe he'd always feared that if he wasn't perfect, he wouldn't be good enough for me. Because I knew within seconds that I couldn't leave Ash, not for all the peaceful Pikachu forests in the world, but he had really never expected to see me again. I don't think he thought I would ever look back. And now, as I stared at that sky that ran on forever, I had to choose my path. Ash had told me to go, just like before, but for the first time, he had acted completely according to his own interests. He had asked something for himself, after all these years of selflessly standing before Spearow, legendaries, nature, me, and personal heartache, and I felt I owed it to him to honor that request. At the same time, I didn't want to leave. I no longer had a place with Ash. I didn't have a place among my own kind. I refused to bond with another trainer. Where, then, was I expected to go? Pikachu. Pikachu. My ears twitched when I heard my name, and I turned my head to see Iris and Axel leaping over to me. The boat leaves this evening. Don't fall asleep and miss it. Ash was going back to Pallet Town, checking out of the hospital today. It was a joyous day, for some, but for me, it was a day of judgment. I was out of time to decide, where did I belong? Iris sat down next to me, her long hair waving slightly in the breeze. It's too early to give up the fight, you know, she declared, and I almost groaned. I'd been trying to avoid this conversation, but people kept finding me and shoving their opinions on me. Well-meaning as my friends were, Ash wasn't terrified by the sight of them, he didn't ask any of them to leave, and they weren't as close to him as I was. This was my choice, and I didn't need their uninformed opinions. As if that ever stopped Iris. I challenged Excadrill every single day until I got through to him, she continued proudly. We had some rough patches, but it got smoothed out in time. I narrowed my eyes at her, and her face dropped. I guess it's not exactly the same thing. She scratched Axu's head and flopped onto her back, joining my pursuit of answers amongst the clouds. She sighed aloud. Actually, I was thinking maybe I should take a break from traveling. Just find a nice spot near some forests or mountains, and train there by myself. Pika. This didn't sound like Iris, but she didn't seem quite like herself today. I think I need a break, she said, in a voice that might have sounded carefree to those who didn't know her. I was skeptical, but I couldn't think of anything to say. Scyllane's going to go to Pallet Town, to help out while Ash recovers, so Axu and I will be on our own. Traveling with a bunch of other people, it's fun, but, she sighed again, it's childish, and I need to get serious. If I'm going to be a dragon master, I should find a quiet spot without distractions. She was going to get lonely. But, maybe she already was. Either way, there was still plenty of time for disaster to find us, and we both turned our heads towards the crashing of brush that heralded Bianca's arrival. Pikachu, she shrieked, running wild zigzags across the terrain. Pikachu, where are you? Stuff is happening. I sat up before she could destroy any more foliage. Pika. Bianca heard me and about-faced to dash towards me and Iris. Ash is missing. She cried, and with that, she had our full attention. What? How long? Pikachu. Bianca took off her hat and began wringing it in her hands. I dunno, we just turned around 1 minute and he wasn't there. We haven't seen him for hours. Didn't he just get out of the hospital? How could he have disappeared so quickly? Pikachu, do you have any idea where he might have gone? Pi. I didn't know where to start. I hadn't seen Ash for days, not since he'd asked me to leave, and who was I to claim I knew what went on in his head? Luckily, Iris had some sensible questions. Did he say anything before he left? She tried. Was he acting weird before disappearing? Well, he was really upset when he woke up this morning. Not unusual. Some mornings, Ash didn't take the whole, your body won't obey, you can't talk and you've also lost a decade of your life, thing so well. In turn, people sometimes got sick of having to explain it to him every other day. Maybe he ran off because he was scared. Of course. I'll check the woods and parks. Iris declared, bounding off with Axu. Nature is soothing, it's the perfect place to calm down. For her, maybe, but I wasn't so sure. If Ash was scared, he'd never just run off on his own. My trainer didn't often seek solitude, and one of his greater fears was of being left alone. Faced with this situation, he'd want to stay close to the people he recognized, like his mother, or Professor Oak. So, not scared, but maybe upset. Or did he have a goal in mind? I couldn't be sure where or why he went, but I had a pretty good idea of where he'd end up. Pi, Pikachu. I called out to Bianca, who blinked stupidly for a second until she realized that I wanted her to follow me. I was a little apprehensive that I only had Bianca to help me if we were to find Ash and an emergency arose, but I didn't think I had time to run off looking for our more responsible friends. The important thing was that we find Ash, I reasoned, and worry about the rest later. We dashed through the city streets, finally coming to rest in the lobby of the Pokémon Center, and I was relieved to see that I was correct. There was my trainer, sitting by the fountain with sheets of paper strewn around him. Nothing seemed amiss, though his leg was bouncing up and down with a tremor. To an outsider, he simply looked restless, but Bianca and I knew it was an action far beyond his control. I couldn't wait until they got him to the specialist in Viridian, and finally know if the surgery procedure we'd heard about would be of any use. Curable, or manageable, either one was fine, as long as the downward spiral stopped there. Back in Hoenn, they predicted Ash had about 5 to 10 years before his symptoms would prevent him from continuing his journey, but this latest catastrophe had cut that number by at least half. I couldn't blame the accident, though. Amnesia or no amnesia, I was the reason he couldn't always control his own body, and that was something I was going to have to live with. Ash. I stepped behind a potted plant before Bianca called too much attention to me, then winced when her overly enthused greeting managed to knock him backwards into the fountain. He was quickly fished out, but several of his papers were drenched in the process. "Oh. I'm so sorry." Ash just grumbled and gathered up the rest of his papers, which appeared to be drawings, or attempts at them. "Who?" He tapped his foot while Bianca stared. "Who?" "Oh. I'm Bianca." She smiled brightly despite Ash's less than warm response. "We're friends, I travel with you sometimes. You know, I'm kind of your rival." She winked, but Ash wasn't impressed. He shuffled through his drawings. "Don't remember," he said, and Bianca started. Well, it doesn't matter," she replied, far too cheerfully, and sat down beside Ash on the fountain's edge. "Soon you'll be home, and everything will be normal again." She looked down at her feet, and I saw that her smile wasn't quite reaching her eyes anymore. "It'll only be things you're used to." Ash frowned, clutching his drawings to his chest. "Want.no, gone." His leg jumped around like it was attached to a spring. "Can't see." "Forget, then disappears, it disappears." "I know," Bianca whispered, like it was never there. They sat in silence for a moment, until Ash moved his drawings at Bianca with urgency. "Remind me," he pleaded. Every day. Can't disappear, not disappear, see." Bianca gingerly took the papers, some of which were still wet, and picked through them. See every day. Doesn't disappear." His eyes were so wide and pleading that I wanted to grant all his requests. But this wish, it seems, was Bianca's responsibility. "I have an idea." She declared, with a triumphant smile that worried me just a little, "are going shopping." I was faced with a small dilemma, watching the two marching out of the Pokémon Center. On the one hand, I felt Bianca was in no way capable of handling any emergencies that might arise. Not that I expected one to, but Ash had been gone for hours and might be close to needing medication, on top of the fact that Bianca was an airhead. I'd feel much more at ease if I could chaperone them. On the other hand, Ash had been gone for hours, and we owed it to the poor boy's mother to let her know Ash was all right. In the end, I pulled Bianca aside and managed to wrangle a rendezvous point out of her, and then ran off to let everyone else know they could call off the search. When at last I was able to lead Delia and the rest of our company to the park, Bianca had promised to meet us. She and Ash were laying on their stomachs, shoulder to shoulder while scribbling in a book. Scattered around them were pens, markers and crayons, as well as tape and plenty of paper. Even a stapler, which was currently being used to attach some of Ash's previous drawings to the pages. There were some sticker sheets as well, several of which had made it onto their faces. Bianca looked up, a pokeball sticker covering her nose, and nudged Ash, who had a smiley face on his forehead. "Are you 5? Iris exhaled, disgusted and amused by the pair of them, but Ash was not slighted. "Iris," he called, and Iris froze, because Ash never remembered her name. She was still as a rock while Ash shakily got to his feet. "Aye, Iris." He walked stiffly over to her, and the two locked eyes, both of them a bit nervous. "You, Aksu, thank you." At the sound of his name, Aksu climbed out of Iris' hair with glee. Iris tried to shrug casually. "For what?" she said nonchalantly, but Ash kept smiling. "Here," he said gratefully, "always here. Won't forget." While Iris was busy pretending not to get emotional, Ash turned back towards Bianca, who gave him the book they had been working on. Right, Ash said, opening it and moving it at Iris. Here, go, paper, right. Bianca had to fish up a marker, but when she handed it to Iris, the purple-haired girl was confused. Write what? She asked, looking back and forth between Bianca and Ash's intense eyes. He can't read, anyway. Later, Ash muttered, a bit embarrassed, and Iris looked properly chagrined. Bianca just kept grinning. Write whatever you want, she instructed. Your name, or a message, or anything, as long as it's from you. She called Iris' attention to the book in Ash's hands. These are Ash's memories. If he can't remember in his head, I thought, maybe he can keep them somewhere else. Every day, Ash nodded, read, every day. More, bigger, not disappear, disappear. I couldn't see what was written on those pages, but Iris was touched, and when Ash petitioned her one more time, help our member, she snatched the pen from Bianca and began scribbling with a vigor. You, she muttered through misty eyes, you're just such a kid. Ash finished, sticking an Aksu sticker on her chin. No. The real Aksu giggled and stole the pen from Iris to make some squiggly loops of his own. When they finished, they were accosted by the rest of the present company, who all wanted to see this book and perhaps make some additions of their own. Ash jumped in with the rest of them, and our crowd of friends began passing the book around, laughing and pointing and occasionally grabbing a marker and writing their own little edits. This is so fun! Dawn shrieked with laughter, relishing in all the memories that Ash and Bianca had assembled, tiny and abridged as they might have been. I climbed a tree to peer over the crowd, though it didn't help me see the contents all that well. But I agreed with Dawn, with all the stickers, colors and doodles, it did look fun and engaging. There's even some of the Pokemon in here. Snivy looks so bored. The real Snivy looked over with her usual expression of haughty detachment, and smirked a little at the contents of her page. Not May frowned when she found her page. What's up with that? Gary was peering over her shoulder and immediately doubled over with laughter. I have a sister named May, he explained through wheezes, while Ash waved his arms wildly. Ashy boy used to have this huge crush on her. Ash? Acknowledging a girl? But Ash's face had flushed deep red, prompting more shrieks and howls. I don't believe it. Believe it or not, I'm fixing this, May declared, grabbing a pink marker. You need better memories of me than not Gary Oakes. Sister, Food, Ash suggested instantly, and everyone but May giggled some more. But the happiness of the moment could only last for so long. Hey, Pikachu's not in here. Brock turned to Ash without thinking. Why didn't you write anything about Pikachu? Who? Ash asked in a disinterested tone, and silence reigned. I almost fell out of my tree. Nothing ever hurt as much as that one word. I didn't exist in his world. He hadn't seen me for days, and so, I disappeared. If I wasn't constantly in front of his face, he'd forget all about me. And not care in the slightest. But before anyone could destroy the moment and remind the poor boy that he had a best friend who terrified the living daylights out of him, we had a visitor. Bianca. I've been looking all over for you. Daddy. We all turned to see Bianca's father running towards us, his face red and his belly shaking with each step. Bianca smiled broadly while he caught his breath. What are you doing here? I've come to take you home. And just like that, her smile faded. Again. Didn't we already talk about this? Things have changed. Air back in his lungs, her father stood up proudly. You need to come home with me, now. However, Bianca was not willing to cooperate. No, I don't understand, she cried out in distress. Why are you doing this again? Bianca has gotten a lot stronger, Iris offered, to which Scylla nodded his support. Her flavor ripens and matures every day. You already agreed to let me keep traveling after you battled Ash, so why dash? That's exactly the problem, her father interrupted, looking a bit embarrassed when he made eye contact with Ash. I heard about what happened, he continued gently, and so, I'm sure it's not difficult for you all to understand why I want to keep my little girl safe. Bianca folded her arms petulantly. I was afraid something like might happen. Can you imagine how I'd feel if this had been you? Yes, actually, Bianca shot back with an acid we didn't know she possessed. Do you think I've been sleeping the past few weeks? I knew you were too young to begin a Pokemon journey, her father accused, you don't know anything about the real world. Come home, and try again in a few years. But Bianca just clenched her fists. I just want to protect you, sweetie. You can't protect me from everything, Daddy. Her gaze was fixed on the ground, body as clenched as her hands. You think this wouldn't have happened if Ash had just stayed in Kanto with his mother, and maybe you're right, but that tornado still happened and Ash wasn't the only person who got hurt that day. She was trembling with emotion, visibly shaking. No could protect all of them. But if you were home with us, I'd worry about you less, her dad countered, but Bianca's sullen face didn't rise. I know you worry, she said after a pause, tears forming in her eyes, but if I stay home, I won't change. It won't matter how many years I wait, I'll always be exactly the same as I am now. A stupid, she hiccuped, clenching her eyes shut to prevent any more tears from falling, airheaded, little girl who can't do anything for herself. I'll never be anything else. Her father moved forward as if to embrace her. Bianca, you know I love you just the way you are. But Bianca stepped away, eyes flashing angrily. I love all of my Pokemon, but even they have to give something back, she declared. Even Pokemon can't be completely dependent on their trainers, they have to try. Bianca wiped her tears away, even though more were gushing out with every second. I love them, and I'll give them everything in the world, anything they want. It doesn't matter how many times they fail, even if they never win a battle, I don't care, but all of them have to try. Bianca. You say you love me, but you never push me, she shrieked, balling up her fists again. The dam had broken on her emotions, and the rest of us could do nothing but watch. It might have been polite to leave, but the shock of so much rage in our usually cheerful friend compelled us to stay. I know I'm dumb and useless, you don't have to tell me that, but why don't you want me to change? Her father seemed at a loss for words. You want me to be stupid and dependent for the rest of my life. That's not true. I just want to keep you safe. Even Pokemon have to give something back. Bianca repeated. Otherwise, they might as well be plush dolls. It doesn't matter if they win or lose, but they know they have to try to match your expectations. Her gaze moved back to the floor, most of her rage gone. But you don't have any expectations. You don't have any faith in me, or any hope. So, how can you say you love me? All parents love their children, her father replied tersely, to which Delia nodded, but Bianca wasn't swayed. You love me, but you don't do anything about it. Even beginning trainers know that doesn't do your Pokemon any good. You can't compare Pokemon training to this. Can't I? Bianca cried. That's what this journey is about, isn't it? And her father stopped, because she was exactly right. It's never been about winning all the badges or filling up the Pokédex, it's about people and life. She trailed off for a moment, it's about me being a better person, and my Pokemon being better because they met me. I suddenly flashed back to a dark sky over Route 1, and felt a conflicting sense of awe and sympathy for all the 10-year-old children move out to make their way in the world. If I could go back and revisit that day with the power of hindsight, I would have done a lot of things differently. Ash probably felt the same way, but in all honesty, that disaster was the best thing that ever happened to us. You can still train at home for a few years, her dad tried again. Grow stronger with your Pokemon, and then we'll see about going farther. You don't want me to end up like Ash, right? Bianca said, looking over at our friend. But parents can't protect their kids from everything, and if Ash's mom hadn't let him go on his Pokemon journey, he would have never met me. Bianca bit her lip, frowning to herself. I didn't get to play with a lot of the other kids, because you kept me so sheltered. And when I turned 10, all the kids my age left on their Pokemon journeys. No wonder she was so immature, the girl had no peer group to relate to. Everybody grew and changed and left, but I stayed the same. When I met all of you, I made friends for the first time. You guys don't think much of me. Everyone was quick to give a protest, however. Hypocritical it might have been, but you're always cheering for me and expecting me to be better, and I've changed because I've met you. Especially Ash, and he doesn't remember me anymore, but I want to believe that something changed for him because he met me, too. I want to believe that it mattered. She sniffled again, a new wave of tears coming. Right now, I'm not smart, and I'm kind of useless, but there's at least one person out there I might matter to someday. And like Ash, if I never leave home, I'll never meet them, and I'll never have anything worthwhile to pass on when I do. Bianca straightened up, blinking away her tears. And so I can't go home yet. I'll work hard to meet everyone's expectations, and then I'll come home and show you what I'm really worth. Her father tried one last plea, but Bianca. Even if Ash forgets everything about me, it was worth it, Bianca interrupted. I'm sorry, Mrs. Ketchum, but I wouldn't give up meeting Ash for anything, not even if it meant he never got hurt. I guess I'm selfish that way, she said ruefully, but if the same thing happens to me tomorrow, I still think it would be better than living 100 years at home all alone. With that, she was done, and wiped her face hurriedly. I'll see you all back at the harbor, she abruptly said, running off to be alone with her thoughts and tears. We all watched her go, even her father too stunned to follow. She forgot her bag, Gary finally pointed out, and we all shrugged. She wouldn't be the same without her unique spice, Sylvan said kindly, picking up her bag. I'll give it to her before we board. Iris was still staring in shock. Has she always been that deep? That's what we get for making broad assumptions. Sylvan frowned suddenly, dropping Bianca's bag in the dirt. Ash? We hadn't noticed with all the family drama, but Ash's restless movements were becoming quite severe, and he had sat down in the dirt to try and hold himself down. Why didn't you say anything? His mother chided, which may have been a little unfair. Ash was clearly frightened by his own body's betrayal, but articulating his condition wasn't his forte at the moment, and I was sure he wasn't fully aware of all his condition entailed. Sometimes, we forgot that he was just a little boy. Delia knelt down beside her son and put her arm around him. Stand up, Ash, it'll hurt less if you walk around. Ash looked dubious, but Delia insisted. Come on, I'll help you up. Getting him to his feet was a bit of a hassle, but the voluntary movement did seem to ease the involuntary, somewhat. Didn't he take that medicine this morning? May asked, but Delia shook her head. He ran off before breakfast, she sighed. There's nothing to do but wait until dinner. Was this life, now? You understand, don't you? Bianca's father petitioned Delia as we began to walk back. Bianca's so young and innocent, I couldn't handle it if this happened to her. Delia's response was quiet. I don't think it matters if we can handle it or not. We walked slowly back to the harbor, Ash shuffling most of the way, but his gait improved over the course of the walk. His demeanor, however, was still shaken. Why? He kept asking. You had an accident, Ash, his mother said wearily, don't you remember? Yeah, but, he trailed off and finally let the subject go to move on to another one. Bye, Bianca, thanks. Wrong, she's wrong, he said earnestly, looking around at us. Not stupid, not her, wrong. Mattered.to me. She'd be happy to hear it, Sylvan said quietly. I don't think anyone tells her that. When we reached the harbor, Bianca had not yet arrived, but there was something else interesting to grab Ash's attention. What? Is that a salamence? Iris gushed, running forward, and Ash followed to pet the large creature. Sitting atop the dragon beast was the gray-haired man from a few weeks ago, and Richie. Brock greeted, and our friend waved excitedly. Hey, guys. He hopped off Salamence and ran up to Ash. I came as soon as I heard. You look good. Comparatively speaking, Ash did look good, finally in his own clothes again. He wasn't the same without his long, disheveled hair, but he looked more like the Ash we knew than the foreign being we'd been exposed to the past few weeks. You got out this morning, right? Yeah, Ash said uncomfortably, shifting restlessly. Who? Richie looked like he'd been hit on the head, and I had an unkind feeling of self-righteousness that it wasn't happening only to me. I'm Richie, remember? No, Ash apologized, and in Richie's favor, he did look sorry about it. Brock stepped forward before any more feelings got hurt. Richie is an old friend of yours, Ash. You battled him at the Pokemon League. Yeah, because I'm sure Ash loved remembering that battle. Ash looked incredulous, however, and even a little excited, and his smile relaxed Richie. I'm sorry I couldn't be here earlier, he offered, and Ash shook his head with a grin. Yours? He pointed to Salamence, but before Richie could answer, Silver jumped off and landed in front of them. The big guy's with me, he said proudly, ruffling Richie's hair and causing the boy to cry out indignantly. Thought I'd give the 2 half-pints a ride back to Pallet in style. Hold on, Silver. Delia stomped forward. If you think you're taking my son a couple 1,000 feet into the air over an ocean, you've got another thing coming. The boy's been in the hospital for weeks, let him live a little. That's exactly my point. Delia argued, and Professor Oak sighed. This could take a few hours, he said with a rueful grin. Shall we leave them to it? We joined Ash and Richie, the former still enraptured by Salamence, and started catching up. And in all that distraction, no one remembered Sparky. Pikachu, the familiar voice called, stretching after a long nap and jumping onto Richie's shoulder. Finally awake, huh? Richie grinned, turning to Ash. So, where's Pikachu? Sparky's been excited to see him again. When no one answered, he assumed the worst. Oh, no. He's not Dash. No, Pikachu's fine, Brock reassured. He's probably hiding in the bushes somewhere. He looked around a bit, as did Ash, curiously. There's kind of something weird going on right now. What? Ash asked, which only made Richie more confused. What do you mean, what? Your best friend. He gestured to Sparky, who had hopped off his shoulder to go poking around for me. Remember? Pikachu. The rest of the group tried to shut him up, but the damage had already been done. Pikachu. Ash murmured, thinking it over in his mind while he stared at Sparky, and suddenly, it clicked into place. Where? Everything's fine, Ash, just calm down, May soothed, and Dawn came up on his other side. Pikachu's off playing somewhere else right now, no need to worry. At that, Ash relaxed a little, but he still eyed the bushes suspiciously. Meanwhile, Sparky had found me. What the? I know, I sighed, relieved when my trainer finally looked away. He got hit on the head, and now this is my life, stalking my best friend from the bushes. Sparky looked at me sympathetically. That SCKS. Somehow, those 2 words were enough to break me. I know, I whispered again, hiding my face so that Sparky couldn't see my tears. He gently pushed through the leaves and crouched beside me, rubbing his red cheeks against mine. The little flow of electricity was warm and calming. Anything I can do? I shook my head. I don't think so, but thanks. I was grateful for his presence, and he stayed with me while the rest of our friends chatted, and while Delia and Silver continued their argument. Pokemon were popping out of Pokeballs, either to greet friends they hadn't seen in ages, or to introduce each other to new ones. With so many Pokemon around, Ash was in his element, and it always astounded me that playing with Pokemon could reduce his symptoms so easily. As long as he stayed moving, when he was with Pokemon, he was almost normal. He'd also gotten over that initial awkwardness, and before long, he and Richie were arm in arm like a pair of brothers, grinning from ear to ear. I wasn't surprised, as they'd always been close, but it made me a little sad. I wanted him to smile like that with me. "Are you Ash Ketchum?" A foreign voice was heard, and we all turned to face the new arrival. "Is he here?" The kid didn't look like anyone I'd ever met, nor did any of our human friends seem to recognize him. Tepig, however, gasped and stared. "Who are you?" Brock asked, speaking for Ash, who just hummed in a questioning tone. Our new arrival smirked broadly. "My name's Seamus," he announced proudly, running up to point dramatically in Brock's face. "I've heard stories about you, but you can't beat me. I challenge you to a Pokemon battle." "What stories are these?" May asked, intrigued, and Seamus grinned. "Only that you haven't seen anything until you've seen Ash Ketchum battle." "Ha!" Gary laughed. "You should hear the stories we tell back home." "So how about it? Let's fight." Brock smiled awkwardly. "Well, actually, Ash is this guy here," he nodded his head in Ash's direction. "And I don't know if your grapevine told you, but he's been in the hospital for a while, so." "But you're out now, right?" Seamus interrupted, focusing his attentions on my trainer. "Come on. Let's have a battle. I won't take no for an answer." Ash was at a loss. "And not, wait." "Huh?" Brock decided to rescue the poor boy. "Look, can I explain something to you in private?" But Seamus ignored him completely, as well as Tepig, who had run up to the new arrival with excitement. "Listen, kid, if two trainers lock eyes, they have to battle. You can't chicken out." "Yeah, but Ash really can't battle now." Dawn defended, while Ash looked more and more confused. "You'll have to battle someone else." "Yeah, don't be so childish." "But I came to challenge him." Seamus whined, glaring at Ash. "Aren't these your Pokemon?" He pointed to the present party, Snivy, Tranquil, Oshawott and Scraggy, then finally noticed Tepig. Tepig squealed with joy and latched onto Seamus' leg, nuzzling it happily. "Hey, what gives?" Ash had no clue, but Scyllin grew thoughtful. "I wonder. Could it be that this Tepig used to belong to you?" Iris started, head whipping back to look at Seamus, who seemed just as surprised. As for myself, I was floored, and nearly darted from the bushes to run to Tepig. But finally, a smile tugged at our stranger's features. "So, you were able to get yourself a new trainer. How about that?" "I can't believe you!" Iris shouted, actively raging, while Scylin's anger was more subdued. "Abandoning a Pokemon like that. You should apologize right now." "Choo," I agreed, my own cheek sparking, and it was lucky that Ash couldn't see me and Sparky right now, because we'd have given a perfectly good reason for people to be scared of us. "It's my right as a trainer," Seamus said easily, nudging poor Tepig away with his foot. "I can't be taking care of useless Pokemon." He ignored Tepig's mournful cries and focused his attention back on Ash. "So, are we battling or not?" Ash looked torn between concern for Tepig and general confusion. He kept looking to the rest of the group for help. Not. Don't." Brock sighed and stepped up. "We told you already, Ash can't battle right now. Maybe some other time. Or you could battle me," Iris offered, clearly having an axe to grind. "No thanks," Seamus sniffed. "I came to battle Ketchum, I'm not gonna waste my time with the loser's rejects." He smirked down at my trainer. "You look like a weakling, anyway." If the old Ash had been present, that line would have been a death sentence. The Ash I knew could never stand to be slighted in such a way, and I would have been right on his shoulder, sounding the battle cry. But the Ash I knew was buried somewhere under that old building. My new trainer just shrugged with a sheepish smile and picked up Tepig in his arms. "Sorry," he said in a voice that was only mildly disappointed. He gently stroked the poor Pokemon's ears, not caring about Seamus' taunts. Luckily, the rest of our friends were indignant on his behalf. Take that back. You JRK. You want a battle? I'll give you one. Seamus just waved them off. I've got better things to do with my time, he drawled, and turned to leave, but didn't make it far before Tepig jumped out of Ash's arms and chased after him. What do you want? You don't think, Sillin began, a bit of worry in his voice, even after everything, Tepig still misses his old trainer. Iris looked scandalized. No way. Richie leaned in with a confused look. Who is this creep? He used to be Tepig's trainer, Sillin explained with a glare. But he abandoned Tepig and threw him away. When we found Tepig, he'd been tied up to a post, Iris added with a glower of her own. He was so starved and dirty that we thought he was an Umbreon. What? That is a nerve with Brock, and I fully expected him to have Seamus by the collar within seconds, except, Ash somehow managed to get there. And do it first. What? He repeated in a voice that channeled thunder. His memories might not be all there, but his righteous fury was still alive, and his variation on mean look had never been more threatening. That look that said, I trained a Charizard and faced down legendaries, so there is nothing you can do that will scare me. There was no version of Ash that could stand to see Pokemon hurt. Ash. Battle. Ash demanded, though Seamus just pushed him backwards. Battle, PP Pole guys. AA Pole guys. Seamus wrinkled his nose. Something wrong with you? Why are you talking all Red Dead? Pokemon match? No. This was war. I've never seen Ash so angry, Iris breathed, to which May, Dawn and Brock all shrugged. Hunter J. Team Magma. Lucario. Paul. It was true, before that Dmed tornado, Unova had been a refreshingly slow region. Ash looked ready to tear that boy's head off, and as he was backed in that desire by the majority of the crowd, Seamus decided to go along with the Pokemon battle. Fine. He declared with a grin. We'll show you the power of the Fire Warriors. He called his Emboar and Heatmor out of their Pokeballs. And then you'll see how useless that Tepig really is. Ash just snorted his disdain. A double battle. Tepig and whatever Pokemon you want to watch lose. Ash's mouth was set in a hard line as Seamus jogged off to a nearby field, his Pokemon stomping behind him. He passed Bianca as he did so, causing her to lose control of her own running while she stared after his Emboar, and she consequently smashed into Ash and knocked him off the dock. After we fished him out, and Bianca had apologized several times, she finally asked what was going on. Ash is going to battle that guy, Richie summarized. He used to be Tepig's trainer, but the sleazeball abandoned him. That's so mean. Bianca shrieked. You teach him a lesson, Ash. Excuse me, a voice broke in, and we were all reminded that Bianca's father was still following us. Is that really a good idea? I don't see why not, Delia reasoned, and Silver nodded. Guys like that don't deserve to call themselves trainers. Show him what a real battle is, Half-Pint. Bianca's father cringed. But he gestured at Ash in a way that was probably meant to be discreet, but failed. Well, he can't do this. All boys grow up someday, Delia said resolutely. It doesn't matter if they're a person or a Pokemon, they all need a chance to prove themselves. She smiled down at Ash. If not, they never learn how to be men. She dug Ash's Pokédex out of his backpack and handed it to him, and though he accepted it gratefully, the anger had long since been dropped from his face. You can do it, Ash. All right. Tepig, he said, but Tepig just looked morose, and Ash bit his lip. Gary, he begged, practically launching himself at the other boy. Help. Don't. Not. How? Gary snorted. Actually, I think you're doing a bang-up job on your own, there, Ashy boy. Gary. Ash whined, Lenun. Don't. It was Brock who clapped a hand on Ash's shoulder, startling him. We don't understand you, he said firmly. Calm down and use full sentences. Ash clenched his teeth, and in his mind, I'm sure he was swearing at him. Linun. Don't. Verbs, Ash. Have. Ash snapped. Don't. Don't have. Linun. Blank looks were shared among the group. No, I don't think you do, Dawn said, nonplussed. May tapped her chin, thoughtfully, but didn't seem to be coming up with any insight. Need. Linun, Ash insisted again, can't battle, how? Can't. Rules. Gary frowned. Do you mean a license? He finally asked, and that was clearly what Ash was looking for. You already have one, remember? You're a Pokemon trainer now, you've been in lots of battles. Seamus' distasteful voice was heard in the distance. Are you guys gonna be all day? Ash looked uneasily down at his Pokemon, who were all waiting eagerly at his feet, minus Tepig. I would have been with them, except, I didn't think it likely that Ash would choose me. He looked over each of his Pokemon carefully, with the seriousness I usually associated with league matches. Girl, he said finally, and after a few seconds, Snivy and Tranquil realized which one he meant. About time he figured it out, was all Snivy said as she stepped forward, but I could see she was pleased. Lucky her. May leaned into Brock. Do you think Ash actually has a chance? Brock just shrugged. I'm a little worried about Tepig. The pig Pokemon didn't look like he had any inclinations to battle at all, but if Ash can call his attacks properly, he should do all right. That's the problem, isn't it? His mother sighed. But Ash has been battling for years, even if he doesn't remember, Brock pointed out. Those neural pathways might still be strong. May blinked. Neural what, now? Dawn rolled her eyes. Ever since he started studying to be a doctor, I can't understand a thing he says. Meanwhile, Ash was trying to plan a strategy, despite Tepig's present apathy. When shown moves or stats in the Pokédex, it just and eventually, Ash gave up and focused his attention on Snivy. He smiled weakly at her. Not. Don't, stupid, he laughed ruefully and pointed to his head, seeming more nervous than he needed to be. Mess. You. Clever. Clever girl. Snivy nodded as if this made absolute sense. Can you? Mess. Snivy. She seemed so confident. I wasn't even sure what Ash was getting at, but he brightened at her response and whipped open the Pokédex, scanning Snivy and looking at her attacks. Words, not, can't, Ash was saying, scrolling through the data, see. This. Snivy. This. Snivy. What on earth are they talking about? Brock muttered, and Sillin shrugged. I don't ask questions when it comes to Ash's battle strategies, he laughed. I just sit back and watch the show. Speaking of the show, I think we should probably get this one on the road, Gary offered. Luckily, Ash and Snivy had finished their huddle, and quickly ran out to face their opponent. Both of them looked far more serious than they needed to for a simple field battle. If I hadn't known, I would have thought they were facing Cynthia for the championship title. Tepig, however, still appeared to be facing the gallows. Come on, I said to Sparky with a sigh, it looks like the party's moving. We scampered along the sidelines and took refuge in a nearby tree, well over Ash's head but able to see and hear the proceedings clearly. Ready? Seamus called, standing at the ready with Embor and heap more. Snivy and Tepig stood across from them, but Ash didn't stand behind his team. Instead, he walked over to the sidelines so he was facing Brock, the referee. Ash nodded, and everyone just stared. You're supposed to stand behind your Pokemon, moron, Seamus said, but Ash stood his ground. Here. At his determination, Brock chuckled. Well, I don't see a problem with it, do you? As unusual as it was, Seamus couldn't come up with a reason to contest it. In a few minutes, they'd be running all over that field, anyway. Fine. Let's battle. Heat more, dash. Before he'd even finished talking, Ash threw up his hand and Snivy was charging in for a quick attack. What? Dodge. It was too late, however, and Snivy managed to get in a hit, followed up by a vine whip. Blow. Ash shouted to Snivy, who set loose a leaf storm without even pausing for breath, then turned to Tepig. He flung his hand in the direction of Embor, and I suddenly clued into Ash's strategy. By standing on the side, instead of the trainer's box, he could use visual cues when his words failed him. He's brilliant. I whispered, and Sparky just laughed at me. What? He is. I'm not arguing. Tepig, charge. Tepig, however, just hung his head. Ha! Told you it was useless. Seamus cried. Embor, flare blitz. Move. Ash yelled, and Snivy did her best to escape, but still was hit by the attack. Tepig didn't even try, and was hit full on. Pull, pull. Somehow, Snivy interpreted that and used Vine Whip to wrap around Heatmer's leg, pulling herself out of the line of fire before sustaining too much damage. Even so, the attack had taken its toll, and she whipped around to shout at Tepig. Are you going to just stand there? She scolded. We're in the middle of a battle, here. Tepig kicked at the ground, embarrassed and torn. I can't, he pleaded, I can't battle him, he raised me. Raised you? Snivy sneered. He left you. How can you stand there and defend him? You don't know, okay. Tepig cried, whimpering slightly. He didn't want to leave me, he just couldn't keep me. We were friends. Snivy clearly wanted to retort, but there was still a double battle going on, and she had to hold it down as best she could. Snee dash. Ash threw his hand out in front of him and Snivy shot forwards for another quick attack, moving fast enough to avoid Heatmer's fury swipes and Embor's hammer arm flamethrower. No one was sure if that order was meant for Snivy or Tepig, and it didn't really matter, because Snivy wasn't able to react quickly enough and was hit by fire spin. Even so, she still managed to use her vine whip to knock Tepig away from Embor's arm hammer, as the little guy wasn't making any attempts to dodge. No. Oshawott squealed from the sidelines. Don't let them hit you. Fire is super effective. Oh, shut up, this is harder than it looks, Snivy shot back. I could only imagine. Between the fire types and Ash's inability to articulate commands, this was a gargantuan feat for her. You going to help out any time today? She called over to Tepig, who once again hung his little head in shame. You think this guy's your friend, but Ash, here, she waved at our trainer, who was scanning his Pokédex hurriedly, he really cares about you. He doesn't even remember me. Tepig shouted, and little tears were threatening to fall. Pikachu was his best friend, and he abandoned him. How is that any different? He wouldn't do that to you, I said, mostly to myself, not sure where all the confidence was coming from. Sparky moved just a little closer to me, the presence slight, but enough to be reassuring. Listen to me, Snivy said darkly, Ash never abandoned Pikachu, and you know that. It's Pikachu that abandoned us. What? My shock and surprise gave away my position, and Snivy's head whipped around to smirk in my general direction. You heard me, you little coward, she taunted. Want to get out of that tree and say something about it? I didn't, because I was worried Ash would see me and react, and so, the battle continued without me. You have a whole family here, Tepig, she said between clashing vine whips and fury swipes. And we're willing to fight for you, no matter what the circumstances. She charged forward with Leaf Blade, causing Heatmore to flinch and landing an attack on Embor before it knocked her away. What do you care about some JRKS that left? Hearts. Ash called, and Snivy sprung into action, using Attract on the two giants she was facing. It worked just long enough for her to land a Leaf Storm attack. Don't you get it? Ash is willing to fight for you, despite everything that's happened, and the rest of us are right here beside you. What has that guy ever done for you, huh? But you abandoned your trainer, Tepig said uncertainly, causing Snivy to stop dead in her tracks. And then Ash abandoned Pikachu. Tepig was slapped across the face by a vine whip. You don't understand anything, she hissed. My trainer abandoned me, got it? Her face was hard and cold. And we both deserved for that to happen. But Pikachu didn't leave because of Ash, he left because of Pikachu, and if you want to call that abandonment, then you just remember that he brought it on himself. Somehow, I didn't think she was talking to Tepig anymore. Ash was engrossed in the Pokédex, trying to come up with new moves and strategies while his opponent's Pokémon were love-struck, so I risked shouting back to the competitors. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't I? She called back, while Tepig ignored another order from Ash to attack. Talking to you, it's like Ash is the only person that matters, like you didn't have this whole family of people who loved and cared about you. Tepig, run. Snivy, flamethrower. Ash cried again, and Snivy rolled her eyes and released the leaf storm to end all leaf storms. We're going to have to work on this, she glared at Ash, but in more of a playful way than a malicious one. For Ash's part, he didn't seem aware that he'd just asked his grass type to use a fire move, and seemed pleased with the results. However, Imbor and Heatmor had both risen from their stupor, and responded with attacks of their own. Snivy used Vine Whip to block Heatmor from hitting Tepig, but was left defenseless against Imbor's arm hammer. Get up! Oshawott cried, waving his scallop shell like a flag. Tranquil and Scraggy shouted out cheers of their own. Come on, Snivy, get up. Of course, Snivy panted, more confident than her physical state justified. The boy asked for a flamethrower. After all. And with that, the look in her eyes was positively murderous. Hiya! She released a leaf storm, but instead of the bright, green leaves I was used to seeing, these leaves were more of a duller color, and they flew straight up in the air to form a massive leaf ball. What on earth is she doing? Sparky wondered, and I didn't have a clue. You're supposed to aim for the target. I shouted at her, but she paid me no mind. More and more leaves poured from her body into the hurricane of leaves pulsing in the air, but not one of them left the mess to go hit an opponent. Your attacks don't mean anything if they can't hit. Seamus taunted, laughing as Snivy's leaves rubbed and grated furiously against each other, never exiting the swirling monstrosity. And then, the miracle happened. One tiny spark, but with that many dry leaves, one spark was all it took, and suddenly, Snivy had a massive fireball on her hands. Ha, ha. Yes. She fed the flame with a constant stream of leaf storm, and her mass of burning flame engulfed her opponents completely. I didn't think it would be all that super effective, but the sheer shock value alone did some damage, and certainly, Imbor and Heatmor were too busy staring to even consider dodging. Wow, Sparky said flatly, you guys sure upped a level since Indigo. Wait until I show you Thunder Armor, I said, still dazed by the glory of Snivy's flamethrower. Even Ash looked stunned. I'm so glad I got out of the rivalry business, Gary deadpanned, and May nodded. If Ash can't take the league this year, I'm giving up on him. But Snivy's accomplishment was not enough to turn the tide against two fire types, and Seamus collected himself quickly. Don't let them humiliate you, he cried, Fire Blitz. Fire Spin. Show them our true power. Both his Pokémon charged into action, combining their attacks into one blue and white flame surrounding Imbor. Attack! Imbor charged straight for Tepig, who could only stare in horror as the ball of energy headed his way. Not today. Snivy zipped back and tackled Tepig, knocking him out of the way and taking the full force of the attack. Snivy! Ash screamed, running over, and Oshawott hid his eyes beneath his scalchop. Oh, no. I whispered, craning my neck to get a closer look. Brock had a resigned look in his eyes, and declared that Snivy had fainted and was unable to battle. Ash picked her up in his arms. Sorry, he murmured, holding her close. Good. Did good, clever, clever girl. Sorry. Silly boy, Snivy sighed, blinking with exhausted eyes. Would I have let you catch me if I didn't think you could do this much? Ash pulled out her pokeball. Rest. But Snivy refused. No, I'm watching this thing until the end. She faced Tepig, but he wasn't able to meet her eyes. Are you going to give up, after all that? I can't fight him. Tepig argued, sniffling. What's the point, anyway? The point? I found myself on my feet, running down the tree trunk and towards the battlefield before I could even think. Ash yelped and stumbled back a few steps, but I ignored him. The point is that Snivy just learned flamethrower, just for you. That's the point. I pointed at Seamus with a sneer. Ever since you agreed to come with us, you've been a member of this family, and we support each other. We never abandon each other, or leave them alone, no matter what. Tepig was startled by my sudden appearance, but not convinced. You say we're a family, but Ash doesn't even remember us, he wailed. And you just left all of us. Now I understood what Snivy had been getting at. I'm sorry, I said sincerely. I'm really sorry. But I'm not leaving you, and neither is Ash. Even if he can't remember everything he used to, he still loves you, and he's still here, ready to support you in anything. Would that guy do the same? Tepig looked dubiously across the field, then back to me. But, if he could forget about you. Ash isn't the only one who matters to me, I said defiantly, realizing something I'd forgotten over the past few weeks. You're my friend, too, and believe me, there isn't anybody who could make me stop caring about you. I turned to my trainer, fire in my eyes. Even Ash can't kick me out of my own family. I expected to see fear on Ash's face, and I wasn't mistaken, but there was another strange emotion buried in his apprehensive eyes. Back, he whispered to me, and I smirked back at him. You'd better believe it. I turned back to Tepig, completely serious. Snivy fought so hard to defend you. Are you going to let all that go to waste? You can talk all you want, but it won't do any good, Seamus called from his side of the field. That little guy's useless. Why do you think I went out looking for stronger Pokemon? Tepig cringed, shocked and ashamed, and Ash snapped. Wrong, he shouted, Snivy echoing his wrath. So. Wrong. Tepig, he called, stepping back off the field, charge. It was like a switch was flipped inside Tepig's mind, and he raced forward with all the power of Ash's fighting spirit behind him. Pah! He collided with Emboar and knocked the giant Pokemon off its feet, and suddenly, a flash of light erupted on the field. Could it be an evolution? Gary rolled his eyes. Ketchum, you have the best timing on Earth. When the light show died down, Tepig was nowhere to be found, and Pignite was standing in its place. It roared gleefully, and looked back at Ash, who was both awed and joyous. Go. One fire pledge later, and the battle was over. Seamus was stunned, and the rest of us were jumping and shrieking with joy. I can't believe it, I just can't believe it. Bianca was crying jubilantly, and Dawn was hugging May and giggling loudly. This is why I travel with him, Sylvan laughed. Nobody else battles like this. Brock grinned back at him. Yeah, I forgot how much I missed this. Ash and Snivy ran to Pignite and embraced happily but awkwardly, laughing so hard that they didn't notice Seamus walking up behind them. Good job, Pignite, he said, looking so gentle and kind that I could hardly believe it was the same person. You've gotten a lot stronger, huh? Why don't you come back with me? Rejoin the team. I was astounded by the audacity of such a request, even more so when Pignite looked pleased to be asked. But Pignite let loose a flamethrower right in Seamus' face. This is my team, now. I wouldn't leave them for anything. I smiled as Seamus ran off, but froze when Ash turned back to look at me. Our eyes locked, and I wanted to say something, but I didn't know what would get through to him. In the end, Richie called his name, and Ash left without saying another word to me. It would be a lie to say I wasn't hurt. Snivy sidled up to me, "You know, today was the only day he didn't ask about you." Huh? I turned to look at her in surprise, and she tossed her head haughtily. "All week, he's been asking where you were. Today was the only day he didn't say anything about you." We watched Ash celebrating with our friends, everyone cheering at his and Pignite's victory. I don't know what he might have wanted, but he clearly expected you to come back. I chuckled bitterly. And if he forgot all about me, then it would have been my own fault. Snivy nodded. "No relationship is ever one-sided. It takes both of you to fix mistakes," she said. "Just ask my old trainer." And with that, she walked off to congratulate Pignite, who hugged her enthusiastically and lifted her into the air. I watched her squirming, and thought that maybe she was right. Sparky zapped me out of my thoughts, and we both raced to join our friends. I stayed on the sidelines, but I didn't bother to hide myself, and I could see Ash watching me nervously. Even so, he didn't run away. Would he have the same opinion tomorrow? Would he even remember any of this? I didn't know, and suspected there were going to be many more terrible days ahead if I decided to go home with him. But Snivy was right, and whatever happened between us, I couldn't place all of the responsibility on Ash. Nor was he the only person the ones at home were waiting to see. "So, you're really coming home, then?" Pignite asked me, and I jumped up on his head and pulled on his ears. "Definitely." I laughed as Pignite tried to swat me off, and caught a stray glimpse of Ash watching us. I couldn't be sure, but he might have been smiling. "It's getting about that time," Professor Oak cleared his throat. "We should probably get down to the boat. I have to be going as well." Bianca's father faced his daughter awkwardly, and Bianca bit her lip. "Daddy. Be careful out there, sweetie." He hugged Bianca tightly, and I saw her blink back some tears. "Just make sure you call home sometimes." "I'll remember," she promised, and they broke apart. "No you won't," her father laughed. "But you work hard. I look forward to seeing the woman you'll become." Bianca began crying openly and hugged her father again, and around them, the farewell rituals were beginning among the rest of our group. "Well, girls," Brock hugged May and Dawn close, "I know the circumstances weren't so great, but it was really good to see you again. We'll miss you, Brock. Study hard, okay?" Scylla and Iris were also trying to share a hug, but it ended badly when Scylla began choking on Iris' hair. "Good grief," he sputtered, while Iris smoothed out her mane indignantly. Still, their parting was genuine and sweet. "I really enjoyed traveling with you." "Me too," Iris confessed, looking down at the ground. "Are your brothers really okay with you leaving?" "Chili took it pretty hard, but he'll come around," Scylla waved it off. "They both know how important this is to me, after all." Iris nodded, then extended her hand. "When you come back, let me know," she offered shyly. "We can travel together again. Maybe Ash can join us, too. I'd love that." He shook her hand with a smile. "Best wishes, Iris." Aksu burst into tears, and Scylla opened his arms for a quick hug. "I wouldn't forget about you, Aksu, not ever." I made my way around the crowd, saying goodbye to all the Pokemon I'd come to know so well, and all the people who'd become my best friends during our time together. When I reached May, she knelt down and patted my head. "You know, I was thinking about that thing with Lucario," she said kindly, rubbing me behind my ears. "He accused Ash of a lot of things, and said you might have abandoned him. I think Ash was really scared that Lucario might have been right. He never told me. But Ash never stopped believing in you. He trusted you, and followed you all the way to the Tree of Beginning." Great, another moment where Ash nearly died and it was my fault. "I guess what I'm saying is," May continued, Ash doesn't really have it in him to give up on things. So try to hang in there, okay? I nodded, resolving to do my best, and she squeezed me close. When every life meets another life, something will be born, Dawn quoted when her turn came. You know all those Sinnoh legends where humans and Pokemon came from the same species? When I saw you and Ash, I really believed them. She nuzzled my cheek affectionately. I still do, so, don't give up on him. Don't give up, don't lose faith, keep believing. Some days, that was harder to do than others. But it didn't matter how many times we failed, as long as we were trying. I'll miss you, Pikachu. Hi, Pikaka. My next target was Bianca, but Ash beat me to her. Bye. Matt teared. Mattered. Bianca's eyes teared up instantly. You. Why you made. Mattered. Difference. Always mattered. I'll never forget you, Ash, she sobbed, embracing him before he had a chance to react. I'll be waiting for you at the Pokemon League. Ash blinked, still staring after he'd been released. But he clenched his fists slowly, and nodded. Yeah. We all knew we were supposed to be heading off, but no one really wanted to leave, and we delayed our departure as much as possible. No one said it, but they all were afraid that once they left Ash's sight, so much about them would be forgotten, even with Bianca's ingenious solution. So much has happened here, Iris said wistfully, I just wish there was a way to make sure you don't forget Unova. What, none of you hicks have heard of cameras? Turning our heads, we were shocked to see Trip running towards us, dragging Luke and his camera behind him. Zura bounded beside her trainer, grinning excitedly. What are you guys doing here? Once they screeched to a halt, Trip shoved a packet into Ash's hands. Photos, he explained. I was documenting my journey, but you guys kept showing up, so he shrugged casually, I thought, whatever, a hick like you might find them interesting. Ash hugged him before he could form a protest, and though Trip stood there with wooden horror the whole time, I think he was secretly touched. I finally finished my movie, too, Luke said, handing over a tape. When Trip told me what happened, he said you might like a copy. I've got the whole battle documentary on there, even the scenes we couldn't use. He winked at Bianca. But I think they add character. You're brilliant, May declared to Trip, who was still out of sorts after Ash's display of affection, and waved off everybody's praise. Hey, let's take one last picture before you go. Dawn suggested, and the entire group of us squished together for one last photo op afterwards. There was nothing left to delay the inevitable, and all those pallet-bound reluctantly moved towards the dock. Wait! Dawn cried, pointing dramatically to Gary. Future Professor, do you have anything to say? Gary's eyes widened at being put on the spot, but he took a deep breath. Though the sun, it fades away, friends grow closer, every day. He looked around for approval, and Dawn clapped happily. Professor Oak winked at his grandson. Needs more practice, he teased, and Gary flushed with embarrassment. With that, the final hugs were made and we all boarded, save Ash and Richie. Hey, I think I forgot something over there. Ash, will you help me? Ash grinned devilishly, and the two ran off towards Salamence. What are they doing? Professor Oak asked, and Delia's eyes widened. Silver, don't you dare. But it was too late, and Salamence rose into the air, Richie, Ash and Silver riding triumphantly atop it. You were outvoted, Delia. He called back with laughter, and Ash waved at his mother with a cheeky grin. Don't worry, I'll hang on to him. You'd better stay in sight of the boat, she chastised, watching them fly off, then groaned to herself. That boy is going to give me an ulcer. Professor Oak chuckled and picked up her luggage. I'd say he takes after his mother. No, I blame his father, she muttered, but followed us all onto the boat. Waving goodbye, we cast off from shore and set our sights on the horizon. We were going home. It started out like an ordinary day. We'd managed to foil a Team Rocket attack, meet some new Pokemon, and somewhere along the way, Oshawott trapped me under a box. I was trying to explain this to Ash, who just kept laughing at my tirade. "Hang on, slow down," he chuckled, "I can't understand you." I did my best, but it felt like the slower I talked, the less Ash understood me. "What do you mean, you want to lock Oshawott in a box?" "No, no, no," I said, even slower than before, but it didn't help in the slightest. "You're going to trap me in a box." Was he misunderstanding me on purpose? Now, Ash was backing away from me slowly. "I don't understand you, it doesn't make sense. Why would you want to hurt me?" "I don't." I tried to say, but now Ash was terrified, cowering in the corner. "Stop, please." "Stop what?" "No more thunderbolts, no more." I wasn't attacking him. Or was I? Ash was writhing in pain, yellow lights flashing around his body, and I was it couldn't be. "No, no, it wasn't me, I would never do this." I didn't want to do this, didn't even feel the electricity flowing out of my body, but I could see with my eyes as well as Ash could, and it was unquestionably my attacks. "Who are you?" Ash cried out, and I tried to answer, but the charge increased and Ash just closed his eyes and screamed. "No, stay away." I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror, and saw that I had evolved into a Raichu with fangs. Pika. I awoke with a start, Sparky and Silver's Chikorita standing over me. Sunlight streamed in through the window and I took a deep breath. Just a dream. I was in the other nightmare, now. "Good morning," Sparky greeted, "they're serving breakfast in the kitchen, you coming?" I stretched and nodded, my mood uplifted by the thought of food. With Brock, Sylvan and Delia all in the house, the fare promised to be good. I heard a familiar sobbing coming from upstairs, and shuddered when I heard the sound of something large hitting the wall. How long has he been awake? Sparky stared up at the ceiling, transfixed, so it was left to Chikorita to answer. "About 2 hours, I think. He hasn't left his room yet." How ironic, last night, we couldn't get Ash to stay in it. Everything had changed, he complained, he couldn't find his things. His mother had managed to put a positive spin on the situation, and Ash eventually was taken over by a curious spirit of exploration, but I should have known it couldn't last forever. Silver and Richie were already polishing off stacks of pancakes when I entered the kitchen. "Good morning," they both called out cheerily, and Chikorita and Sparky jumped on their respective trainers' shoulders. I suddenly felt very alone. "You're just in time, Pikachu," Brock broke me out of my thoughts, "a full-course breakfast, coming your way." Within seconds, a plate of pancakes and a bowl of cut fruit obscured my vision, and I started attacking them to fill the emotional void. "Are you really leaving, then?" Richie said to Silver, who nodded ruefully. "A man's gotta make a living," he said, and Richie just snorted. "And here I thought you were just a freeloader." Silver flicked some juice at him. "Mind your elders, half pint. I can't stay forever. Are you gonna fly back with me?" Actually, Richie looked hesitantly at Brock and Sylvan. "I thought I'd stick around for a few more days, if that's okay with Mrs. Ketchum. I haven't seen Ash for a while, and, well," he hid his face behind a forkful of pancake. "Maybe I could help out a bit. You know, if they have room for me." Sylvan beamed. "I'm sure she wouldn't mind at all," he said happily, "and I, for one, would be more than grateful to have an extra hand to stir the soup." Brock agreed. "Yeah, Ash can really tire you out sometimes." As if on cue, another angry scream was heard from upstairs. I closed my eyes, trying not to think of what sort of day that boded for us. Silver smiled and carried his dishes to the sink. "Well, if I don't have to wait around for you, then I think Salamence and I are going to take off. Hopefully we can make it to Shamuti before noon. Be sure to say goodbye to Mrs. Ketchum. Do you think I just eat and run?" Silver snapped, and Richie's face said that's exactly what he thought. "You're just a little smartalack, aren't you? Look at who my role models are." "Role model, nothing. My kid's not allowed to grow up into me and neither are you, got that? Richie just laughed while the grizzled man grumbled up the stairs. His mood dropped shortly after. Grow up, he muttered, poking at his food. Is that ever going to happen? Don't start wishing to be older, Brock warned with a chuckle, responsibility is overrated. I suddenly wondered what Brock had been like at Ash's age, before his parents left him to take care of all his siblings. Was he energetic and counting down the days until he could leave on his journey? Did he have hopes and dreams of starting out as a trainer, making friends his own age, working his way up to becoming a breeder? Nothing in Brock's future had turned out quite like he'd expected, and for a while, he almost wasn't able to chase his dreams. I mean for Ash, Richie clarified, do you think he'll ever be able to be a trainer again? I hated him for saying that. It made it sound like Ash had somehow stopped being a trainer. Even worse, it reminded me that I may have destroyed my best friend's dream. Brock and Scylla looked at each other. I guess we'll just have to see. But it's not hopeless, right? Richie pressed, ignoring the awkward looks. I mean, he was able to battle yesterday. He also told his grass type to use flamethrower, Scylla pointed out. And then she did it. Ash has some really good days, but he has bad days, too, Brock said with finality. He's working as hard as he can, but it's going to take a long time for him to heal. And even then, it might not matter. He turned to the sink full of dishes with furious vigor, and it fell to Scylla to answer Richie's silent questions. Even before the accident, Ash had a progressive disease. How kind, to call it a disease, as if I had no part to play. His speech and memory are improving, so it looks like he's getting better, but he's actually getting worse. If the doctors can't treat that, then he won't be able to train for long. Richie looked like Maze Munchlax being told it couldn't have any more food. But they're gonna try, right? Of course. And if that failed? We'll just have to wait and see what happens. There was some noise in the living room as Silver left, and we all called out our goodbyes. After shutting the door, Delia came into the kitchen to wave from the window, followed by a very sullen and red-eyed Ash. He straightened when he saw all of us. "G Mornji, how are you?" Fine, he greeted, though he looked like he was going to be hit on the head for speaking up. One of those bad days, then. Everyone chorused back their own greeting, and Scylla guided Ash to his place at the table. You got up just in time. Did you say goodbye to Silver? Yeah. Ash muttered, stiffly sitting down. He looked terrible, and his eyes were darting all over the room, scanning every little difference. We're going to go to Professor Oak's lab to see your Pokémon after breakfast, Richie said with an attempt at enthusiasm. Are you excited? Ash brightened up for exactly 1 second, and then his shifting gaze fell on me. H. He pushed back from the table, the jug of juice threatening to spill over. No. I started, more surprised than I really should have been. After yesterday, I had hoped that things would be better, but it seemed things were back to how they always were. Ash clenched his eyes shut and clamped his hands over his ears. Gee-way. Ash, it's just Pikachu, Richie tried, looking hopelessly out of his depth. Ash just shook his head and screamed louder. I think I'd better go, I mumbled to Sparky, pushing my fruit bowl towards him and moving to leave. But I was stopped by the stamping of Delia's foot. Ash Ketchum, she chided sternly enough that Ash opened his eyes and stopped his ranting for a second. Is this how we act at the breakfast table? The look on Ash's face was almost comical. But, he whined, still on the verge of tears, but his mother just crossed her arms. You're a Pokémon trainer now, remember? And Pikachu is your Pokémon. So, he will stay and eat with the rest of the family. I didn't dare disobey her when she used that tone. Yeah, but... Ash's eyes darted back and forth from her to me. Read, our member, but... Our eyes locked for a second, and I found myself holding my breath. He said remember. Did he remember that he was my trainer? Did he remember that he'd read that in Bianca's book? Was he aware of who I was, and if so, what was holding him back? Can't. Ash declared, shutting his wide, brown eyes and banging his head against the table. Brock ran to grab his shoulders while Scylla pushed the plate and silverware out of his way. Can't. Ash, you're fine. Brock shouted, but it was Delia's calm, yet firm voice that brought the boy back to reality. Ash, you are Pikachu's trainer, so this is his house, too, she told him, Ash continuously shaking his head. Now, you can skip breakfast or try to explain what's wrong, but you are most definitely not making him leave the table. Are we clear? Ash had stopped thrashing his head around, but Brock still kept an iron grip on his shoulders while the boy sobbed. I chanced to look at Delia and realized that underneath her calm, motherly facade, she was just as terrified as the rest of us. What I wouldn't give for one of us to have a clue what we were doing. Are you ready to calm down and eat? Delia asked, and Ash finally nodded, though tears were still pouring down his face. And what should you say to Pikachu? The boy cringed, but he faced my general direction, eyes resolutely on the floor. Sorry. I wanted to tell him it was okay, but I was worried that might set him off again. So I just nodded. Don't talk. Don't talk to me, K. What? Don't, he hiccuped, more tears pouring down his face while I could only sit there, helplessly. Don't talk to me. Just, he looked over at his mother. PP please. PLSSS just don't. I nodded again, slower this time. So much for that fleeting hope that he was finally accepting me. After a moment of awkward silence, breakfast resumed, and we all returned to our food. Ash set about trying to cut his pancakes, and seemed to be having difficulty. I tried to bring it to the attention of Delia, but she had turned around to talk to Mr. Mime. Mimey, would you mind getting some vegetables from the garden? Mime. Ash's fork clattered to the floor, and Delia turned around. He looked betrayed. My job, he stammered, staring at his mother with not yet dried tears on his face. Used be my job. Delia fumbled for words, not sure what to do and her earlier confidence wavering. Well, you always hated doing your chores, right? She tried to reason. Mr. Mime is just trying to be helpful. It seemed her explanation wasn't good enough, and Ash turned back to his food, shaking with emotion. Here, let me get that. Brock fetched Ash a new fork and cleared his old one from the floor. Would you like some syrup, too? We have maple and blueberry. It wasn't enough to truly distract Ash, but the boy nodded, blinking back tears. Be blueberry, please. Brock served that up quickly, and Ash tried to go back to eating in silence, but his shaky arms knocked his glass of orange juice all over his pancakes. His breakfast a soggy mess, Ash had hit his breaking point, and he put his head in his hands and sobbed. Stupid. Everyone rushed forward, stopping one step from Ash as we realized we had no idea what to do to make it better. Can't, hate it, stupid, can't. It was Scylla who broke through the crowd, swinging a spare dish towel with practiced ease. Allow me, he said as he swooped in with grace, wiping up the mess and clearing away Ash's meal in the blink of an eye. Everything cleaned and restored, he knelt down by Ash's chair and offered a clean napkin to the boy, who took it and buried his face in it. On one knee before Ash's chair, Scylla was the perfect picture of humility and servitude, the consummate waiter, and he radiated a gentility that seemed to put Ash more at ease. This is really hard for you, isn't it? Scylla said kindly, putting a hand on Ash's arm. The house has changed, you're not feeling well, and there's all these new people hanging around. I bet it's a lot to take in. Ash nodded, blowing his nose in the napkin. Hurts, and you can't that I can't. Mom. Don't he belong, don't belong, not my room, and not my job. Can't. Scylla kept patting Ash's arm while the boy rambled, waiting patiently until Ash finished all he had to say. You probably feel like you've been replaced, huh? Ash nodded despondently. You've been gone on a Pokemon journey the last few years, but you don't really remember much of that. And everybody remembers in Ash that you don't know how to be anymore. That's a lot of pressure, isn't it? Ash was calming down, relieved that someone finally seemed to understand him, and I just watched Scylla with amazement. Why couldn't I, his best friend, see any of this? But what you need to realize, Ash, Scylla continued, is that your mom is never going to stop loving you. She'll always be your mom, and you'll always be the most important thing in her world. So don't you forget that, okay? KK. Ash murmured, still sniffling into the napkin. Scylla just kept his gentle smile. And you're always going to be my best friend. I'll always love you, no matter what you think you can't do and no matter how many times you get hit on the head. He stood up and ruffled Ash's short hair. And I'll make you as many stacks of pancakes as it takes for you to understand that. Tearfully, Ash managed to match Scylla's smile. Thanks. Scylla patted his shoulder, and looked out the window. You know what, it's a gorgeous day. How about you and I go eat outside? Soft and gentle, he extended a hand to Ash, who took it gratefully. The two of them retreated out to the front porch to relax in the sunshine, while the rest of us remained rooted to our spots with awe. He's amazing, Richie finally said, to which I could only nod. Scylla had a way of dealing with people, whether friend or foe, hot-headed brothers or scared little boys. Well, a good waiter should see the needs of the people around him, Delia reasoned. But Scylla wasn't just a waiter, he was a sommelier. He saw what was lacking, but he also saw the combinations that would best fill the voids, blends that would bring out the best in everything. And most of all, he loved to serve others, always happiest when he could watch us happily eating the food he prepared and presented for the people he cared about. I was hopelessly, insanely grateful that he'd decided to stay with us. Richie sat back down in his seat, still a little shaken. Is this what you meant by the bad days? Still want to stay? Despite clear misgivings, Richie nodded, turning to Delia. Would that be all right? As expected, she was more than pleased to have more company in the house, particularly company that planned to make themselves useful in some capacity. I finished my breakfast and hopped across the counter to the windowsill, watching Ash and Scylla together. The latter was listening patiently while Ash was trying to describe something complex. I couldn't make out the subject, but he seemed unusually serious, and determined to get his message across. Whether or not Scylla was understanding that message was unknown, but he listened anyway. I missed being the one Ash told his secrets to. He'll come around, Pikachu, Delia said, kindly, and she scratched me behind the ears. I appreciated her words, but I wasn't as patient as Scylla. How long was I going to have to wait before Ash accepted me as a friend? Would that time ever come at all? You know you deserve this, my reflection in the windowpane told me. I bet he wondered the same thing when he first met you. And that had worked out, but all those months later, and he still thought you'd be happier without him. Was waiting the only thing I could do? Ash had to nearly give his life for you, my inner self taunted. Are you willing to do that? Even if the opportunity arose, I didn't think that would be enough to solve my problems. I jumped off the counter and decided to make an early start for Oak's laboratory. Here, take the last piece of fruit, Delia offered, and I accepted the kind gesture, even though I was in no mood to eat. I walked outside while debating whether to toss it or give it to Snorlax and nearly passed right in front of Ash and Scylla. Realizing this, I ducked out of sight, but not before Scylla caught a glimpse of me. He stared at me thoughtfully, then turned to Ash. So, what is it about Pikachu that bothers you? Ash looked as if he'd been asked on a date by that Macy girl. Ah. Can't. Ash racking his brain was a comical sight, because his hands would usually get involved, physically shaking his head like knowledge was a coin falling from a pig-night bank. No. No. I remember things. Lots of things, but. Yeah, wrong. Wrong. Your memory is wrong. No. Just wrong. Missing parts. Ash sighed, his leg kicking lightly of its own accord. Just parts. Do doesn't make SNSE. But you know Pikachu is your friend, right? I held my breath. Even if he didn't remember, surely he could see that. But the universe had no more desire to do me favors than Ash himself did. No, not that. What? Always. Then nothing. Let's go. What did he mean? What do you mean? Ash scratched his head. Let's go, quick, too quick. Can't hang on. Do you mean you forget too quickly? Maybe he couldn't hang on to the memories. But Ash shook his head, frustrated. No, hands. He held out his own for emphasis. When Scylla didn't get it, Ash groaned and stood up. Hands, see. Eyes, see, close eyes, close your eyes. Scylla, curious, obeyed, and I strained my neck a little further to see better. Stand, Ash instructed, and he took Scylla's right hand and walked up the porch steps. Scylla, now on a lower level than Ash, nearly stumbled, but Ash charged him to stay on step. Slightly straining, Scylla planted his feet and held his ground while Ash gripped his hand. Falling, he said to Scylla's closed eyes. Sinking, maybe, falling, going to fall, but... this. He pulled on Scylla's hand a bit more and the green-haired boy nearly lost his balance. Can't see, can't feel, just this. Hand. Ash bit his lip, watching Scylla struggling to keep from falling over. Can't save, just. Going to fall, can't do anything, but. Miss. Scared, so scared, don't tell them, so scared. Ash took another step backwards and Scylla lurched forward, grabbing the porch railing. Nothing to hold. Ash chided, and Scylla gingerly and shakily let go of the railing, eyes still shut and dangerously close to falling on his face. Just hands, can't save you, but. Now, Ash seemed as if about to cry. Don't let go, he whispered, can't save me, but, please, don't. Miss you, love you, goodbye. Love you, don't let go. Ash released Scylla's hand, and the poor boy was so hopelessly off balance that he fell to the steps with a yelp. Nothing, Ash sighed, and he sat back down on the steps while Scylla scrambled to do the same. What was that? He asked, the message not getting across to him. Remember, Ash said seriously, looking at his own hand. Nothing, always nothing. End. Always let's go, he sighed again, despondent and maybe even bitter. Can't hang on forever, can't, nothing. Neither I nor Scylla knew what to make of that. Is this a memory of Pikachu? Ash hesitated before answering. Pie. He couldn't bring himself to finish my name. Nothing, fall, hurt, gone, nothing, always nothing. But, something. So scared, can't tell, so scared. Scylla bit his lip and glanced over at me. Have you tried talking about this to Pikachu? Ash went rigid. Do you think it would help if you tried? Try. Ash snapped, giving absent, weak punches to his bouncing leg. Try. One, just one. Can't. Not. Good enough, let go. Just let go, can't. Because that made sense in a completely non-hurtful way. I think it would mean a lot to Pikachu if you let him talk to you, Scylla tried again. He loves you so much, and all he wants to do is show you. Can't. Ash was absolute. Voice, sound, can't, just can't, remember. Remember. Dirt, can't breathe, dark, flash, hurt pain dark stop save nothing. Hear it, remember, and can't. Can't do it, can't. What if I were right beside you? Nothing bad would happen to you. No, no, but... Ash took a deep breath, shuddering. Don't wanna remember. Don't wanna forget. Can't know. Ash clutched his knees, both as a vulnerable gesture and to keep them both still. Scylla patted his shoulder. Ash? Try, Ash whispered resolutely, and I felt my heart leap. Fine. Try. Scylla looked over to me with entreating eyes, and I shuffled forward without a second thought. Once I was standing in front of Ash, though, I almost backed out. What was I going to say? How could I convey the wealth of emotions I felt for Ash in just a few short words that he might not even understand? How could I convince him that all his fragmented thoughts about me were wrong, when he just admitted that my voice conjured up unbearable flashbacks? I stood before Ash, still clutching that piece of fruit and not knowing what to do when he realized my presence. He didn't lift his head, or meet my eyes. Hi. Already, he was tense, bracing himself for whatever trauma was to come. I saw his hands twitching, and suspected that he was fighting the urge to clamp them over his ears. Was there anything I could say to change this? And then, watching him tremble and Scylla start to look like this might have been a bad idea, I realized that I didn't need to say anything. What he wanted most of all was for me to not say a word, and I wanted him to know he could trust me. And so, I took a few tentative steps forward and wordlessly offered him my piece of fruit. He didn't take it from me, and I'm not even sure he saw it with the way he was determined to look anywhere but at my being, but I gently pushed it into his hands and backed away slowly. Ash stared at the gift, shoulders trembling, and neither he nor I said a word. Finally, I couldn't take any more of the silence and gave a small wave, before turning around and bolting out of sight. I couldn't stop running once I'd hit the road, and the further I got from Ash, the faster I ran, until I was skidding into Professor Oak's door head first. "Oh, hello there," Professor Oak said when he opened the door, and for a second, the bump on my head made him look like Sam. "You're a little earlier than I expected. Shall I let you out back to see your friends?" "Yes, please." At this point, I needed them more than oxygen. When I stepped out into the field, the first thing I saw was Bulbasaur and Squirtle. Guys. Now, it was okay for me to have a breakdown, and I ran towards them at full tilt, sobbing all the way. Bulbasaur's vines wrapped around me and Squirtle patted my head while I wailed away about how happy I was to see them, and not once did they comment on what a complete and total wreck I was. That would be saved for later. 20 minutes later, I had finally had enough of losing it completely, and was able to greet my friends properly. "I'd ask you how you've been, but I think you just answered that," Squirtle said when I'd calmed down, and I chuckled while wiping tears. "I'm sure it's been an intense few weeks for you." "You don't know the half of it," I said, smiling at both of them. "It's good to be home." "Good to have you all back," Bulbasaur returned, then frowned. "Well, almost everyone. There's a few I wasn't able to get a hold of." I nodded to myself. "I could go out tomorrow and find Pidgeot. I think it's somewhere around Route 1 still." Route 1, with its psychotic gang of Spearow and more memories than I cared to count. "I suppose we should call Ambipom, too. Even if she can't come visit, I'm sure she'd like to." "No. She might be better off not knowing," Bulbasaur sighed. "The one I'm most worried about is Butterfree." I felt guilt in the pit of my stomach, not that there was anything I could do about it. But Bulbasaur was right, Butterfree would be devastated to learn that all this had happened, even though we had no way of keeping in contact. Lapras, too, probably would have come if there was any way to relay the news. "We're regular globetrotters, aren't we?" "Speaking of," Squirtle drawled, "there's a certain dragon that still needs to hear about this." I thought it would be better to wait until Ash got home, Bulbasaur defended, but Squirtle clearly disagreed. "The longer you put it off, the worse it's going to be when he finds out." He was about to say more, but there was a commotion amongst all the other Pokémon that stole his attention. Ash had arrived. Bulbasaur paled visibly. "Oh. Not the reaction I expected." "He looks terrible," Squirtle finished. You didn't say it was this bad. In defense, Bulbasaur looked at me, though I couldn't respond. To me, this was an improvement over that broken wraith in the hospital bed. Didn't we tell you? Brock was saying, guiding Ash into the corral. All these Pokemon are yours, Ash. Why don't you say hello? Ash looked like a kid at Christmas, but also a little taken aback. I could only imagine what a dream come true it must have been to suddenly have so many Pokemon, all eager to play with him. Hi. Ash waved, but as our friends drew closer, they stopped in their tracks. I might not have the same perspective, but they could all see that something was terribly wrong with their trainer. He looked sick, sicker than any of them could imagine a person being. Oh, come on. Bulbasaur cried, mustering up some bravery and color for his cheeks. Is that the kind of welcome you guys give your friends? Backed up by Squirtle, he rushed forward to greet Ash, and once Ash began petting and tickling his two old friends, the rest of the crowd followed. I saw a blur of green and yellow rush by me. Stop her. At my command, Snivy and Bulbasaur sprang into action, tackling Bayleaf into the ground, but no one caught Corphish and Totodile, and Ash went down like a ton of bricks. No. Without thinking, I rushed to Ash's side, arriving faster than Brock and Richie. Pikachu. Ah! Ash scrambled back into the arms of his human friends, apprehensive and trembling, and silence fell over the rest of the Pokemon. I wished I could rewind my life by 60 seconds and choose to keep my distance, because the last thing I wanted was to go through this in front of the others. Ash, are you alright? Brock wrenched Ash's attention away from me, and he managed to confirm that Corphish and Totodile hadn't completely maimed him. After all, that was my job. Fine, just scared, fine, Ash breathed, anxiety slowly coming down. But then the whispering started. I could tell myself Ash was sick, and that he'd get better. I could remind myself that he didn't hate me, and he really was trying his best. I could tell myself that I just needed to give this time, we could get through this, no matter how long it took. But when they all started whispering behind my back, I couldn't take it anymore. I had always been the favorite, the team captain, the veteran player, Ash's best friend in the whole world, and now they were all watching me lose everything. Even worse, I was being humiliated in front of everyone, they were all whispering about me and Ash was just sitting by and letting it happen. Pikachu. What is it? My shoulders shook and I hid my face. Did they really have to ask? Hadn't they all seen my fall from grace? Squirtle ran up to me, but I turned my back. Pikachu, what's going on? I hadn't told Bulbasaur, or any of them about this. They knew Ash had lost his memory, and that included me, but I hadn't talked about how I'd been relegated to the monster that haunted Ash's nightmares. He hates me, don't you get it? I hiccuped. I did this to him, so now I don't get to be his friend anymore, that's what happened. So you can all just shut up about it. If anything, they only whispered more. Stop. That familiar voice. I looked up to see Ash with his hands clamped over his ears. Stop, please, stop. Well, I can't stop. I finally shrieked, having reached my breaking point. I can't just not say another word around you for the rest of my life. Ash got to his feet, angry and nervous, with hands still covering his ears. I can't take this anymore. You want me, then you don't, you're nice and then you can't stand me, which is it? If you're going to throw me away, then just do it already. Idiot. Ash stamped his foot in frustration. You, wrong, always wrong. Never understand, always let go, too quick. Now, I wasn't the only one crying, though I was surprised Ash still had tears left in him after this morning. Can't take it, too much. Too much. Just. Wait. Not good enough, wait. Ash was starting to lose steam, and I stepped forward, having broken enough to keep pushing this. Around us, human and Pokemon alike were stunned into silence. At least they had stopped whispering. And if they wanted something to talk about, I was going to give them a topic worthy of it. Not good enough, huh? I bellowed, refusing to feel guilty when he cringed. I said I was sorry, isn't that good enough? Shut up, Ash hummed, closing his eyes and shaking his head. Don't care, don't care. That stopped me dead. He didn't care. If he was angry, I could work with that. I was masochistic enough to accept that, but ambivalence. Was nothing I did ever going to be good enough? Why are we fighting? I found myself asking aloud. You don't want me around, you don't really know me or like me, and you don't even care about this fight. So, why are we still here? Ash looked at me, fury in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and forced his hands to his sides. Idiot. Listen, he seethed, and I backed up a step. Don't lose. Never lose, never give up, fight. Fight, I'll fight you every day, whole life, understand? Understand. Yeah, I understood. I was just some argument for him to win. But I could be stubborn, too. Fine, I came back with some scathing words of my own. Fight all you want, it's the only thing that's ever been important to you, anyway. I turned around, calling one last shot over my shoulder. But even if you win, you'll always be a loser. And with that, I ran away from the crowd, not daring to look behind me. I couldn't believe him. It probably wasn't fair to blame Ash, he was the one with the head injury, but I couldn't be expected to stand up to all of this pressure either. Ash didn't care about me anymore, though, that was pretty obvious. He didn't remember anything about our friendship, or hold any love for me. All that was left was a few traumatic memories and a compulsion to prolong arguments until he won. I meant nothing to him. With heaving breaths, I flopped, exhausted, onto a mossy spot by the pond, unable to go any further. I wasn't sure if I wanted to scream or cry, but I knew that if I started, I wouldn't ever stop. Pikachu. Squirtle had followed me, and I heard the sound of Bulbasaur's heavier tread. Go away, I groaned at them, but predictably, they didn't listen. You have to go back. Bulbasaur insisted worriedly when he caught up. You should have seen his face. The things you said. The things I said. I shrieked, my second wind returning. Did you hear him? He reduced our entire friendship down to a stupid argument. Really? 'Cause from where I was standing, that sounded like you. I wanted to kick Squirtle in the face. I can't believe you're blaming me for this. We're not, Bulbasaur was quick to jump in. We wouldn't, that was terrible, and I'm sorry, but you have to go back and make it right. You can't just leave things like this. He's the one who started it. But you can end it. Squirtle tried again. No, wait. Bulbasaur rolled his eyes. Is this how you want to end it? The grass Pokemon rephrased. Just like this, your friendship is over. What am I supposed to do? I shouted back. He said he didn't care about me. Pikachu, were you even listening to him? I heard enough, I snarled, and tried to walk away, but a familiar shadow passed over the grass, and I looked up to the sky. Oh. When Bulbasaur and Squirtle followed suit, similar expressions appeared on their faces. I thought you said you didn't call him. Squirtle asked, while Bulbasaur grew steadily paler. As if this day could get any worse. With a giant thud and a flamethrower that could have incinerated the whole corral if he felt like it, Charizard landed in front of us, smoke pouring from his nostrils. The three of us huddled together, trying not to act terrified of our friend. Why the hell didn't you tell me? Charizard growled. In that I battle with legendaries, and that's not even my biggest accomplishment, so don't waste my time. Voice that struck terror into everyone's soul. Save, possibly, Ash's. We were just waiting until Ash got back to Pallet, Bulbasaur reasoned, rather bravely, since Charizard's type could send Bulbasaur to the Pokemon Center before he could even blink. Why? Neither Bulbasaur or Squirtle could come up with an answer, but I had been pushed over the edge enough to tempt fate. Because you're an unstable rage monster who breaks everything he touches, that's why. If I thought Ash had been mad at me, I had to find out on the news. Charizard roared, stomping his feet angrily enough that the earth shook. Do you know what that's like? All this time, he's been in the hospital and no one thought they should tell me. Bulbasaur and Squirtle looked away guiltily. Look, we're sorry, they said in an attempt to smooth things over. We thought it would be better if you didn't know. We made a mistake. A mistake. Charizard was beside himself. Don't you realize that nothing that kid does is ever going to be as hard as having to relearn his entire life? No matter what happens to him, nothing is ever going to be that hard or that horrible, and I wasn't there for him. Oh, like that's anything new, I shot without thinking. In hindsight, I should be grateful that I'm still alive. Charizard fixed me with a smoldering gaze. If you want to start pointing fingers, there's a whole lot I could say about you. I bet there was, and I decided to keep my mouth shut. Besides, we weren't alone anymore. You. Charizard turned around to see Ash, Brock and Richie, who had followed either me or the giant ball of smoke and flame. You. Hey, kid. Ash balled up his fists, now even angrier than when he'd fought with me. You. Why here, why now? Why? Wait, did Ash know Charizard? I pouted and raged inside at the injustice. On the other hand, while there was none of the fear, Ash's opinion of Charizard didn't seem to be any more favorable. Left, gone, always gone, why now? Why? Ash was clenching his fists so hard his knuckles were turning white. Not good enough, never good enough. Go. Go back. Go back. Charizard was surprised, and took a step forward. Hey, wait dash. Back. Ash shrieked, actively raging now. Not good enough, weak. Why now, I am weak. Weak, stupid, stupid. His anger was still present, but I saw his inner spirit deflating, and at that sight, all my previous anger melted away. Who wants? Weak trainer, right? So, go back. As if Charizard listened to commands. But dash. Go back. Go, go, go. Don't want, can't. Weak, stupid, not good enough. Charizard had had enough, and walked forward to his trainer. Bulbasaur and I shot each other a look, both of us with Vine Whip and Iron Tail at the ready in case this got ugly. Hate. Why now, always left, why now? Stupid, weak. I was ready to attack, sure Charizard was about to let loose a flamethrower, but he surprised all of us when he reached forward and pulled Ash into an embrace. Squirtle pinched himself just to be sure we could believe what we were seeing. Ash fought against the hug at first, but was powerless against Charizard's arms, and eventually collapsed into a sobbing mess. And no, go away. Weak, don't want, no one wants. Weak trainer. You're not weak, kid, Charizard informed Ash in a gentle voice I had never once heard escape his lips. You're just evolving. The dragon looked around at the rather sizable crowd of Pokémon that we starting to gather, and snorted disdainfully. Come on, let's get out of here. No, Ash protested half-heartedly, but before he could say another word, Charizard had him in the sky, flying off to who knew where. Do you think we should follow them? Richie asked, but Brock couldn't be sure. If Charizard had enough sense not to fire a flamethrower at Ash, I guess we can hope he'll be smart enough to bring him back safely. All the same, he called out Crobat to keep an eye on them, not that I believed we had any chance of catching up. Who knows, maybe flying will calm him down. Richie looked doubtful, which wasn't surprising. He remembered how he'd won at Indigo. Would that I were 10 times my size and could just force Ash to bond with me. I think I made a mistake, Bulbasaur said thoughtfully. How do you mean? Well, I was worried that if we told Charizard what happened, he wouldn't be able to handle it and would do something crazy. But, he looked up at the sky with a smile. Maybe our unstable rage monster was what Ash needed all along. I could only hope he was right. Chapter 12, New Rivals, as you fight for survival. Every morning, Ash woke up and yelled at Charizard. Every single morning, he'd start pitching a fit at the orange dragon napping in the corral, and in response, Charizard would usually shut him up gently and take him flying. When they returned, Ash was a bit more subdued and tolerant of Charizard's existence, but by the next day, it would start all over again. Charizard took it all in stride, or at least, he pretended to. "How can you stand it?" I asked him. "Well, he didn't win me overnight either," Charizard pointed out reasonably, even though I didn't think Charizard did calm reason. "I'm taking a page out of his book, I've just got to keep hanging in there until he gets a clue." It sounded optimistic, but... Do you think he will? Because I wasn't so sure there was a point to this anymore. But Charizard was of a different opinion. It worked the other way around. Then again, it could take a while. He looked at me enviously. "He won't fight for me like he does for you." I thought about that for the next few days, wondering what Charizard could possibly mean. When I'd asked him, all he'd said was, "Come on, isn't it obvious?" Unfortunately, it wasn't, and I supposed he must be talking about how things used to be, where Ash raged against the world and beat it all for my sake. But Ash didn't fight for me anymore. Like Charizard, I was usually the subject of a yelling match at least once a day. Unlike Charizard, I often was the instigator. I didn't intend for it, but whenever we interacted, I was tempted to push Ash's buttons until one or both of us began screaming. It filled the void temporarily to have Ash interacting with me, even if it was in a negative way, but every time, I felt like someone was sticking a shovel into my chest and digging an even bigger hole in my heart. Which was fine, I'd already dug my own grave long ago, might as well keep going until I buried myself. Naturally, this behavior caused all my friends who weren't currently aphasic amnesiacs to worry. "Don't you think this is going too far?" Bulbasaur often said, to which I usually tossed my head. "No. He wants to fight me every day, and that's what he's going to get." "You're a moron," Squirtle told me, and after that, I tuned out anything they had to say. Ash's words, however, always struck to my core, even when they were nonsensical. "Always like this, you. My stubbornness used to be one of the things he loved about me. Can't take it, too much, go away." Well, there were things I couldn't take either, but I wasn't making him leave. Sometimes it felt like I was the only one who'd even tried to patch things up between us. Don't care. Yeah, that was obvious, but I still cared, and I was still going to push him. "Let's go, just let go." I wouldn't allow him to let go of me. "What are you hoping to accomplish, here?" Brock asked me often, usually at the end of his patience. Ash tended to gravitate towards Brock after I'd driven him into a meltdown, and I think the older boy was burning out. "You're going to wear the kid into a nervous breakdown." Everyone else was of the same opinion, but Charizard and I were the only ones Ash actively hated, and even Charizard could get Ash to rescind. No one understood how I felt. That didn't stop everyone from pretending that they did, however, and even Gary bothered to add his 2 cents. "I know what you're trying to do," he said sympathetically, "trust me, it doesn't work." Gary Oak would have to be the last person on Earth with the right to tell me how to deal with Ash, and I made sure he knew that. He didn't talk to me again. If Ash wouldn't remember me positively, I was going to make one hell of a rival, and either way, I'd never leave his memory. That didn't always equate to me being wanted, however. "No," Ash told me forcefully, despite not looking me in the eye. "Not coming, stay back." Pika. They were driving into Viridian to visit the clinic. Ash was not done with doctors, not by a long shot, and between house visits and trips to Viridian, he saw a speech therapist and a psychologist once a week. Today, however, was a very important day. We'd finally be visiting with a brain specialist, and know for sure if the surgery we'd heard of could help Ash. Today might be the day our prayers were answered, and if so, I had to be there. Pikachu, I insisted, hopping defiantly towards Professor Oak's jeep. My best friend was going through a crisis, and even if we weren't acting like friends anymore, I still cared about what happened to him. I had to know the prognosis, had to watch this whole thing through until the very end. No. Ash stomped his foot, but his mother put a hand on his shoulder. Isn't it okay if Pikachu comes along, she asked sweetly, while Ash grumbled. He's very concerned for you. Not that. Ash sighed with a bit of edge to his voice. He frowned at me, actually deigning to look at my face this time. Just you just. Want to hurt, you, want to hurt. That comment caused everyone within earshot to look over. I couldn't think of a way to interpret that without sending myself into shock, so I tried to ignore it. Pikachu. I was coming on this trip, and I wasn't going to let Ash's harsh words stop me. What if Pikachu rides in the front with me? Delia tried. That shouldn't bother you. It usually did bother him, actually, but Ash was a lot more tolerant of my presence when I was off with the others, rather than right next to him. I was reluctant to call that improvement, but it was something. Today, however, nothing would sway him. No. Not coming, not. It was Brock who decided to go behind Ash's back on the matter. Here, get in my backpack, he offered after Ash stomped off, having cleared out most of his stuff. He can't object to what he can't see. I would have protested his choice of words, but between making my point and actually getting to go, I chose the latter option. Scylla frowned while I settled in. You know, I think Ash remembers more than he says he does. What, you think he's lying? Brock fluffed out a towel to make his rucksack more comfortable, while Scylla shook his head. Not lying, exactly, just, he sighed. Listening to him talk, I get the feeling that there's a lot he's not saying. Well, that's the understatement of the year. Scylla's frown betrayed that this wasn't what he'd meant, but he didn't say more on the subject, wishing us off. The last thing I saw as the flap of the rucksack closed over top me was he and Richie walking back into the house. Something about that sight made me uneasy. Pikachu. I didn't like this felt wrong. It felt too much like a pokeball. Pika. Even Ash's backpack wasn't always warm and comforting, let alone Brock's, despite his efforts to make it comfortable. Pikachu. I clawed at the flap and would have likely put a few holes in it if Brock hadn't caught on to my distress. He opened the backpack again. What gives, Pikachu? You're supposed to be quiet. I didn't answer him, and sprang back into the fresh air, shaking the uncomfortable feeling off. I'd been crammed into backpacks before. Usually Ash's, but Brock's ferried me more than once in the past. This shouldn't have been a big deal. But Ash hated me now, and somehow, that made everything a big deal. So much for stealth, oh, no. Brock grimaced, and when I turned to look, I saw that Ash was watching us. There goes that plan. Ash looked upset, but he didn't yell. Should stay, he grumbled at us, clenching his fists. Not nice. Brock sighed. Ash, you know we're just worried about you dash. Shut up. Pika. I shouted right back, though Brock shot me a look. Ash fumed for a bit, then pulled something familiar from behind his back. Red and white, and though the paint had long since faded away, the little groove of a thunderbolt still remained. My stomach dropped as he activated it. What if Ash actually managed to recall me? Would he keep me in there forever? But he just rolled it across the ground, and my eyes followed it as it came to a gentle rest at my feet. That way, Ash said with hard, judgmental eyes. Only like that. I wouldn't. I wasn't even sure I could. Pikachu. Only that way, Ash repeated, still aloof. Brock turned to me. I know you hate them, but they're not that bad, he pointed out. They're designed to be a comforting environment. Yes, I knew all that, but it didn't change how I felt. Most of my friends loved their Pokeballs, and the theory of their design reflected nature and healing. I could understand that. Snivy and Sceptile often preferred to be in their Pokeballs, liking privacy, and Bulbasaur claimed that he felt linked to Ash psychically while inside. All of that, I could appreciate. But I could never get over the fact that Pokeballs were machines, and smaller than I was. If the hinge or the clasp broke, I'd be stuck in there until it was fixed, and if the trainer lost or abandoned the Pokeball, I might not be able to let myself out until they came back. And if the Pokeball broke completely, fell off a cliff and smashed into a million bits, what happened to the Pokemon inside? Were they lost to the system? Just energy floating in the universe? Stupid fears, everyone always told me, but I couldn't let them go. Besides, I didn't find Pokeballs all that comfortable, anyway. Only that way, Ash said for a third time, crossing his arms across his chest. His eyes were shut tight, refusing to look at me anymore. He was shutting me out. Pikachu dash, Ash clamped his hands over his ears, and I gave up. Pie. I smacked the Pokeball with my tail and watched it bounce back to him. He flinched when it hit his shoe, and cracked open one eye. Now I was the one crossing my arms defiantly. Pikachu doesn't like Pokeballs very much, Brock interceded, but somehow, I got the impression that Ash was completely aware of this. Doesn't like, he sneered. You. Selfish. I started, arms dropping to my sides. Not only one, doesn't like. You're calling me selfish? I challenged, feeling another shouting match about to begin. When you're the one who won't give me a chance. Ash looked furious, but he directed his fury at my unused Pokeball, picking it up in his shaking hands. Can't, won't, don't want to, always, he snapped at it, though his comments were obviously meant for me. Me, too, he said while watching the Pokeball shrink, can't do, lots can't do, scared, but ask, always you. The Pokeball disappeared behind his back, and I felt a little touched that he still wore it on his belt, after all this. I understand. You don't understand anything. I told him harshly, you don't even try to understand. And with that, Ash had finally been pushed to the edge. What? He shrieked, torrent of emotions finally loosed. Tears came to his eyes, though his were mostly closed and would have only seen his feet if they were open. What? Want what? Can't do. Can't or won't? I asked, but Ash, once again, simply covered his ears. Shut up. Can't. Whimpers were coming out with his breath. I have .2.me, too. Fine, I'd pushed far enough, it was time to back off. If I kept going, would I get what I wanted? Pikachu. Ash curled deeper into himself, almost doubling over. You can't tell me what to do. Fine, he shouted back, trying to drown out my voice with his own. Fine. Win. Not looking. Go. It took a minute before I realized that he would look away while I got in the Jeep. Pretending I wasn't really there. I wanted to shock him, but if he was going to let me come along, I decided to accept my victory for what it was worth. I hopped up and under a seat, while Brock reached out a hand to Ash. Ash pushed him away. Trick, not nice, he seemed hurt, and I felt bad for getting Brock involved in this. So mad. But Ash would forgive Brock in a few hours, and by tomorrow this would all be forgotten, possibly literally. For me, however, I was doomed to repeat this cycle for the rest of my life. Ash may have conceded to let me ride in the Jeep, but once he arrived at Viridian, his confidence was back. Stay, he told the seats. Don't come, stay here. I'm not a pet, I snapped back, and Ash bolted from the vehicle. I followed him, Professor Oak, Delia and Brock, keeping a safe distance where Ash wouldn't notice me. It was a little more difficult to slip inside the consultation room without being seen, but Brock, ever my champion, distracted Ash while I slid behind a plant. I got settled and Dr. Proctor shook Ash's hand. Ash Ketchum. So nice to finally meet you in person. Delia looked surprised. You know Ash. I've been consulting Ash via the videophone for years, the doctor revealed, which was news to everybody, including, sadly, Ash. Ever since he was first diagnosed. I'm sorry to hear about the accident. Ash merely shrugged. Dr. Proctor gestured for everyone to have a seat, and pulled out a yellow folder with Ash's name on it. Unfortunately, recent events have complicated your condition. But he consulted you before? Delia interjected, still surprised, as was Professor Oak. They shared a look of relief when the doctor nodded. Thank goodness, I knew he wasn't incompetent. Ash looked offended. Well, you still could have told your mother. With no argument against that, Ash sat back. Dr. Proctor opened the folder and handed Delia some papers. As I told Ash, the damage to his neural system was most likely caused by an attack from an electric Pokemon. It's extremely rare for the average trainer to encounter this, but after seeing Professor Birch's data on Ash's Pikachu, I felt confident stating that was the cause, particularly if the exposure occurred over a prolonged PRD of time. There it was, laid out in black and white. All of this was my fault, I'd been killing Ash from the very beginning. Even so, the doctor looked uncomfortable, as I'm sure you're aware, the amount of power and the frequency of attacks necessary to harm a human to this degree is unfathomable. He shared a look with Professor Oak, who nodded, reluctantly. It was my advice that Ash turn Pikachu over to Pokemon Control. I froze, and Brock went rigid. Pikachu's not violent, he said on my behalf, and the doctor smiled to placate him. Ash himself did not move, but did mutter something under his breath. I couldn't catch it, but Dr. Proctor did. Don't worry, Ash, you were very quick to let me know that. Even so, it was my recommendation that you stop training Pikachu. Would it have helped? Delia spoke up in a quiet voice, and the doctor cleared his throat before answering. The damage was already too extensive by that point, but I thought it might slow the rate of degeneration. Most of Pikachu's attacks were, admittedly, not going to aggravate the condition further. Even if Pikachu shocked you now, it would be unlikely to do anything. However, everyone held their breath. Pikachu's threshold of power is far greater than others of its species. I'm sure it's a formidable foe in battle. The doctor smiled, and I couldn't see Ash's face well enough to see if he was proud to hear that. While I agreed that Pikachu's average output posed no danger, and that Pikachu would never intentionally cause harm to you, I was compelled to point out that intentionally or not, you were often hit with attacks far above its usual output. Brock and Professor Oak came to my defense again. Ash and Pikachu don't live an average life, they argued. Pikachu had to use those attacks just so they'd survive. Pikachu can't be blamed for things it couldn't help. Dr. Proctor held up his hands. I'm not here to judge, he chuckled a bit. And anyway, Ash agreed with you all. You told me that you wouldn't hold Pikachu accountable for things beyond its control, and though I advised against it, you resolved to continue training as before. He smiled at Ash. Our health isn't only made up of physical things, after all. I wondered if Ash felt differently, now. We began discussing Dash. The doctor was cut off when Ash stood up from his chair, whirling to face the back of the room. Out, he declared, more than a little annoyed. Out. No, you're here, out. I didn't move. If he wanted me to leave, then he was just going to have to come over here and make me. I was surprised when I heard his footfalls drawing closer. Apparently, he was going to do just that. Said no, he said, with only a plant between us for protection. He looked nervous, but determined. Go out. I want to stay, I tried, but Ash, as he'd already done several times that day, put his hands over his ears and turned away from me. No, just go. Don't want you here. Not good. I shouldn't have expected anything else, but I could dream. No more, don't talk, just go. Oh, sorry, I retorted caustically, how dare I care about you so much. Before I had finished speaking, Ash had wheeled on his heels, and I saw the red light coming for me before I registered that there was a pokeball in his hand. He was trying to recall me. Luckily, my reflexes were as good as they had ever been, and the beam missed me by a whole second. My first impulse was to laugh at Ash, but when I saw his face, I stopped. He looked so helpless. Keep saying, he cried softly, but never, why? Just go, go. Don't you think I'm already involved? I pointed out hopelessly, but Ash shook his head. Don't care about that, don't want you here, he continued to cry. Go, just go. His tears splashed onto the metal of the pokeball, and it seemed deafening to me. So I went. The door fell shut behind me and I felt the wall between me and Ash grow thicker than ever. Brock, in his infinite kindness, followed me, claiming he had some shopping that just had to get done that day. I followed him around Viridian City, too listless to be distracted, so eventually, he stopped trying. Even so, it was nice to have another body there. It was more than I deserved. I deserved to be hated. Dr. Proctor had confirmed it, I did this to Ash, and he was only going to get worse. The fact that he'd lived through that tornado didn't even matter, because I'd already killed him. He was going to die because of me. And the sad thing was, it wouldn't be the first time. Pikachu, you've got to get a grip. Brock put his hands on his hips and tried to look authoritative, staring down at the mess that was my being. I felt like a deflated Jigglypuff, probably looked like one, too. Ash didn't blame you, so don't blame yourself. I couldn't overlook the use of the past tense. Who knew what Ash thought now? He needs you to be strong for him, now. Oh, more guilt. Lovely. How many times had Ash stood by me through sickness and disease, delirium and amnesia? I owed it to him to take care of him now, was that it? Well, I wasn't as strong as Ash, nor had I ever pretended to be. Our whole relationship hinged on the fact that I needed him to be strong and immovable, whether or not I admitted out loud, and whether or not he was capable of doing so. Who was going to be strong for? Me. We finished shopping and returned to the hospital, meeting up with the others. Ash immediately dragged Brock back out into the city. But I just went shopping. He says he has something he wants to buy, Delia shrugged, and Ash was insistent. Finally, after some tugging and pleading, Brock relented, and the boys ran off together. I chose not to go with them. Delia collapsed onto a bench, strength seeping from her limbs. Professor Oak joined her, putting a friendly arm around her shoulders. Hang in there, Delia. Your little boy is going to pull through this. She nodded, but didn't smile. I suppose it could be worse. Indeed, it could. The two were quiet for a moment, lost in their respective thoughts, until Delia spoke again. Can I ask you a question, Professor? Anything for my favorite student. Delia looked away, clenching her fists. If you could switch our places, she said hesitantly, looking at her trembling hands, change Ash's accident with. Well, would you want to? Professor Oak was startled, but when he answered, he was completely serious. I wouldn't wish that fate on you, Delia, he said sadly, but yes, I'd endure this if I could have them back with me. That seemed to satisfy Delia, and she nodded to herself. May I ask you a question, now? If you could go back to your schoolgirl days, when you and Spencer were running amok all over my lab, is there anything you'd tell that girl to do differently? Anything you'd tell her not to do, perhaps? That I guess not, she shook her head. Maybe I'd tell her to raise her future kid with more common sense and less of a hero complex. I don't think she really meant that last part. Her voice betrayed that her heart wasn't really in that declaration, because as much as she worried for Ash's safety, she was proud of Ash. I didn't think she could honestly want to have raised Ash to any standard lower than the one he'd reached. Maybe I wouldn't tell her to change anything. She suddenly smirked. No, wait, I'd tell her not to lend her bike to Silver. I still haven't gotten that thing back. When we finally returned home, Misty was waiting for us. Pikachu. I launched myself into her arms and willed myself not to cry with relief. I was ecstatic to see her, and she responded just as warmly. I missed you, Pikachu. Of course, eventually, she had to greet Ash, which meant that I had to detach myself and move to a far corner of the porch. Hello, Ash. He just stared at her, not even returning her wave. Misty fidgeted. Do you remember me? Ash didn't reply, just tilting his head to the side, and Misty sighed, well, that's fine. My name's Misty. She smiled broadly, while Ash continued to stare. It's really good to see you again. Bike, Ash finally said, which startled Misty, but she recovered quickly. That's right, you stole my bike. That had been so long ago. And then you wrecked it. Misty was exceptional at holding grudges. As always, Ash refused to act guilty. He smiled genuinely at her, and Misty moved on to Brock. Long time no see. Yeah, Brock said sheepishly, I've been wrapped up in textbooks the past few months. While they chatted, Ash kept staring at the pair of them, and I saw a small light flash behind his eyes. Spoons, he cried out, as if suddenly realizing something terribly important. This revelation didn't mean anything to Brock or Misty, let alone anyone else in the party, but Ash was positively triumphant. Spoons, he declared again, pointing at his two friends as if this one word explained something monumental, and he hummed to himself as we all entered the house. That was weird, Misty blurted out, and Brock just sighed. Trust me, that was nothing. The house was full now, and both reunions and introductions were made. With so many people, I could move a little more freely, without fear of setting Ash off. My presence bothered him less in situations like these, either because he felt protected or because he didn't notice me, though I'd been pressing my luck with him at the hospital. I wasn't sure he was willing to tolerate much more from me. But, Ash was significantly distracted by all the other people, and once Gary came over, we had a full party going until we finally remembered what had really called us all together. So, how did the hospital go? Scylla asked, which was the question on everyone's mind. Mine as well, I wanted to know the results more than anything. Is that specialist going to be able to help? Ash appeared to be ignoring the talk, sitting himself down on the couch and engrossing himself with the pictures in his Pokédex. Delia sat beside him and proceeded to fill everyone in. It looks like surgery might help stabilize his condition, she said with concealed glee. I guess it's a new procedure, but Dr. Proctor said he was willing to try. If it works, Ash's problems won't get any worse. But they can't cure it? Richie asked, disappointed. I guess not, but it will be easier to manage, at least. We're also trying him out on a new medication right now, she patted Ash's shoulder, but he didn't look up from the Pokédex, he took some about an hour or two ago. It should reduce his symptoms a lot. So, if he gets the surgery and this medication works out, Misty reasoned, then he'll get better, right? He'll be able to live a normal life. Or die, Ash interjected, eyes still trained on the pictures in front of him. Awkward silence fell on the room before Delia spoke up. Well, yes, she admitted quietly, there is a lot of risk. The surgery's a bit experimental, so we're still discussing it with Dr. Proctor. My optimism deflated somewhat. Ash closed his Pokédex and turned to his mother. Have to? He asked in a flat tone, devoid of emotional inflection. Do I have to? No, Ash, his mother shook her head, the decision is yours. Ash nodded to himself and left the room, and the rest of us looked at each other. Can he make a decision like that? Richie finally pointed out. Yesterday Ash told me that he was 9 years old and his birthday was in March. I thought his birthday was in May. Brock groaned, so, what, he's delusional now. Wasn't he always? Misty smirked. Delia just rolled her eyes. Oh, Ash just told everyone that to try and leave on his Pokemon journey a year earlier, she scoffed. The kids here always leave on April 1st and Ash didn't want to wait a whole 10 months after turning 10. He tried to convince the whole town, but his father and I made him wait the whole 10 months, 10 days, and 10 minutes. She laughed to herself. And then he still woke up late and nearly missed the thing. When the laughter died down, Brock got us back on the topic. But Ash's memory is still really patchy from day to day. Do you think he's capable of deciding something like this? I keep telling you, his memory's not as bad as we think it is, Sylvan said, to which Richie didn't agree. He thinks he's 9. No, he just doesn't remember turning 10. There's a difference. If there was, no one saw it but Sylvan. Look, his memory is a mess, but I think we're overgeneralizing it. I think he remembers a lot more that he can't articulate. It's kind of hard to believe that when you see him and Pikachu, Brock said dryly, and I couldn't help but agree. Sylvan, however, clung to his theory. That just proves my point. He clearly remembers Pikachu, but he can't explain the missing pieces. When everyone stared, Sylvan huffed. Am I the only one who actually listens when Ash talks? Brock looked like he was considering Sylvan's thoughts, but still wasn't convinced. I don't know, you sure you're not reading too deeply? Before Sylvan could answer, Ash re-entered the room rather suddenly. Mom, he said urgently, all seriousness. Look. He held out his right hand, but nothing happened, so Delia wasn't able to be impressed. I don't understand, she admitted, sheepishly, what do you want me to see? Ash huffed and grabbed a pen and paper, plunking himself down at the table. Look, he insisted again, as the pen slid across the paper making elegant loops and curves. And that's when we started to see it, in his effortless movements and perfect control. The fact that we couldn't see anything wrong was the whole point. Doesn't hurt. Oh, my. Everyone crowded around Ash, and Delia was ecstatic. The medicine is working then? How do you feel? She placed a hand to Ash's forehead to check his temperature, though Ash's tried to pull away. It doesn't hurt at all. Well. Ash looked down at his hands again, biting his lip. He shook his head, but was still grinning when he looked back up. Better, not gone, but can write, better. Brock clapped him on the shoulder. That's great, now your writing practice should be a lot easier. He smiled encouragingly, I'll bet it comes back to you in no time. Ash didn't seem encouraged. In fact, he looked insulted. Can write, he said, irritated. Don't need practice. Everyone sighed. We've been through this, Ash, you had an accident. You can't do a lot of things you used to. Know that, Ash shot back, but can write. Is this like how you think you can read? Gary sneered, because I remember you telling Snivy to use flamethrower. Ash pursed his lips. Can write, can read, he snapped, and it was Brock who stepped in to be the diplomat. Here, you can prove it to us, he offered, grabbing another piece of scrap paper and scribbling something down. Read this, and then do it. Ash raised an eyebrow, but nodded, and he glanced over the paper. Then, seeming to comprehend the information, he began writing something on his own paper. Finishing triumphantly, he held up the paper and smirked at Brock. What did you ask? Misty spoke up. I told him to write out the gyms where he got his badges. Go on, read them out, he urged Ash, who cleared his throat. Pilfer, cereal, very, sandstorm, cellophane, forest, cinnamon, Vivigarote. Ash looked proud, but the rest of us weren't so impressed. See, I told you, Gary sighed. Better get in some more practice, Ashy boy. Ash looked indignant, but Brock snuck a look over his shoulder. No wait, he's got it, he claimed, holding up the paper. Pewter, cerulean, vermilion, saffron, celadone, fuchsia, cinnabar, viridian. He grinned at Ash, so, you can read, you just can't read out loud. Ash shrugged. Did it, he said, told you. Since how long have you been able to write? Misty cried, to which Ash couldn't really give an answer. Honestly, Ash, would it kill you to tell us stuff now and then? Behind her, Delia was exchanging glances with Professor Oak. Can it come back suddenly like that? She asked. I know he wasn't writing last week. The brain is, sadly, not my specialty. Gary was still stuck on the challenge question. You did not get Cinnabar Island's badge, he protested. That gym doesn't exist. Trust me, I was there, Misty sighed, it was just hidden in the volcano. Or it was, until Team Rocket destroyed it. Are you kidding me? Gary still didn't look like he believed it. There was a gym that whole time. Wait, how did you know the answer? Richie interrupted, frowning at Ash. I thought you didn't remember any of that stuff. Ash looked surprised, but pulled the black book he and Bianca had made out of his backpack. Don't have to remember, he said, tapping the cover, read. Scylla stepped forward. But you do know, don't you? He accused, though kindly. You might not remember a lot, but you didn't have to read that in a book to know the cities, did you? Ash looked uncomfortable, but nodded. Like, he hesitated, unable to find words to express his thoughts, and then turned to the paper in front of him. He wrote something down quickly and handed it to Scylla. Like that, he said, and Scylla nodded. Sometimes I remember with my head, sometimes with my heart, and sometimes I know things, but don't remember them at all. How can you know things but not remember them? Just do. Weird, Ash offered. Yeah, I bet. Very weird. Ash, apparently, could write in perfect sentences, but could not read the very same words he'd just written aloud. Nor could he form those words when using his own voice. I wasn't the only one picking up on that oddity. If you can write it down, why can't you just say it? Misty asked, to which Ash cringed. Doesn't that boom, flies apart, he said, slightly upset at the thought. Stupid, so he fell silent, and it was Brock who brought the conversation back. So, where does Pikachu fit in your memories? The head, or the heart or whatever? Ash glared at Brock, but the older boy didn't flinch. Seriously, Ash, I'm getting sick of watching you two fight. Don't want to talk, Ash snapped, not that. Couldn't you at least tell us what's going on? It's like you don't even want to be friends again. Ash stood up and snatched the paper from Brock's hand, seething as he committed a volley of words to the paper. When he finished, he deposited it in Brock's hands. Done, Kay. Done. Bye. He turned around and walked up the stairs to his room, leaving us to crowd around Brock. I crept into the open, as curious as the others. I see, Scylla looked over the contents, seeming to understand. It's a very complex dish, isn't it? Should we show this to Pikachu? Misty spoke up, and everyone looked at me. Pie. What could he possibly have written that was worse than what he'd already said? Brock knelt down beside me and showed me the paper. He says that you want everything instantly, Brock said sympathetically, and he's really mad at you right now because he thinks you're selfish and always pushing him. I guess we're all a little selfish, Scylla said ruefully, we're always wanting Ash to wake up one day and be the way he used to be. But if no one pushes him, he won't get better at all, Misty stated pragmatically, to which Scylla didn't agree. I think Ash is already pushing himself as hard as he can. I continued to stare at the words on the page. So, he was mad at me, not that I really needed a written note to confirm that. But, to think I was selfish for wanting things right now. How could I not want my best friend back every second of the day? I didn't realize people still wrote like that, Scylla said about the letter, while I thought this over. Hardly anyone back home uses those symbols. It's pretty common around here, Brock replied, they teach both systems in the schools. Most people can use the alphabet, too. That's really cool. I hadn't thought about it before, but Scylla was right, most of Unova seem to favor the smooth, curved, modern symbols for their writing, whereas Kanto was definitely a mixture of old and new. No wonder Trip kept telling us we were from the boonies. It was such a simple thing, something Ash had always been able to do, but knowing he could write in 3 different systems made me admire him just a little more. He could be so intelligent, and yet. All that potential was wasted, since I'd blasted apart his brain. I think we should go by Route 1, Misty said suddenly. We can visit Pidgeot, and, well, that's where Ash and Pikachu started their journey, right? Maybe he'll remember something. Is this the same start that involved blowing up the sky and nearly getting pecked to death by birds? Sylvan raised an eyebrow. Don't you think that might be a bit traumatic? It is Ash's most important memory, Brock offered, thinking the idea over. He treasures it. Yes, but now he can't talk about it without going into hysterics. Sylvan shook his head. Didn't he just tell us how he feels about being pushed? It's not pushing, we're just going to walk down the road and see if anything happens. Both sides had a point. However, I wanted Ash back to me, and if we got him back, he'd thank us regardless of the method we'd use to do it. Pie. Pika. Okay, Misty smiled at my enthusiasm. It's settled. Tomorrow, we're going down Route 1. News spread fast in Pallet Town, particularly in my circles. The air hanging over the corral was ominous, and it was with trepidation that I made my way to my friends. Hey, what's going on? Bulbasaur looked tired when he answered. Oh, there's a rumor going around. He shot a look at the other Pokémon, and it's not worth the fuss everyone's making. A rumor? You've already heard it, Bulbasaur muttered, and suddenly, everyone's shifty eyes made sense. Who was the leak? Tracy? Professor Oak? Oshawott? I felt like I deserved to take a swing at somebody, since everyone was crowding around me with accusatory looks. Is it true? Bayleaf started, echoed by at least a dozen other voices. I decided to feign ignorance. I don't know what you're talking about. But no one believed that. Don't avoid us. I think she would have held me down with Vine Whip if I'd tried to run. Are you really the one who hurt Ash? I hated that she worded it like that. It was an accident, I admitted nervously, and watched everyone recoil in horror. Bulbasaur stepped up to be my advocate. Yes, it was an accident, he repeated, stressing the last word. It could have happened to anybody. But it didn't, Bayleaf pointed out, and I flinched. Oh, please, it's a miracle you never broke that kid's ribs, Charizard growled, but I wasn't sure if he was defending me or not. There was a fire in his eyes that I didn't like at all. Tauros was about to add something, but Charizard blew smoke rings at the herd. And the same goes for you. I think we all have a tendency to play a little roughly, Noctowl said diplomatically. Ash as well. Therefore, it's unfair to blame each other for these sorts of things. Basil tossed his head, we're not blaming Pikachu dash. I am. That sounded suspiciously like Oshawott. We just want him to start using his head. You seriously need to smarten up. What are you talking about? I didn't know this would happen. Basil ignored my protests. Of course you didn't, but you never think, Pikachu. And Ash is always the one who suffers. Oh, and you're so much smarter. I snapped back, unwittingly setting myself up for Sceptile's barb. Well, he's not the one who got Ash killed because we had to drag his lazy butt down a stupid mountain. I wanted to murder Sceptile. Excuse me, but what the hell? Bulbasaur sounded traumatized. I ignored him. You've sure been sitting on that one while, huh? I sneered at Sceptile, who nonchalantly stuck a blade of grass in his mouth. How did I know the stupid tree was alive? It shouldn't have mattered. You could have rescued your DMN self in half the time it took for us to come and get you. If you'd stopped playing with Mew long enough to give a thought to that trainer who was worried out of his senses for you, maybe he wouldn't have been eaten by the mountain. What the hell? Bulbasaur tried again, but nobody answered him. I had always thought this secret would be kept amongst those unfortunate enough to have gone through it. And you're just bringing this up now? I shouted. How could any of us have known what would happen? I'm not the only one Ash has rescued, you know. No, but you need to start thinking about someone other than yourself. Charizard had butted back into the conversation, and that was the last straw. Oh, this is rich, I laughed, turning to face the dragon, and the other Pokémon gave us a wide berth. You're telling me to think about someone other than myself? And I suppose you're the perfect model of selflessness. Okay, stop it, you two. Kalava shouted out, backed up by Squirtle. I've got a water gun, and I'm not afraid to use it. As if that scared either of us. You're so spoiled, you think the world just revolves around you, don't you? Charizard sneered, twitching his tail in anticipation. Well, just because Ash worships the ground you walk on doesn't mean the rest of us have to. Ever think there's a reason he likes me best? I taunted back. You're getting after me for an accident, but everything you did to Ash, you did on purpose. His eyes widened, and I knew I'd hit a nerve. That's right, he loved you so much, and you kept tossing him aside like garbage. You're his Pokémon in name only, always dropping him whenever something better comes along. Charizard's flames had just as much potential to damage Ash as my thunder, the guy was certainly powerful enough. Who was he to put blame on me? And after he saved your life. So. He saved yours, and you still kept him begging like a dog for the next 5 months. Oh, he was going to pay for that. Please stop fighting, Boldore called out, but the two of us had begun circling each other, ready for battle like we never had before. You talk tough, but talk is all you are. I called to Charizard, relishing my newfound bout of insanity. I remember how you used to be, just a weak little lizard, always needing me to protect you. Charizard's eyes narrowed dangerously, and I knew I was close. Crying like a baby because your trainer didn't love you anymore. In a fury of orange, Charizard whipped his tail at me, and if I hadn't jumped at the last second, it would have been a KO. The battle had begun. I can't watch. Oh, but they should have watched, and the brave ones did, with their mouths falling open while our titanic power clashed. Of course, no one was brave enough to step between us. Take this, you little rat. Fire spin. Pikachu. I hadn't battled in so long, let alone against an opponent as tough as Charizard. As much as I hated his guts at the moment, I had to admire his skill. I dodged another swinging tail and jumped on his back, delivering an electric ball to the back of his head. He responded with a seismic toss, followed by fire blast. Counter shield saved me for a bit, but I grew sick of defense and allowed myself to get hit by a wing attack so I could get up close again and start biting his arm. Charizard body slammed me back into the dirt, but thunder managed to send him scrambling back a few feet. I climbed up a nearby tree, reaching the top and leaping as high as I could into the air. That the best you got? I shrieked down at him, and saw his intake of breath. We were about to find out if my electricity was stronger than his fire. Get back. They're going to blow the whole corral apart. The corral? Please. If that's what it took to put Charizard in his place, I was going to wipe out the planet. Charizard beat his mighty wings and took flight, head arching back as he prepared to release his attack. Ka-a-a-ia dash. Pika-a-a dash. Stop it. That voice brought us both back to reason, like a switch in our personalities. Only one person could command so much authority over us, and it had nothing to do with how many gym battles he'd won. Charizard and I fell straight to the earth without any grace whatsoever, and looked up to find Ash glaring down at us. Idiots, he lectured, brows furrowed and eyes intense. Idiots. What thinking, what? I wasn't sure if he actually wanted us to answer. Sorry, Charizard and I both intoned together, feeling appropriately shamed and humiliated. It suddenly struck me that I hadn't seen Charizard so humbled in years, nor had the two of us been chastised together since he was a Charmander. It felt oddly comforting, to have Ash chewing us both out as if no time had passed. No more fighting, he charged, in a voice that told us he wasn't in the mood to deal with us if we dared disobey. When he turned that look on the others, I could feel their collective shrink. All of you. Just stop it. Not, he sighed a bit here, closing his eyes but still keeping all his irritation with us strong, not that stupid. Me, about me, but stop it. He opened his eyes again, resolute. All of you. Cut it out. We all nodded and most of the others slunk away with embarrassment, but I ran forward, even as Ash flinched. Wait. I want to say I'm sorry. Ash turned and walked away, a little quicker than he might have from any of his other Pokémon. I chased after him, wanting to make this right. If he was in the mood to forgive me and Charizard for going at it like twin primates, maybe he'd be willing to listen to a second apology. Would you just listen to me? I'm sorry. Ash stopped, but didn't turn around, and I paused a few feet from his heels. Anyone still within earshot had turned to watch this momentous occurrence, and I felt more pressure than I had bargained for. Ash had told us all not to fight, which would probably keep everyone's negative emotions on the back burner for a while, but whether or not he would forgive me directly was the true test. Because Ash was the only one in our circle whose opinion truly mattered. If he forgave one of us, the rest of us would learn to follow. But if he rejected me here? I tried to pretend they weren't all watching and judging me. I know I'm the one who did this to you, and you know that, too. All of this happened because of me. Why wouldn't he turn around? You're hurting, and scared, and I can't do anything to make it right, but I want you to know I'm sorry. And I'll do anything it takes for you to forgive me. Still, not a movement, not a sound in response. Really, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. Don't care. Ash pulled his cap down, as if he needed to hide his face when his back was facing me. Don't care, not about any of that, don't care. Just don't fight. He began walking again, and I followed desperately. Pikachu. As usual, he wouldn't turn and face me. Please. What do I have to do to prove it to you? Ash remained unsympathetic. Said, don't care, he sighed, resolutely moving forward. So, cut it out. And with that, he walked off, leaving me behind in the dust. I curled up in the branch of one of the trees Charizard and I nearly decimated and tried not to cry. It wasn't hard, I was running out of tears to shed. I also tried not to think about Ash's words, don't care. I had less success with that. Hey. I turned my head to the side and tried to ignore Charizard. You ever going to come down from there? Hopefully, he'd get bored and go away. You know I can fly up there, right? Or just knock the tree down. You're a JRK, I shot back, having lasted in my resolve for all of 2 seconds. Charizard had that effect on me. He looked up at me with solemn eyes. Yeah, I am a JRK. I was surprised, even more so when he didn't point out that I wasn't much better. I'm sorry. I meant what I said, I lied to him. You all blame me for this, but I'm not the only one who's ever hurt Ash, or the only one he's put himself in danger for. Everyone wanted someone to blame, so it was natural that they'd vent their anger out on me, but I couldn't stand up to the weight of my own hatred, let alone Ash and all my other friends combined. It wasn't fair at all. Charizard seemed to understand how I was feeling. Look, you know what we're all like. We fight and snipe at each other for a bit, but once we've gotten it all out of our systems, we're still as close as we always were. That's how families work. I thought families loved each other and always had each other's back. Not mine, Charizard smirked, and I found myself chuckling a little. It works, because of the one who's raising us. If the Guardian does his job, we might still want to fight, but he won't let us break each other. The others will be mad for a while, but Ash raised us better than this, Pikachu. This can't break you unless you let it. I mulled that over a bit. Very profound, for a guy who's hardly ever here. Charizard sighed. Look, what happened between me and the kid is between the two of us. Just like this business with you and Ash doesn't belong to anyone but you. The others don't matter, this is between you and Ash and no one else. I nodded, getting to my feet to face Charizard properly. Maybe, but I'd be pretty heartless if I didn't care what they think. Then let me tell you what I think, Charizard countered. You're an idiot, and anyone who calls themselves your friend has a right to say so. I bristled, but he continued. But you're our idiot, and we've kind of gotten used to that side of you. So when we're done calling you out on all your faults, you'll go back to being the lovable team captain again, just like always. That doesn't make it okay to pick on me. Well, Charizard winked, as I'm sure you know, you're not the only idiot on this team. He looked at me encouragingly. I'm sorry I said all those things, earlier. This will blow over, I promise. I didn't know if I was ready to believe him, but I decided to accept his apology. I'm sorry, too. You gonna come down from that tree, now? After a thought, I jumped down into Charizard's arms, taking comfort in one of his rare hugs. I still look up to you, you know. I might have gotten bigger, but I've always known you could jump in and kick my butt if you felt like it. I don't know, you've leveled up a bit since leaving for the Cherisific Valley. The amount of power Charizard had control over was getting scary. At this point, my best bet was to just not get hit. Oh, I found them. We both turned to see Squirtle approaching, followed by Bulbasaur. We were going to try to get you two to make up, but I see you don't need us. And yet, you're still here, Charizard said dryly, but there was a welcome twinkle in his eyes. Sorry we nearly wiped you all off the face of the earth. No biggie, Bulbasaur deadpanned, their collective understatement caused me to break into a fit of giggles. Oh, good, he can laugh. I was worried you might be broken. It felt good to laugh about something properly, and I let the chuckles grow until I was rolling on the ground in mirth. I take that back, we're locking you up in the loony bin. I'm fine, I wheezed, finally getting my senses back. I'm just a mess. Nothing we didn't already know, Squirtle said wryly. Sorry things got out of control back there. Everyone knows this isn't really your fault. We'll just work harder to remind them of that. Thanks. An awkward silence fell over us, and I sensed that there was more Squirtle wanted to say. What? That thing you guys were talking about, you know, did Ash really? Ugh, right, we'd broken our unspoken code. Yeah, he died. I could almost see the gravity forcing down their shoulders like a tangible brick. But, don't worry, he was brought back. Somehow, I gathered that, Charizard quipped. Did you get the BSTRD that did it? Who, me? Well, that was the weird thing, no one was actually trying to hurt anyone. Ash was just trying to find me, and the tree just thought it was defending against diseases, or something like that. The whole thing was just a huge misunderstanding. The others didn't look like they believed me. Ash got killed over a misunderstanding. The part where the tree was really a sentient mountain that thought Ash was a disease was left untouched. It was kind of a weird couple of days. Everybody assumed the worst, nobody trusted anyone, we all jumped to conclusions, and the next thing I knew, I was staring at a spot of ground where I used to have a trainer. I guess things aren't so different, now. I didn't mean to hurt Ash, but it looks like I was the bad guy all along. Pikachu, quit blaming yourself. Ash wouldn't want you to feel bad over this. Oh, that's right, because Ash doesn't care. Not the ideal words of comfort. He couldn't care less about this whole thing. Wrong, Bulbasaur stated with authority. Because if he didn't care, he would have told you about it from the beginning. That sunk into my head, though I wasn't sure I could make sense of it. Think about it, he kept the whole issue a secret from you because he cares about you so much. He didn't want you to know the truth until he'd found a way to beat this thing. A good thought, but he just said he didn't care about me. So, I guess he changed his mind. The others shared a look between them. Pikachu, Bulbasaur said gently, are you sure this isn't another misunderstanding? I don't know why you keep thinking Ash hates you, when all the rest of us keep seeing an Ash who loves you more than anything else in the world. And where are you seeing that? I challenged. In the way he cries and yells at me, or the way he tells me to shut up and leave him alone. Hey, I tell you to shut up and leave me alone all the time, but it doesn't mean I hate you, Squirtle joked, but I just glared at him. Oh, isn't it obvious? He just wants Ash to hate him, Charizard rolled his eyes. It makes it easier to hate himself. I was about to protest, but then realized that it wasn't that far from the truth. You keep looking for signs that he hates you, so that's all you're going to see. Right, you shouldn't give up hope like this. I was so sick of hearing those words. Don't give up, keep believing, don't lose faith, I ranted. What exactly is it that everyone expects me to do? You. Please, we don't expect you to do anything, Charizard snorted. No offense, Pikachu, but you're not that special. Bulbasaur's tone was less insulting. We don't expect anything from you, but we tell you not to give up because we're expecting a lot from Ash. I wasn't sure I understood. From Ash? Don't believe in yourself, Squirtle advised, putting on his black shades and trying to look like he was saying something impressive. Believe in Ash, who believes in you. Bulbasaur gave him a sideways look. Nice speech. I might have borrowed it. Squirtle cleared his throat and turned to me. You're nothing special. But Ash, he's incredible. So, don't give up. Right, Bulbasaur finished, believe in that very special Ash who never stops believing in you. The Ash who never stopped believing in me. You think that still applies? Charizard shook out his wings casually. Well, I know a thing or two about having your entire world change overnight, he drawled, and we all shared a look. First, you have to figure yourself out, then everyone else, and then, you have to find a way to fit it all together. No matter how strong you are, it's the weakest feeling in the world. I was a little surprised that Charizard was willing to share that with us. But if I could do it, Ash definitely can. And it helps, his tone changed a little bit when he caught my eye, to know that there's somebody loving and supporting you, and that they're going to wait for you forever. Even if you don't want them to. Maybe, especially if you don't want them to, Bulbasaur suggested knowingly, and Charizard just shrugged. Could be, he conceded. You don't have to do anything, Pikachu, or try to be strong. You just have to wait. Yeah, well, we had to wait over a year for you to be our friend again, I pointed out glumly, and Charizard looked appropriately chagrined. Well, he finally posed, do you think Ash is worth the wait?